Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 I'm Israel
Israel not number one for you? Oh, antisemitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are antisemitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, boom, look at that, Kaya Cam. Today is a spectacular day coming to you live from stolen Tongva land. We're live and alive. It's 71 degrees and partially sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone, all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. That's right. It's Monday News Day, Monday, March 30th, 2026. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. Here's the rotisserie cam on for all the boys, girls, and the Kaya cam enjoyers. Nice haircut. By the way, I did not get a haircut. I just showered, and then I put a hat on. That's how I do it. In any case, yes, my fried chicken, my rotisserie chicken in the heat lamp. My rotisserie chicken in the heat lamp is right here. You already know there's been a couple days where I've been separated from both her and also my freaking soundboard. Anyway, is it true that cleaning lint traps and battleship dryers is optional? Yes. What is this? We need a Hasan react to the infamous casino butter steak rock video. What the hell is that? Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this. Yeah, this is gross. It's a gross piece of steak. It's just so flubby. I missed your stim toy too. Yeah. We'll get a Charlie Kirk going. We'll get a Charlie Kirk going later when I farm donos. Okay, we missed you at the Tax the Rich rally yesterday. Yeah, sorry I couldn't make it to the Tax the Rich rally. I said I would. We have rescheduled with Ana Lilia Mejia. But again, I'm going to be back in the East Coast fairly soon. So fairly soon. Hopefully you guys watched the fantastic Fear and podcast. The episode is out already. We had Noah Colwyn on as the guest host. But yeah, there's a lot happening in the world. There's a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Obviously, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I had a family emergency. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but required me to fly back earlier. And that's what I did yesterday. I flew back. Things are fine. A lot of people were reaching out, and thank you so much. We're good. And yeah, that's it on that front. You know, I flew back, I spent some time with the fam, and that's it. I haven't really done much other than working on the mini doc. Is the unibrow fashion choice, or have you given up on self-care? The unibrow? What the hell are you talking about? Sabi talked about you on his podcast with Mateo Lane. What the hell?
And this is a message for Hasan.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Well, this is vamping.
When are we hanging out?
You don't want that guy. He's a piece of shit. No,
You son of a bitch. You're moving to New York City, right, Unc? Yeah. Yo, Hasan, I'm the chatter who gave you the conch. Oh, hell yeah. I brought it back. I don't know where I put it, but it's somewhere. Wait, you have it? Oh, it's behind me. Oh, is I don't know if you can see from over there, but is behind me. It's you can kind of see it. It's not in. It's right there in front of the poop sock. But yeah, I'm late and I apologize. I did a bunch of back-to-back interviews, one with Philip DeFranco, as a matter of fact. So you'll see that in a little bit. With Philip DeFranco, he filled me in, if you know what I mean. Sexy Phil. But also, because there's a lot of like slander. There's a lot of slander all over the internet, including from Stavros Halkias, it seems.
I'm not saying I don't want it like that. I'm just saying it's like, how is someone that he's like on every meme now where it's like gays before and after breakup and he's got shaggy hair and then all of a sudden he's clean cut.
Yeah, he
you
did.
Know what I mean?
He actually did do like a very annoying
glam.
Yeah, glammed
Glow
himself up, worked out.
Yeah.
He claimed he used to say he was fat, pissed me off. And he just kind of, he got slightly less fat. Anyway, fuck Hasan. He's a piece of shit.
I'm a fan.
Yeah. Have Mateo on, Hasan.
I don't think he would be like.
I can't wait till Israel takes Turkey.
You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! Greece is next! We will take Greece before Israel takes Turkey! How dare you? How dare you? Motherfucker.
Fuck you.
It's ironic because Israel's already taken Cyprus. Stavi is right. Stolen fat valor. Yeah. Stavi is legit you in 30 years. No joking. Bro, what do you mean Stavi is me in 30 years? What? Oh, there was an echo and reverb. Sorry. It's because I just realized that I had not shut off the other mic. Yeah, Greece and Turkey was promised 3,000 years ago. Yeah, Greeks and Turks combined to retake Cyprus. Yeah, well, let's be real. Israel has already taken Cyprus, so anyway, playlist for later. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Yeah, day 30, Iran war unfolding. We'll obviously get to all of that. Jake Tapper really hating on you. Yeah, I saw that this morning. I saw the fucking retweet. Jewish Insider wrote yet another article. Bro, Jewish Insider just they should just change it to HasanAbi Daily. Okay? There has been like 15 articles they've written about me in the last like 7 days. Is unbelievable. Bruh. Just change the name, dude. They on your ass. Oh my God, they really are. Oh my God, they really are. They are straight up inside of me, bro. Bruh. I mean, seriously. Oh God, I feel liberated being able to. I feel freaking liberated being able to hit that. Fa! Yeah, they're making Yeet a weekly. A weekly what? Okay. I haven't seen nothing but negative coverage of you. You got to be doing something right. I mean, it's mostly positive from where I'm standing. Because you have to remember, you have to remember the negative coverage of me is coming from like really unfavorable institutions, right? Institutions that are tasked with defending Israel, which is like, one of the least popular entities on the planet currently. So it doesn't really matter that they're shitting on me all the time. Did you watch the clavicular interview on Channel 5? No, I did not. No exaggeration. Maybe the craziest headline of the year. I doubt it. Okay, never mind. You're not wrong. You're actually right. Breaking. Liz Truss suggests underground transgender mafia may be responsible for Italian chocolate heist that saw over 12 tons of Kit Kat stolen. Okay, fair. I thought you were fucking exaggerating with that. It turns out you're not. You're literally correct. That is actually unbelievable. That is an insane headline. Wow. I mean, what do you... what can anybody say about that? That's a sentence I never thought I would actually encounter in my life. When did you do this German interview? What is this? Jacobin. This is an English interview that they translated. It's Alex Press. They translated it to German. Jewish Insider dropped 8 articles about you in the last week. I know. It's unbelievable, dude. The Hasan Piker mirage when social media extremism meets political reality. Ted Deutsch compares Hasan Piker to Nick Fuentes, says Dems should shun him. McMorris slams El-Side campaigning Hasan Piker. Like, they just straight up, they write only about me, bro. They write only about me. It's very, very weird. Why can't they use scarier photos? Because I'm hot. Article's not working, though. Yeah. Is it this one? Is it this one that you wanted to link to me? Yeah, because I got the Barbaras and the Debras backing me. So I got nothing to worry about. Okay? I got nothing to worry about. The Hasbro machine can keep turning it up all day, every day. As long as I got the white ladies behind me, okay, wine moms, I'm set. I'm set. You're the main story. It's got to be embarrassing to be on the HasanAbi beat. Like, it's crazy that they have an entire task force dedicated to me. You know, I'm a Midwestern mom and I'm your Fedayeen. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's right. Showing their ass. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Efendim. Selam. Bana şey verir misin baba? Baba dolaptan kahve verir misin? Cold brew. Yeah. Is anyone surprised that a Democrat Senate candidate named Abdurrahman Mohammed El Sayed sides with the Ayatollah over America? Here we go. Here we go. I mean, obviously, this is the, you know, people saying the quiet part out loud. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this in a second. But yeah, there's some. Ya baba bir tane vereceğim mi cold brew'yu? Tamam. Ver göster. Tam doğru. Eyvallah. Sağ ol. Anyway, isn't calling your outlet Jewish Insider a bit anti-Semitic? No. What? Like, there's Jewish currents too. There's like a lot of, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like it's supposed to be about like what Jews in America care about. If you ask them, that's all they care about is me, apparently. It's crazy. Guy who didn't realize Abdullah El-Sayed was Arab until he heard his full name. Yeah. They saw those donation numbers go, and now they're starting to worry. I suspect that that's what's going on. What is this? They didn't include this part in the article. What is this? Oh, this is the Washington Free Beacon. By the way, there's got to be someone in his team that's an op. Like, that's crazy that they just like leaked a 30-minute phone call that he's having with his comms team. Former fan here. Unfortunately, after reading article after article about you, I've decided I'm no longer going to vote for you in whatever election you're running in. No. What if I were to tell you I'm running in the election for your heart? What would you say then? Peter Stern. Yeah, this is Chris Sosa wrote an article. The Doom Project to cancel Hasan Piker. Even if the Democratic establishment takes him down, they still lose. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the argument that I also have made as well. Yeah, Jake Tapper retweeting Jewish Insider citing David Frum asking Claude a question. This is the state of U.S. news media. Yeah, it's fantastic. Fantastic stuff from Jake Tapper. He fucking hates my ass so much. He hates my ass so much, dude. I mean, you got to be a real hater. You got to be a real ass hater to retweet an article like this. HasanAbi March, when social media extremism meets political reality. And then the main point being made, the main point being made in that argument, in that article, is that they asked Claude if I was popping, and Claude said he's not popping. Everybody want a piece of HasanAbi. You should be grateful. Compared to Asmongold, these 10 times bigger than you. Wait, what? You should be grateful to be compared against Asmongold, these 10 times bigger than you. Funniest part of this entire attack on Hasan Parkins is cost him zero losses, no subscriber declines on his two main platforms at all. These centers have absolutely zero motion with regular people or voters. Yeah. What is this? They were saying I was being anti-women. Is that what it is? Yeah. Oh, Bernard, America's most famous and beloved Jewish politician in many respects. Hasan Piker is doing a very good job. Who the fuck is David from? A war criminal through and through. Like, not even a joke. Straight up, blood on his hands. Major neocon. Played a role in getting us into Iraq. Yet another one of these guys whose career just keeps getting uplifted over and over again, despite the fact that they're just wrong all the time. But for those of you who are just tuning in and you're like confused about what we're looking at right now, there is a lot of wait, did I blast off? I didn't even blast off. Let me blast off real quick, and then we'll get into it. But personal news-wise, I worked out this morning. I hit 265. I failed. But I did 245 for 5, I think, which was really sick. It was fantastic. Who cares? I care, man. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the minor victories that I've had in my life. What do you want me to do? Not reveal it to you? This is a part of the podcast where I tell you about my personal news, you know? Anyway, I'm back in LA. Epstein Fury, day 30. Troops amass as Trump signals deal. Markets eat it. Cuba gets Russian oil. Felix Biederman later. He's going to be on the broadcast later. Everyone's favorite guest that I have. He's probably going to get me in trouble. Centrist Democrats keep attacking me over Abdul appearance next week, but he's top 5 in donos now. Please bring Felix. He brings back the edge that you've lost. Buddy, I think we are trying to move away from the edge, right? I think we're trying to move away from the edge to the best of our ability, right? The hell? This comment on TikTok you showed earlier is why I think the recent press blitz by third way types fail. What is this? This is the first time I'm hearing of him and I like him already. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, for most people, they just hate. Most people don't like Israel. And so when they see a lot of these pro-Israel outlets and pro-Israel politicians come after me super fucking hard, it doesn't do what they think it should do, right? Instead of having a negative pressure on me, it has a positive pressure on me. It literally backfires spectacularly. And I don't think they recognize it, right? But it's over. The conversation is done. Like, it's just so silly. I saw a Facebook post by Israel Times saying you were bad. The comments were 90% supportive on Facebook. Yeah, Israel has lost the public completely. Okay? So I welcome the hatred. I welcome the hatred because it's showing where people stand on this issue, right? It's showing to everyone where most people stand. Anyway, basically, yeah, they forced Effie Phillips to release a statement immediately after. I tweeted about this as well. Effie Phillips, Effie for Congress, New York 17. After my interview with her, immediately, like the Westchester Democrats wrote this statement on Facebook, which was really funny. It was just like straight up, piece by piece, like bullet points from Fox News Digital. Like they took Fox News article headlines and like slammed it into this thing. And they try to like create pressure, which I don't think is going to work, right? Like it's just so stupid. Anyway, and Effie responded with this. Response to the Democratic Party chair attacks. The Democratic establishment has long operated with an outdated mentality that alienates the very voters we need to win. The young, the politically disengaged, and those who prioritize human rights. By narrowing our tent and refusing to engage with platforms that reach young people, we are effectively surrendering our generation of voters to apathy or the far right. While I don't align with every word Hasan Piker has ever said, we must recognize the massive value of a platform that engages millions of young people in the democratic process. Unlike my opponents, Hasan Piker is not running for Congress. He's mobilizing a movement that demands our politics center human rights and favor diplomacy over the reflexive use of military force. As Democrats, our job is to build bridges, not burn them. We should be inviting young people into the process by building a coalition rooted in collective humanity. My mission is clear. I will always fight for universal human rights and Palestinian self-determination and stand firmly against anti-Semitism. We win when we grow the movement, not when we cut people out of it. And that's a great statement overall, right? Because like this was a question that Philip DeFranco asked me as well, right? Where they were like, he was basically like, well, what do you think about like politicians not like, defending your individual statements? And I'm like, I don't expect them to do that, right? Because like I shouldn't be the fucking story at all. Like the argument should be, why is this a story? Like you're being ridiculous, right? Because it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What do you mean? I'm like a guy who has spent most of his career like advocating for workers' rights, advocating for labor, advocating for the humanity of people that oftentimes are forgotten, that we destroy, is somehow a bad person. Okay, what are we supposed to do? Call the cops? Alert the presses? Wee woo. Stop that. Why are you doing that? It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Faux Moi posted the Zeteo article. The campaign against Hasan Piker is about crushing the left. Donald Trump is leading a horrifying ethnic cleansing campaign, gutting the Constitution and trying to give himself king-like powers. He's leading an illegal and reckless war against Iran in partnership with Israel that is immiserating so many people here and abroad. Meanwhile, prominent Democrats ranging from elected members of Congress to 2026 Senate candidates to likely 2028 presidential hopefuls are spending their time condemning Hasan Piker, the left-wing streamer and influencer, as a part of a cancellation campaign spearheaded by Third Way, a centrist think tank. Third Way, which is funded by billionaires of corporate interests, has been quite open about its broader goal and ongoing campaign to marginalize the left. Wait, did I blast off already? Fuck. I keep diving into the story without blasting off. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Moi. Faux moi. Hasan the Hedge Knight. I like that. Even the Hasbris hypothetically cancel you / make you quit. The support for Israel isn't going to magically return. Yeah, that's my argument. That's what I keep repeating. Like, I am not. The reason why I have popularity is because I have a moral compass that I abide by, and my worldview, my advocacy has not changed, but at least people have arrived at my position. That's the reason why I'm popular. Right? That's it. It's it. I have, I have not changed my value system. I've been advocating for the same exact things for a decade now, for a decade plus. So trying to marginalize me is not going to win the conversation at all, right? It's not going to help you. It's not going to convince people that like, oh, Israel is good, actually. I'm not this singular hypnotizer of the masses that cause people to hate Israel. Just as it wasn't like TikTok algorithms, you know what I mean? Why is Hasan Piker the center of American left discourse? Centrists think Hasan Piker is an easy scapegoat to tie their entire left to try to destroy any power gains by the left politically. They want to prevent more Zohar Mamdanis, and they think this is their path to do that. Joke's on them. We all want to be tied to Hasan, sometimes literally. My God, you guys are so conspiracy brain. People don't fucking like the guy for a good fucking reason. It's not some coordinated attack. Every time there's a guy that says stuff like this, I click on their account. One, they've always blocked me ahead of time. And two, it's always a pro-Israel guy. Like always. Every single time. I have yet to see someone who is like pro-Palestine. At most, like I'll see people with like the Ukrainian flag and the Palestinian flag in their bio, right? Who say stuff like Hamas Hamas needs to be destroyed, like giving total defense to like Israel's genocide, while simultaneously saying like Palestinians have to be perfect victims, right? Like it's always, at most it'll be like that. At most it'll be people like that. But outside of that, most of the time, it's just like people who are fucking pro-Israel, like Israel first. Like they just will not give up on their advocacy for Israel. It's so strange. Facebook comment section on you. I think the Democrats should embrace him and the likes of him and run Mamdani for president. I'll chip in. It's a great winning strategy. It's so funny the pro-Israel sites and organizations are warning anti-Zionist politicians about Piker. They think he's bad for the Dems. Wouldn't they want him to associate with their ideological enemies? It's almost like they know his influence can win elections. They're afraid. How much should be given to Hamas over the years? Is the anti-Semitic look at the decades-long conflict in its totality to understand how it's evolved? So apparently anti-Semite now means any critics of Israel. So we'll have to come up with a new word to describe bigots who don't like Jewish people. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Like anyone who opposes Israel is a hero. Piker is absolutely not anti-Semitic, and it's one hell of a show of weakness to try to spin it as he is. McDonald's has existed longer than Israel. He's hot and opposes Israel. Hey, thanks. I've never heard of this guy before, but thanks to your article, I'm going to go check him out. Sounds like he's a good guy. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand? Like, because for a lot of people, they totally get where this is coming from, right? They've seen it. They've seen it a million times over in the last like 3 years, where they know that anyone who is a critic of Israel instantly gets yelled at and instantly gets smeared as a dangerous anti-Semite, a radical, and like they try to do it with like a multiple front. They try to do this from a perspective where they'll be like, he's a bad guy, just stay away from him. But like everybody understands where it's coming from, right? Corporate and lobby-owned Democrats. This is on r/politics, by the way, which is crazy. Corporate and lobby-owned Democrats are going to have to wake up someday and have a brain. Also, tremendous downvotes from r/politics. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because this thread didn't go in the direction that they thought it would on Reddit. I came to those conclusions on my own, watching the party flounder and fail. Their base, your kids grew up. Wake up, get with the times. We are not sheep. No, but wait. Don't you know you're getting fed these takes by Fuentes Light? If you think that's the case, you've got your own Fuentes, maybe not Light calling the shots for you. I was being sarcastic. Sorry, hard to tell on the internet, I know. Piker is close to, but not over the Nick Fuentes line, where going on his show itself is indefensible. These people must live in an alternative reality if they genuinely believe the nonsense they peddle. He talks about things and policies that pull Democrats away from corporate donors or interests. That's the only reason they want to. It's like shocking. It's shocking to see, like, dude, this article being written on October 10th, 2023 would have been inundated. This would have been on r/all. Every single person would be like, Hasan is a terrorist. We have to kill him. Like, times have changed dramatically. Times have changed dramatically. And this is kind of a broader reflection of like the attitude in America, right? That's what it is. Hasan is what the Democrats said they wanted after the 2024 election defeat. Albeit, which Democrats said they wanted this? Let's see the quotations of which mainstream Democrats said they wanted a hot topic communist who extols China and Cuba but lives in a mansion and tortures a dog to be a surrogate, blah, 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 is like downvoted. Democrats wanted a Joe Rogan of their own after the election defeat. Hasan has been proclaimed as that several times in the search that followed. He himself doesn't think it fits him, but that's another matter. For the rest of your posts, I will just say, chill out. Now they're saying who said that? Which Democrats were seeking out a Joe Rogan of the left? I mean, it feels as though these guys will just like deny reality. They're just denying reality at this point, right? Like it comes with a healthy reality denial to be able to defend Israel at this point, right? When Israel is doing so much indefensible shit. So it does make sense that you would also carry on that delusional attitude into other aspects of your life as well. They're doing Twitter comment section strays, which does not fly on Reddit. Yeah. What's funny about all this is Hasan's politics are the same as they were back in 2019, 2020. All that changed is he got hotter. A Dem strategist text. Hell yeah. So yeah, this barrage of hatred, this barrage of hatred in my direction has actually backfired, in my opinion. It has backfired spectacularly. Even centrist posters are couching baseless slander as reasonable critique. What is this? Oh, dude, they said Hasan said anti-Semitic things, which he is publicly and probably shouldn't be invited to a campaign rally. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. That's a very different thing than Abdul loves terrorists by Rogers, but go ahead and equate it. This is insane, lol. Derangement syndrome. Mike Rogers' messaging has nothing to do with McMorrow or Stevens. Wait, what? This is like saying Cuomo's Islamophobic attacks against Zoran had nothing to do with Fox News' heightened version of the same. It's absolutely normalizing the bad faith anti-Semitic smears of the right when center-left and centrist Democrats do a watered-down version of it. Yeah, no, that's precisely what it is. But Mitch Voter is trying to defend McMorrow while simultaneously presenting himself as like a woke guy. And it's very difficult to do that, but that's precisely what McMorrow is doing. Why are we making it seem like this is not terror jacketing a Muslim candidate? That's precisely what happened. And Andrew Cuomo did the same. Okay? It just hasn't gotten to that degree yet, but very clearly this is the first shot across the bow, right? Translation, he's principled and I want to fuck him. Yeah. Riz, he's the biggest tryhard on the left. This man will spend $1,000 on a shirt and still look like an awkward 13-year-old boy wearing a suit for the first time in his life. Total nerd, very dumb, incredibly ugly, 0 out of 10. Yeah, that's funny. Over on Threads, you're anti-Semitic, misogynistic, animal abuser, foreign asset, etc. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's gonna be some fucking websites that are inundated with like pro-Israel liberals. But it's not, I hope it's not lost on people that this is like a handshake between liberals and right-wing fascists, okay? This is precisely what's going on here. Just as it happened with Zoran, where Donald Trump aggressively tried to, muster up the forces to defeat Zoran and failed to do so, and now he loves him, but that's a totally separate point. But like, it's exactly what's going on here. Like, liberals are absolutely aligning with right-wing pro-Israel fascists and the Trump agenda currently to attack the left, their left flank. It's not just an attack on me, it's an attack about control in the party. Okay? They do not want candidates that are more responsive to the demands of the base. They do not want left flank candidates. So they want to like besmirch the left flank candidates to the best of their ability and they want to punish them, and they want to warn everyone else that dare entertain coming on my stream, and try to take advantage of my grassroots support. That's it. They want to warn candidates to be like, you stay away from him. They don't understand that this doesn't do anything to me. You know? Thinking about this tweet from the post-2024 Joe Rogan to the left discourse, these people are too stupid to realize that liberal Joe Rogan can't exist because liberalism doesn't inspire anymore, and the person who could break through to young men would be far too left-leaning and vulgar to even gain a Democratic mega-donor's approval. Yep. Yep. Rahm Emanuel's presidential odds are skyrocketing as Hasan Piker is getting iced out. Great discourse correction for Democrats looking to win back majorities in Congress and the White House. Oh my God, this guy is so fucking delusional. This is what he posted on his other account. Now Zoran is one of the most sought after figures in the party. Democratic wins media. Breaking. New York City's mayoral election is on Tuesday. We encourage voters not to rank Zoran Mamdani. He didn't endorse Kamala Harris, doesn't support our platform, and if he wins, his policies will hurt our chance to win the midterms. We can't afford that. Zoran Mamdani is one of the most beloved politicians nationally, okay? Again, I'm telling you, these guys are living in a totally separate reality. They're living in a totally separate reality. This Ethan Wolf guy fucking hates you. This is America. This is some Pikers that are coming out and saying there's a large swath of Americans who sympathize with check notes, the Iranian regime. Corporate Dems are going to realize quick that people do genuinely sympathize with the nation we attacked and killed their leader for no reason. Yeah. What's the problem here? He's not saying that Americans by and large are fans of the Ayatollah. They're saying that Americans by and large think that this was a spectacular failure, which is reflective in the polls. And on top of that, we shot a fucking school, man. We blew up a school. Of course, people are going to be they're not going to be as heavily on board with blowing up Iran as we've seen in the polls again. I just don't get why centrists don't understand this. Like they don't want to look at the polls. They want to create this echo chamber where they're totally sheltered from where the public approval is on key issues, and it's a very strange phenomena that I'm observing. Okay, it's very odd, and they can keep tunneling themselves in. But yeah, it actually backfired. It's terror jacketing, and since you're not an anti-Semite, all they can do is swarm your image with vague and weightless allegations of people who are just casually paying attention, start to view your worldview as controversial. Yeah. Abdul Al-Sayed cracks top 5 in Act Blue fundraisers over the past 7 days. Surely hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last week after months straight of getting beat by McMorrow in donations. Would have to guess the result was Hasan the Hun attention. I don't think it's like my attention necessarily, but I do think that association has not hurt him at all. Also, we've obviously kicked up the fundraising here as well. I had the donation link up for the past week too, so I'm sure that played a role in this as well. But yeah, people see a guy that has values and policies that they actually appreciate getting mercilessly and unjustifiably attacked, and they go, yeah, I want to help out. I want to chip in. You know, I want to kick some back to Abdul Al-Sayed. Yeah, seeing him next to Tallarico, Ossoff, and Brown in fundraising is absolutely insane. It's great. You know, there's nothing even, wait, what is this? There's nothing even controversial in what he said. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about the next line of attack against Abdul Al-Sayed in a second too. Him embracing you instead of condemning you also makes him look like a real leader. Yeah. And there's obviously a very easy way to just like do away with these cynical criticisms, these cynical smears. Right? And Bernie Sanders did it too. Right? The big dog. Like Bernie Sanders and I are aligned on many issues, but we have our disagreements, obviously, as you guys know, right? But at the end of the day, he doesn't like he doesn't let that become a major issue, and neither do I, right? And that's a normal attitude to have. There's a healthy attitude to have. There's going to be a little bit of healthy friction in any movement, right? You're never going to have people that are 100% in line with everything that you believe. It's very stupid. But that's part of the reason why I have a policy of not left bashing and left punching, right? Because I think it's stupid. I think it's unproductive. But where was I? What was I going to show you? Oh, Bernard, and what he had to say. Unc weighed in on the discourse. He was asked by Keith Edwards at the rally about Democrats' attempts, like centrist Democrats and corporate Democrats, and their attempts to separate from someone like myself in the movement that or a piece of the movement that I represent.
Senator Sanders, thank you so much for meeting with me. I think the lesson from 2024 was we're supposed to send Democrats anywhere and everywhere where they'll listen to us. And you will go to Joe Rogan. You'll talk to most people. I'm wondering what you think about this whole narrative around Hasan Piker and some Democrats just saying they're never going to go on his show.
Well, I've talked to Hasan, and I think he's doing in many respects a very good job. And the bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood. People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
I
What
hope
about
so.
America is supposed to be about.
Yeah.
Put the mic closer to him. He literally has a chest lapel chatter. Calm down.
But if you give me a civil discourse, we have an intelligent discussion, fine. Disagree with me on an issue or not, period.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
It's that simple. We're not always going to agree on everything, but it's like ridiculous to fucking engage in this kind of like quote mining and try to create like unnecessary tension when we all know what the real reason for that unnecessary tension actually is. And it's because I don't fucking, I'm not a controllable entity. I don't care about the interests of the donors. And I'm reflective of the attitudes that a lot of people have in the base of the Democratic Party. And Democrats would rather kill themselves than actually, and kill their careers and kill their fucking movement, kill their party, than allow for a crumb of that demand to flow through into the communications of the party. They just don't. They hate their fucking base. We're trying to change that. And it's so funny because like these guys for years and years would say, Hasan doesn't care about elections. He doesn't care about the Democratic Party at all. And it's like, okay, now we have fucking candidates, right? And we have had candidates for like the last decade that we're trying to fucking prop up that are more reflective and more responsive to the needs of the base. And all of a sudden, they're freaking the fuck out. Why are they freaking the fuck out? I thought you didn't want me to. I thought you were saying. I thought that you were saying that we don't care about the elections. We don't care about the Democratic Party. Clearly, we do. We want something to change. Right? It's so strange. I mean, it's expected, but it's just like so self-defeating and they're not stopping. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't recognize that this is like not going to work out, right? It's just not going to work out. And it's not working out for them because even their maximalist goals here, their maximalist goals here are what? Their maximalist goals here are to disparage me to such a degree that, Democrats don't associate with me. Okay, who gives a shit? That's not going to stop my commentary. I'm still going to support candidates that I like, that are more responsive to the needs of the base. I'm still going to support candidates that are putting the working class first, candidates that are anti-Zionist, right? That's not going to change my advocacy at all. So who gives a shit? Okay. I don't appear alongside candidates because it boosts my profile. These guys don't understand that. Okay? I don't appear alongside candidates that to boost my profile. I appear alongside candidates to boost their profile. And I think some of them maybe recognize this, but I think many of them don't. Many of them legitimately think, oh, you're getting like you're getting positive coverage from the New York Times, and that's like legitimizing you and your worldview. It's unacceptable. It's like I already have my own outlet. I already have my own, unlimited a tool to communicate with people uninterrupted for 8 hours a day. It just doesn't. It doesn't help. It doesn't work that way. I think they are seeing in you a real menace of the current model, a younger, more moral Bernie that could lift the drapes and see the real evil behind the U.S. admin. I think it's just this is a vehicle to launch and sincerely push back against pro-corporate Democrats. That's what it is. If you look to the performance of a Kat Al-Ghazaleh, for example, an unknown entity that isn't even from the area where she ran, who got second place and was within striking distance of Daniel Biss, who got propped up by all of the different organs of the party. And Daniel Biss himself is not like the most centrist candidate, but like even that wasn't enough for a lot of voters in a place like Illinois. That's a terrifying prospect. That's a terrifying prospect for the party. Okay? If your goal is to somehow control and make sure that the outlet and the resentment from the base is still feeding back to candidates like McMorrow or candidates like Daniel Biss, and your goal is to make sure that like you still have some control over who gets elected so it's easier to caucus with the rest of the party, yeah, you're going to hate that there's an outsider who is basically, and I'm not alone in this, by the way. There's plenty of other people who are doing this as well, but like I'm, I guess, like the most visible aspect of this resentment. But an outsider that can like undermine the impact of a unlimited money faucet like AIPAC fairly significantly is very dangerous. You think these guys would be writing shit like this about me if I was, like a chorus style content creator? What do you think? I mean, think about the way that they are like attacking Plattner too. Everybody in the party put all of their weight. Wait, what is this? Sorry. They put all of their fucking weight behind Janet Mills, Pills Mafia, right? Sorry, I got a text message. And look at what Graham Plattner did. He cooked it. He cooked it in spectacular fashion. And that was devastating. If you're a centrist, if you're a corporate lobbyist, you hear that and you're like, what the fuck? Like, this guy's leading by almost 10 points, our candidate that we literally gave all of the mechanisms of the party to. It's clear. They don't want more Zoran style candidates to prop up, and not because they're afraid. Okay? They don't want more Zoran style candidates to prop up, not because they're afraid that this is going to lead to like the national party looking bad. They're afraid of the success. They're afraid of the success and the national prominence of people like Zoran, because people like Zoran show that there is an alternative out there. Okay? There is an alternative out there where a politician can be responsive to the needs of the masses and actually work tirelessly to fight, work tirelessly to show that the government can be good. And this will force all of these other Democrats in the party to also start doing their fucking jobs. And they don't want to do that. They want to collect checks. They can't stop all insurgent candidates, but they can use Hasan's unpopularity to sink candidates with constant TV ads and slop. Hasan's unpopularity is fucking ridiculous. Why are you... Dude, god damn, brother. Literally, my worst fucking fan. I swear to God. You have just seen... You have literally seen in the last week that this is unbelievably unpopular. Okay? unbelievably fucking unpopular, and you're a 59-month subscriber interpreting this situation as though it's like even in any way, shape, or form successful. It literally failed with Zoran. God damn, dude. No, Hideo Offliner is one of the worst chatters in this community. Like, notoriously, the one that is consistently talking about how you always pay so much attention to fucking drama, blah, 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 always. It's Hio Day, not Hideo, whatever. Damn, you know your chatters? Of course I do, especially the more annoying ones. But the best chatters I know very well.
The Jake Tapper is quadrupling down on his racist Zionism. I saw he was retweeting anti-Hasan stuff this morning. Yeah. And it appears like, you know, maybe Tapper wants to move out of the late afternoon and move into a late night anchorship. You know, there's a lot of things that people are doing right now to audition for the new owners of the
well, the whole
the
podcast like set that they've set up is completely to appeal to Barry Weiss.
Yes.
It's completely to appeal to her. It's so.
Well, she's doing such a great job.
All of this is so embarrassing. All the stuff too around Hasan is so embarrassing because they like. Here's the thing. The idea that they can sort of like drive a wedge between Hasan and Democratic lawmakers, no one cares. Yeah. No one cares. It is such a Pyrrhic victory. No one cares because the politicians that are interested in Hasan, they're going to continue to watch Hasan. They're going to continue to talk to Hasan. I mean, it is.
They also can't decide if Hasan is not impactful enough, which we're seeing some articles about how MSNBC really dwarfs his ratings, or if he's so terrifying that there needs to be this smear campaign against him. Like, pick which one. Is it a problem that the politicians go on his stream, or if your theory is right, it will discredit them. But the problem is that they know that that's not the case. So what McMorrow is doing by throwing Hasan under the bus is like, she doesn't want to go after her opponent directly because, and like maybe accuse him of anti-Semitism because that's just a dog whistle for Islamophobia in some of these contexts. And two, she's auditioning for the Zionist donors that are growing tired of the losing campaign of Haley Stevens. So she's like, I'm open for business if you want to support me with some independent expenditures. And now she's calling for McMorrow 5 different debates. What do the internals say right now about Abdul al-Sayed? I hope that Stevens and McMorrow are cannibalizing one another. But I also saw that after this Hasan thing, Abdul al-Sayed's fundraising went up. So is Hasan a liability?
Well,
or
we know what it is.
Are you guys worried that it's the opposite?
Hasan is massively popular, and especially with people that the Democrats want to get to vote for them. And
yeah, also, I'm not massively popular because I'm like some kind of special talent, right? I'm not a kingmaker, and I'm not massively popular because I offer something unique. The reason why I'm popular is because I have convictions. And for years and years, I have defended these convictions. And it turns out a lot of people, after a string of defeats, have started to recognize the same exact things that I've been talking about for a decade and a decade plus. That's it. So taking me out of the equation wouldn't even fucking help change that resentment, right? That's it. That's why I say I am simply just a megaphone. I offer a voice to the voiceless. I offer a voice to people that are often unheard. That's my job.
they can't admit that's true because then what are they for? Money.
In Michigan, where we literally, it was so central to 2024 how that election was lost with and it wasn't just Muslim and Arab people that were just.
See, that's the reason that Democrats think they could do this, because traditionally they relied on mainstream media gatekeeping and access trading to keep the left marginalized from the base. Unfortunately for them, everyone under the age of 50 is now on alternative media. You represent their loss of control. Chorus creators are the people that are trying to offer access and money in order to control social media. They hate that you are offering a real left alternative directly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. Like, they set up... I don't even think the chorus creators necessarily are like anti-Abdul either. But I think at the end of the day, they are a little bit more controllable as a group. Because no chorus creator is going to come out and be like, yeah, I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom. Like, you know what I mean? They're just not going to do that, right? Like, there's certain lines that they won't cross, and therefore they can still, they can still be considered like a controllable entity, right? Like, I'm not agnostic to every Democratic candidate. There are Democrats that I am opposing. I will say it openly, right? If you're a pro-Israel Democrat, I oppose you. I will work to try to unseat you. I don't think chorus creators are going to do that aggressively or even openly. Like, they'll offer a platform to people that are doing that, but they're not going to like actively put their weight behind like Oliver Larkin, for example, right? That's the type of shit that's not going to happen. And they're agnostic to, I guess, like in the McMorrow Abdul El Sayed race, like they'll talk to both of these candidates. They from their perspective, it's just like doesn't mean too much of a difference. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to us. But from the perspective of like Media Matters, for example, like it's just not that significant of a difference as long as it's a Democrat. You feel me?
Disgusted by the genocide in Gaza, but it is a very acute example with a large Arab and Muslim population in Michigan as to where this could actually be a direct liability as well.
It is. I don't know. I guess just from my own perspective, just watching the same moves, it's like watching, like if you were to take a basketball, if you take Bob Cousy and put him on the court now, all of a sudden it's like, wait a second, no, the game is completely different now. Like
Y.A. Tittle should not be out there with Lamar Jackson.
It's just so, for me, from my perspective, it is so encouraging to just see like how off-footed they are.
Yes,
like they have.
But we're not the audience, and voters, I don't think, are the audience. I think it's donors.
Well, that's right. But the point is, it used to be the audience. Like this used to resonate with voters, and now what you're watching is like this is the bare knuckle, hopefully last grasp of these people, where like they can no longer use popular opinion to influence the donors and keep that money coming. They're actually just having to sort of like bypass, and their sales pitch is getting to a narrower and narrower audience. One that at the end,
bro, you lost literally no one on any of your platforms. It's just elite signaling to other elites. They have no motion. I would go so far as say it's a backfire, right? Abdul El Sayed has been able to reach the top 5 in fundraisers past week as this like media cycle started kicking into high gear. And not only that, but a lot of people who don't know who the fuck I am, probably for the first time ever, heard my name and were like, let me look into this guy, right? Let me look into this guy. And there's a version of that, obviously. Where is it? That I was going to show you. Here's the one thing that I was going to show you. It's just unbelievable. Jewish Insider is so crazy, dude. The way that they fucking approach this issue, they just come across as like hysterical, right? I mean, it's so totally ridiculous. Like, look at this. Hasan Piker Mirage, when social media extremism meets political reality. Out of bounds. Ted Deutsch compares Hasan Piker to Nick Fuentes, says Dem should shun him. McMurrow slams El Sayed for campaigning with Hasan Piker, compares Piker to Nick Fuentes. Hasan Piker becomes flashpoint in Democratic infighting. Elisa Slotkin and Haley Stevens criticize El Sayed over rallies with Hasan Piker. Representative Brad Schneider, new Dems chair, urges Democrats to disavow Hasan Piker. Dem divide on Hasan Piker ties. Third Way calls out Abdul El Sayed's embrace of Hasan Piker. And it's like, this is just since March 24th, man. In the last 6 days. In the last 6 fucking days. Like, you're out of your dang mind for writing this. You come across like you're hysterical. You come across like you're defending the indefensible, okay? People don't look at this and go, wow, this Hasan Piker guy sure sucks ass. They go, wait a minute, why are all these pro-Israel institutions actively coming after this person? And that doesn't end up causing people to think, oh, I hate this guy, I'm going to shy away from this guy. That ends up causing people to go, wait, I fucking like this guy. This guy rocks. I didn't know about this guy at all.
Everybody watch what's going to start happening. It's already happening. If you don't know who he is, and some of you don't, this is Hasan Piker. And he is unabashedly anti-corruption. And he's on the left, except the left hates him. The Democratic establishment, the centrists, absolutely hate him because he calls out the corruption from the Democratic Party as much as he calls out the corruption from the Republican Party. And he's gaining and he's so popular with young men. He's the blue pill pipeline that the Democrats need to pull in young, vulnerable men so they don't get caught up and swallowed up by the red pill content. I mean, it's already bad enough that you had Charlie Kirk and then you got Ben Shapiro and you've got Nick Fuentes and the list goes on. And we don't have hardly anybody on the left, but we do have him and he's killing it. He's killing it. And a lot of people on the left don't like him because he speaks to his base, which are primarily young men. So whatever. If you listen to what he has to say, point by point by point, what is wrong with this country, why both parties are corrupt, how they're corrupt, and what kind of economic and social programs and platforms we need to fix this country. If you're a Democrat, you're going to agree with him on every single point, unless you are a Zionist. Then you're going to hate him.
Zionist.
Okay? But I'm giving you this
She's nailed it. She's nailing it. That's like
warning right now because he is being viciously attacked. Why? He's getting plugged in electorally. He's endorsing progressives who are running. He is doing travel circuits with people like Bernie Sanders, energizing people to get out and vote for progressives and to vote for candidates who are going to give you affordable health care and not send our tax dollars to other countries that start with an I. And you know who's attacking him? The Democratic establishment. That multi-million-dollar pool of privileged millionaires who consult with all the centrist Democratic candidates and politicians to telling them to feed us, whisper sweet nothings to us so that once we elect them, we get nothing from them. They are out and they are attacking him. So I'm just giving you the heads up. This is Hasan Piker. You're going to be seeing a lot more of him and you might be confused because of what you're hearing, but question the source, do your own research, listen to him before you fall for the propaganda designed to destroy progressives.
God damn. Let's go. I like anyone who calls out both sides. Democratic Party isn't the left. I actually like the idea of calling out both parties. No one is above criticism. If Bernie likes them, I like them. Dems after the election, we need a left-wing Joe Rogan. Hasan Piker exists. Dems, fuck that guy in particular. Yeah, there's also the obvious inconsistencies that we've seen. There's also the Islamophobia that we've seen. But there's the clear-cut inconsistency, which is, of course, even the very same people. Look, this person said, if there's one thing Democratic women love, it's being referred to as a lot of Barbs and Deborahs. Yeah, I'm saying that, like, Barbaras and Deborahs that have no idea who I am have the same exact fucking resentment. Okay? That's it. It's so crazy. But what I was going to cover is, where is it? There's like, oh, here it is. Here is Elisa Slotkin, who very clearly did not even know anything about me whatsoever, got a boss call and literally just straight up said whatever they put in front of her, okay? Because she straight up said, I don't know anything about Hasan, but it seems like he conflates Judaism with Zionism, and that's That's a pretty anti-Semitic thing to do. It's like, no, I actually do the exact opposite of that. Thank you, Elisa Slotkin. As a matter of fact, I do the exact opposite of that. That's part of the reason why a lot of people who do that, like Jonathan Greenblatt, hate me. Also, the Barbas and Debras is not even remotely misogynistic. It's like saying Tom, Dick, and Harry, okay? It's so stupid. But anyway, let's hear what Elisa Slotkin had to say about inadequacies within the Democratic Party's approach to creating a bigger tent on the premier Islamophobic show, Bill Maher.
Messaging, that's not going to be ever something that I'm going to defend. That's part of the problem and why we lost the last election, and we can have a whole autopsy about that.
If we want to discuss what went bad in the last election, we can have a whole autopsy about that. There was. The Democratic Party really are such bad fucking liars that, like, they think that if they just throw a Midwestern accent on someone and they say shit every once in a while, that that's going to make them relatable or make us all forget that there was indeed, in fact, actually an autopsy that you could have had a conversation about, but you chose to hide it. And you chose to hide it because you actually don't really want to have a conversation about what went wrong in the last election and why you lost.
For me, what is important going forward, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, is like the American people, they're telling us something. They want something different out of their government. They want some alpha energy from their leaders. And they certainly, whether you agree with them or not, are getting that from some of the Republicans. And my plea to my own party is like, can you have a little bit more alpha energy?
Yeah, but God forbid you got a fucking Twitch streamer who does have a popular base in this demographic who presents himself in a vulgar way. God fucking forbid. Yeah, I'm vulgar. I'm uncompromising. It turns out it's also popular, but now you're using that in the same exact way that these guys also yelled at Joe Rogan.
Punch and believe in what we believe in and show people that we give a shit and be simple about addressing the needs that they care about the most. And that has been a struggle, and I'm here to be a part of that change.
They're looking for alpha energy, huh? Well, what's this? What's this? Why are you guys trying to run him out of town? Alyssa Slotkin says she wants to be a part of that change. And so naturally, she put out a statement with other hack Democratic corporatist pro-Israel shills to condemn Abdul al-Sayed, who's running in Michigan for the Senate, for doing a rally with Hasan Piker.
Also, Abdul al-Sayed is that guy as well. I mean, the dude can bench press 3 plates, man. Come on, dude. What Republican is capable of doing that? And you're out here fucking criticizing him because all of this like back and forth is not actually about like trying to figure out who is perfect for the aesthetic and what kind of policies are capable. RFK Jr. Bitch, RFK Jr. can't do 3 plates. He would perish. What are you talking about? RFK has entered the chat. No, it's just all, they don't actually want to identify why they've lost a lot of their base. Okay. They just want a Joe Rogan that they can control. They want not even the Podjons. I would say in the past, I would say like, oh, they want like a Podjon that can bench press, but that's not even what they want because the Podjons are also a little bit more progressive than they like. They want a totally manufactured content creator that is endlessly controllable. Always have to go back to this. You were the only one competing versus the right. Yeah. Like there's a reason. There's a reason why I was the only person on this list, and these guys are botted anyway, but I was the only person on this list who's not a fucking right-wing shithead, dude. Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, totally fake. It's Rumble, but it doesn't matter, right? Regardless, I'm at 3rd slot by myself. And what were the centrist pro-Israel Democrats doing leading up to the election night? This is when I got blacklisted too. And in spite of getting blacklisted by Twitch because of all that pressure on election night, I still had 314,000 live concurrent viewers. Okay? Patrick Bet-David, Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, Asmongold, Charlie Kirk again. I don't know why he's Charlie Kirk twice. Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool. Do you understand? I was rumbling YouTube. Double kirked up. Like, these guys should be thanking their lucky stars that I'm an endlessly stubborn motherfucker who's just not gonna, you know, who's just gonna keep fighting for the things that I believe in an uncompromising manner, right? Like, I eat it from all of these other fucking dipshits on this lineup, right? All of these other reactionary right-wing dickheads on this fucking lineup on a daily fucking basis. And then I just have to sit there and eat it from the Democrats too. Holy shit. I just have to sit there and get a barrage of hate from centrist right-wing Democrats. Yeah, I mean, who wants an end to the foreign wars of universal hooker? Nobody. If there's anybody that deserves to be crushed, it's the Hasan Piker left, Kathy Young says. American flag, Ukraine flag, Israel flag in the bio. These guys don't have a real constituency, okay? But yeah, a lot of people have reached out. A lot of people have reached out to be like, dude, do you feel all right? Like, people are really on your ass. Do you feel okay? Do you feel okay? I'm like, yeah, of course I feel okay. You want to know why? Because I've been eating this shit from both liberals and right-wing reactionary dickheads since October 8th, 2023. But back then, the overwhelming majority of Americans were either completely oblivious to the conditions on the ground for Palestinians, or they were super pro-Israel. And that environment has shifted now. So I don't feel lonely at all. These guys can keep chirping and calling the manager over and over again. But at the end of the day, the majority, the base of support is with us. We represent the moral center. That's it. That's it. So it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. Hasan Piker, who is the alpha energy she keeps saying that they want, who is incredibly popular with young men, a demographic that they say they want to appeal to. They're trying to cancel him. Right now, she's putting out statements with other establishment Democrat hacks condemning a Democratic Senate candidate for campaigning with Hasan Piker. I love how she has the nerve to condemn Abdul al-Sayed for campaigning with Hasan Piker because God forbid someone running in the Democratic Party actually tried to appeal to men. Here's another example, regardless of how you feel about Graham Plattner, okay? This guy's masculine as fuck, okay? The testosterone is coming through the screen. But who is it that Slopkin in the Democratic Party are pushing in this race? The 80-something-year-old, of course. But imagine having the fucking nerve to condemn Hasan Piker as you sat on Boomer Mar's panel, who is an unapologetic, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab bigot. Sit the fuck down.
Yeah. The double standard is also, like, even people who aren't as in tune with, like, Islamophobia or don't understand it, like, the average American is not, like, super sympathetic to people talking about Islamophobia, right? Another one of your Senator Ops being hypocritical yesterday, we cannot cancel everyone. Oh yeah, no, that's another classic inconsistency. It's like, we cannot cancel everybody except for people who actually call out Israel. We should cancel those people, even though it's like the most popular position in the country right now that literally unites young Republicans and also everyone under the age of 50 pretty much. Mehdi Hasan. So a couple things. Hasan the Hun has gone out of his way to separate Judaism and Jews from Zionism in Israel. There are multiple clips going back years for him saying so. If it's his critics like the ADL who keep conflating the two. Senator Slotkin went on Bill Maher on Friday. Why? Did she confront him on his long history of much more brazen and proud anti-Muslim, anti-Arab bigotry? If not, why not? Yeah. Jake Hanrahan, a Vice News journalist, posted a story about your Cuba trip. Can't link as I'm not subbed. I don't care about Jake Hanrahan. I've told you this before. Yeah, Jasper Nathaniel has a good, funny take on this as well. If there was any other story that mattered to the Jewish community right now, I'd say it was weird the Jewish Insider has just entered week 4 of Hasan Piker headlines, but there's not. So it's totally fine and normal. Thank you for your heroic work, Josh Krauscher. Like, is there legitimately that much? Like, what are we talking about here? How is this the discourse still? Like, who are you appealing to? I know who they're appealing to. They're not appealing to like the actual readership of Jewish Insider. They're appealing to the fucking donors. There's big donors that have made up their minds that like, I am a threat. Okay? That's it. And they're obviously putting a lot of money behind this kind of initiative. Yeah, donors and self-interested consultants. Cory Booker said that he would not go on my stream. First of all, he wasn't invited. Okay? But Cory Booker has no issues aligning with Yoav Gallant, taking photos with Yoav Gallant, war criminal Yoav Gallant, former Israeli defense minister that is now an indicted war criminal by the International Criminal Court, Yoav Gallant. He has no problems taking photos. Well, he tries to hide in the photos that he takes with Bibi, Benjamin Netanyahu. But like, these are the people that he's linking up with who are horrible monsters and also deeply, deeply unpopular. But that guy is going to sit there and be like, well, you know, it's a bridge too far.
For everyone, you write, quote, "We cannot cancel everyone who fails a purity test. We cannot exile those who don't align with our every belief, however passionately we hold it. Coalitions that are only composed of the already converted cannot change the country. If everyone in your coalition agrees with you on everything, your coalition is too small to make big change." And
yeah, he's talking about right-wingers. That's it. Do you understand? Do you fucking understand? This motherfucker wrote a book where he said, oh, our tent is too small, but we must make it smaller. We cannot have the left flank in there, in that tent. We got to go rightward. That's what they're saying. They're saying it openly. This is the exact same thing that Kamala Harris did with Liz Cheney. They have decided that they are going to keep doing the same thing that led to failure after failure. Okay? It blows my mind that they're like, no, we'll just court the centrist voters. They're looking for a reasonable version of the Republican shit that you see, and we will be that reasonable version of Republican fascism. Democrats, prominent Democrats like this, openly give the game away. They say the quiet part out loud when they say this. We cannot align with people who are anti-Israel, people who are socialists. We cannot align with them, even if they voted consistently for the Democratic Party, even if they have candidates that they advance, candidates who are unimaginably popular within the Democratic Party's base. We cannot have those people. What we must do is go further and further right and normalize right-wing fascism and keep losing to the Republicans, because at the end of the day, people are going to look at the situation and go, okay, if you're agreeing and admitting that the Republicans were right, why the fuck would I vote for you? Why would I give my vote to you? Well, it seems like those guys were on the right side all along. You're admitting it too. I don't want Republicans to win. I want Republicans to lose. Okay? I want to go further beyond what the Democrats have done. I want the Democrats to not only eke out a marginal victory, but I want the Democrats to be more responsive to the needs of the American working class. Okay, to chart a better trajectory for the United States of America. But even then, these guys' attitude, the attitude they demonstrate, is a failure. And I don't even need to repeat myself over and over again on this issue, because everyone understands that it's a fucking failure. That's why I brought up the Barbaras and the Deborahs, right? Like, people that are not in my fan base, people that are not even in the demographics of my community, are also recognizing that same resentment. The ones that go to the No Kings rallies, they also are frustrated with business as usual politics from the Democrats. Go ahead. Keep chirping like this. Keep saying we are going to build a coalition with moderates, with centrists. Anyway, Sammy Gold had a take on this as well. Jeremiah Johnson, another one of my major ops, one of these like neoliberals, also alongside Matty Iglesias, coming to terms with the reality that Israel is cancerous for elections. Okay, Israel's poison for elections. Okay, defending Israel is poisonous. You're gonna lose, right? Have there been any broadly pro-Israel groups that have taken an honest look at why Israel's popularity is cratered? Anyone doing self-reflection instead of just blaming it on anti-Semitism? Because anti-Semitism is real and rising, but it doesn't explain most of what's happening. That's it. It took them 3 fucking years to get here, okay? It took them 3 years to get here, but even the annoying centrists who despise me have to bend the knee, okay? They have to bend the knee because this is the reality. Online celebrity leftists misunderstand the motives of normie Democrats who are ideologically diverse and embrace the reality. This person literally is a pro-Israel op, by the way. I don't know why they even tried to present themselves as anything but like an agent for the Israeli state. I have no issue saying that. Literally, every fucking day, every day of the week, she'll try to either attack critics of Israel or slam into the narrative that like, oh, you're casting aside Jews and black voters by alienating your base by presenting an anti-Israel stance, as though like there's anyone in the base of support that demands more pro-Israel sentiment from the Democrats. It's the exact opposite. Okay? Online celebrity leftists misunderstand the motives of normie Democrats. We're ideological, diverse, and embrace the reality of a big tent. We're not anti-progressive or pro-moderate. We just want to beat Republicans. We think the aforementioned leftist sabotage this goal. If you want to argue with us, you have to address the actual points we're making, not just scream about ideological suppression. We believe you are saboteurs. Yeah, no one actually believes this anymore. This is like the old method. The Bernie Sanders actually tanked Hillary Clinton's presidency method. That shit worked in 2016. It convinced a lot of Democratic voters, okay? It created a lot of resentment against Bernie. Guess what? It's 2026. It's been a decade, okay? And failure after failure has led those exact same people that used to say that to realize that Bernie was right, okay? That's it. These are the very same people that were genuinely convinced they really wanted to beat the Republicans, and failure after failure to the same exact Republican. The 2016 failure was not enough, but the 2024 failure absolutely showed everyone in the base that this was not working, that there is an alternative out there and they need to lean into it. That's why Bernie-crats are popping up left and right around the country with a very unique demographic. Not only the youth, not only the Hispanic voters, the ones that were like cast aside by the Democrats for years. Bernie has always locked down those constituencies, young men specifically, right? But now, especially in the primaries, they are winning the older, college-educated, white liberals that live in the suburbs who just don't want Republicans to win, who first and foremost care about this is good for the election. This candidate will win over the Republicans' arguments, right? The electability arguments. The electability arguments were concocted by mainstream instruments for the longest time. Mainstream institutions for the longest time said the most electable Democrat is a moderate Democrat. The most electable Democrat is a Democrat that is close to the Republican side, but more reasonable, that props up these institutions. People don't believe that anymore. They've seen those failures, okay? They've seen those failures personally, and they arrived at those conclusions themselves. They didn't arrive at those conclusions because they watched my stream, okay? Can I just point out how the biggest win we've had on the populist left is Zoran? How's that working out? His popularity is climbing. Exactly. Exactly. And it is also, it should not be lost upon any of us that the most coordinated online political action we've seen from the Democrats since Donald Trump's reelection has been to go after me and my left-leaning and my left-leaning counterparts in the media, right? Not go after a single policy of Trump in the same way. Like, I've never seen the Democrats so organized, like the centrist establishment Democrats so organized. It's unbelievable. For the record, for those who still say, well, Bernie lost, right? For those who still say, well, Bernie lost, right? You have to remember, Bernie, at least in 2016, had a much easier time winning the general than he did in the primaries, because the primary system farms out those very same high propensity voters that are super tuned into what MSNBC narratives look like, and they care about electability arguments first and foremost. Okay? So in 2016, they believed those electability arguments, and that's why it was so difficult for Bernie to make it out of the primary. All of those people that are lifelong Democratic Party voters would have still voted for Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton. They were not going to say, oh, he's too scary, he's a socialist. They would have still voted for him. And all the low propensity voters would have been more convinced by a guy who was actually a populist as opposed to Donald Trump, who was a billionaire, right? Think about it. 2016, billionaire versus anti-billionaire. Who wins that race? Bernie absolutely would have destroyed. And there were plenty of polls that showed that Bernie would have defeated Trump handily at the time as well. But those electability arguments could not reach enough people because left media and independent media was not where it is right now. Obviously, there were structural changes that took place since 2016 as well. It wasn't just that independent leftist media grew in popularity as mainstream media lost its grip, lost its capacity to influence people, right? But leftist media grew, but also people's reliance on independent outlets grew as well, like tremendously. That's why this kind of mainstream narratives that are, these kinds of mainstream narratives that are concocted don't have the same, they just simply don't have the same impact. Okay? It's funny that the media treats Hasan Piker like he's basically in the Weather Underground when he's just actually a moderate socialist. Hasan would be in the SMC. Okay. Emerge, in my opinion. Seems more like a Groundworks type. He's too willing to criticize AOC and Zoran to be SMC. I think he's more unaligned centrist type. Honestly, pretty similar politics to myself, probably. They're talking about which caucus I'd fit in inside of the DSA structure. They hate seeing stuff like this.
I want to give a big shout out to Mayor Mardani. This is my first time in years seeing them fix this shit on Dyckman. They bimples that fix these goddamn fucking roads. Thank you, Mayor. I want to give a big shout out to
So yeah, the funniest part about the Dem establishment is Hasan Piker panic spiral is Hasan saying, I never asked any of these people to come on. Yeah, that's true. The irony is thick. Liberals are drooling over very handsome, terror-cheering leftist Hasan Piker after fawning New York Times profile. Anyway, Matt does had something to say about Matt Iglesias, who is the other centrist who has like finally had to come to terms with the fact that Israel is a poison pill for many Democrats who still choose to defend it. Matt Duss's son isn't driving a wedge in the party. The failed, repeatedly discredited, yet unfortunately still entrenched corporate wing of the party is. They fear the left's growing power and see Hasan as a way to make us argue amongst ourselves. We shouldn't fall for it. Matt Iglesias responds to that and says, as someone who absolutely fears the left's growing power, which, by the way, why do you fear that, Maddie? I thought you just wanted to unseat Republicans, right? I think the smart play is for moderate Dems to go on Piker's show and agree with him that Israel is bad and then stick to their guns on other moderate stuff. Matt Duss says, I don't think this will do it, but what's interesting about this advice is I recall that a few short years ago, the populars were confidently telling us that pro-Israel forces in the party were just too powerful and progressives would be smarter to focus on other issues. Yep. And they've lost. They've lost that argument in such an undeniable fashion that even Matt Iglesias is just like coming to terms with it. And it's just like, please just don't. Please drop this Israel shit. You know? There was also this David Frum piece that was the primary focus of the Jewish Insider article that was written about me, which I think is very funny. And that article was obviously retweeted by Jake Tapper, which is even funnier. Jake Tapper retweeted the Jewish Insider, citing David Frum asking Claude a question. This is the state of U.S. news media. Leaving aside the fact that these people have no idea how concurrent viewers work, why has Jewish Insider written like 8 articles about Piker in the last week if he's so irrelevant, lol? In part because Democrats have been desperate to find anti-establishment voices that claim to speak for young men. Piker is seen as a popular, edgy podcaster by liberal leaders in both media and politics. Never mind the fact that Piker gets only about 36,000 viewers on a typical stream, about 1/25 of the typical nighttime audience of MS Now, as The Atlantic's David Frum pointed out. It's so funny. He asked Claude, and Claude gave him a wrong answer. And it's hilarious. And it also betrays the hyper focus that they've put on me regardless. Right? Sam Hasselby, a couple years ago, the average age of MSNBC viewer was almost 73. It hasn't gotten younger. Daily viewers aged 25 to 54 is 131,000 in prime time and 79,000 during the day last month. Okay, that's a 25 to 54 demo, by the way. Ironically enough, what they don't realize is 34,000 concurrent viewers. There's no, here's what I'll put you on game. I used to work in the ad space, right? As you guys know, I was a advertisement inventory salesperson for the Young Turks. And one of the main things that we tried to figure out, because the Young Turks had a live broadcast, was how to translate that live concurrent viewership number to Nielsen television metrics for all these fucking boomer ad buyers, right? And this has always been a major point of contention in the advertisement space. But what I have found is that Nielsen conversions to CCV on Twitch is not an exact science, unfortunately, but my entire audience is under 35 years old. Usually a 30K live CCV translates to around 300,000 unique viewers on TV ratings. My audience in the under 35 demo is larger than multiple networks combined. Okay? So the way that Nielsen television ratings work is like a unique viewership that is, they put it inside of random Nielsen households, right? And they track it as like 10 seconds of attention over the course of like unique viewership for 10 seconds over the course of an hour, right? That's largely how they try to identify the data. And obviously it's not like every single household, right? There are some houses that have a Nielsen ratings chip in their TV, right? And they extrapolate off of that. So with that same structure, 30K live concurrent viewership translates to about 300,000 to goes as far as like, it's like 10x to 20x basically, right? I used the most conservative estimate to say it's 300,000. but like a unique viewership over my entire stream is around, if I'm like 30 to 40K, as I have been for the past couple of weeks, is like around 695,000. Okay. Again, not an exact science at all. And this is without even including YouTube, the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex, TikTok, Instagram, numerous other social media platforms that also churn out a shit ton of my viewership, right? So that's it. They just can't. They don't understand it. And they just think it's like, oh, he's irrelevant. So why are you fucking focusing on me if I'm so irrelevant? Most people don't understand that, yeah, a big chunk of my viewership comes from clips and compilations of streams, things like that. They don't get that. And that's besides the live concurrent viewership on this broadcast. But it's okay. I'm not here to defend my metrics at all. I don't really give a shit about defending my metrics at all. If I am an irrelevant entity, then just don't pay attention to me, right? I would love that. I would love if Jake Tapper wasn't retweeting shit like this, right? I would love that Dave Frum doesn't know who I am. A world where he doesn't think about me at all. I would love to not get, 8 fucking Jewish Insider articles in a week. It's that simple. But it's very obvious that people in the media that are at least like young enough and have gone outside, and Donnie is one of the best examples of this because he'll constantly reiterate this over and over again. He's like, people that I talk to under the age of like 50 have no idea who the fuck any of the CNN anchors are, but every single person has seen my commentary from your stream. He's pretty open about it. He'll literally say over and over again that most people recognize him in broad daylight out and about when he's like, traveling all around the country through my stream whenever I watch his videos. Not from the actual CNN pipeline at all. Are we going to talk about any other subjects today, or is it just going to be another day of coverage about you? Yeah, it's just coverage about me, chatter. Anyway, we're moving on from this stuff. It's ridiculous, but you do understand this is like literally the news now, right? I mean, this is, as I tried to reiterate over and over again, this is not about me at all. This is more so about what these guys have decided is the most valuable angle of attack against the left flank. Anyway. It's fucking mainstream news at this point. But yeah, Cowan told the New York Times that Third Way will probably spend about $30 million to $50 million towards this campaign of eradicating the left and purge the left from the ranks of the Democratic Party. In a memo last year, Third Way advised Democrats to build a moderate Democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communication networks. Okay. Hold on. I have to. Hold on. 1 second. I have to do this. All right. Third way is targeting Piker as a part of a broader effort to keep the Democratic Party under control of big corporations, the ultra wealthy, and supporters of Israel, no matter what the party's base wants. Is he a generally popular, known person in the States, like by the average person? I'm not America, and I never once heard of this guy mentioned in real life. I saw it Reddit. I'm curious. Edit went to sleep and didn't expect so many responses. He's one of the most vocal anti-Zionist voices when it comes to political streamers, and the Israeli lobby trying to keep him out of the party. That's literally all this is. They're desperate. Hasan isn't perfect, but just like with Ilhan Omar, seeing all the smear campaigns against him have been so insane. He's been on the right side of history for a lot of issues, even when it's unpopular, like with Israel's genocide back on October 7th. And he's been a staunch supporter of marginalized rights and leftist policies. Plus, it's been nice seeing him start using his audience to help out politicians like Zoran, Rashida Tlaib, Abdul El-Sayed. Yeah. Genuinely confused. The Dems really think the left is ops? Yes, they have tremendous disdain for their base. Understand this. They hate people that demand things from them because the Democratic Party, first and foremost, is still a corporate aligned party. They are still a capitalist party. So everything that the base wants from them is anti-capitalist in nature, even if it's not like to become a card-carrying Marxist-Leninist party or whatever. Like, I'll give you one example. Healthcare. There is broad bipartisan consensus on keeping healthcare private in this country within the political class, right? Democrats, overwhelming majorities of Democrats want to keep healthcare private. The entirety of the Republican Party also wants to keep healthcare private. Okay? They do. Whereas the overwhelming majorities of the base of support in both the Republican, but certainly the Democratic Party, want a socialized medical system, right? So Democrats want to identify other areas of difference between the Republicans and Democrats to keep getting a lot of support from their base. But anyone that changes the conversation or the dynamic of the conversation back to, demanding free healthcare, Medicare for all, for example, is seen as someone who is going to ruin the situation for them because they're no longer going to get the unlimited money that they get from private healthcare providers in terms of corporate sponsorships, corporate lobbying money. Okay? Previous chatter couldn't see how they're using you as a sub-in to support for anti-Zionism. Yeah, polls show that the next generation of Democrats is much more open to socialist and anti-Zionist politics. Pressuring candidates not to appear on Piker's show won't reverse that. So I asked New York City's preeminent journalist of the Democratic Socialist Movement and a reporter who first broke the news that Mamdani was considering a run for mayor, Peter Stern, of City and State New York, about Piker and the Democratic Party. Stern explained, polls show that the next generation of Democrats is much more open to socialist and anti-Zionist politics. Pressuring candidates not to appear on Piker's show won't reverse that trend, and I think politicians who recognize the contours of this new Democratic coalition are the ones who will have success in the future. That's right. That's it. That's where we're at. Asmongold is destroying you. Thanks, chatter. No one cares. They are just running a practice run that they will deploy against AOC or whoever is the anti-Zionist candidate in 2028. It will be her. I think so too. CARE also is upping the pressure on Senator Slotkin. Today, we sent a letter to Senator Slotkin calling her to apologize for hypocritically embracing Bill Maher just days after she condemned the Muslim politician for associating with Hassan the Hun. Mr. Maher has a long history of unrepented anti-Arab racism and anti-Muslim bigotry, not to mention the fact that this man literally said the N-word on live television and openly supports the genocide. Here are just a few of his other greatest hits, with some Democratic politicians apparently consider acceptable discourse. Talk to women who have ever dated an Arab man. The results are not good. President Obama keeps insisting that ISIS is not Islamic. Well, maybe they don't practice the Muslim faith in the same way that he does. The most popular name in the United Kingdom, Great Britain, this was in the news last week, was Muhammad. Am I a racist to feel that I'm alarmed by that? Because I am. if vast numbers of Muslims across the world believe, and they do, that humans deserve to die for merely holding a different idea or drawing a cartoon or writing a book or eloping with the wrong person, not only does the Muslim world have something in common with ISIS, it has too much in common with ISIS. And I think that what us 9/11 liberals say is, yes, is about this. Yes, it is about this one religion because it is different. Associating all of Islam with 9/11 and ISIS. That's what Bill Maher does with regular frequency. None of these guys have an issue with that because Bill Maher is a relentless ultra-Zionist, so they don't care. Islamophobia doesn't have the same institutional stigma that anti-Semitism does. That's what the problem is here, right? These are both bigotries. I combat both, ironically enough. Bill Maher does not. Bill Maher, unironically, foments Islamophobia. Bill Maher also originally was a big time 9/11 guy right after 9/11. But that's besides the point. And we'll get back to the Abdul al-Sayed take, but of course, is anyone surprised that a Democrat Senate candidate named Abdurrahman Mohammed al-Sayed sides with the Ayatollah over America? What the hell is a big-time 9/11 guy? Bill Maher famously, right after, in the same week that 9/11 happened, went on national television and said, those hijackers were brave. You know what's not brave? Lobbing Tomahawk missiles from thousands of miles away. That's not brave. Like it or hate it, what those hijackers did was brave. That's not what he said. The article is clickbait. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about this article, the Alina Johnson approach. Yeah. The Free Beacon article is bullshit. We're going to cover it. I thought you were talking about Bill Maher. Bill Maher did verbatim say those words. I remember very clearly. He said cruise missiles, not Tomahawk missiles. Sorry, cruise missiles. And he got fired for it. Anyway. We're going to get the situation monitoring now. But this has been a spectacular mistake for the Democrats in general that are leaning into this, because we're in a very, very different media environment now. We're in a very different media environment. One where people are much more privy to much more in tune with what's going on. One where they are very skeptical of mainstream narratives in general. So coming after someone like myself in this way is only going to boost my profile while simultaneously doing nothing for the candidates. As a matter of fact, create unnecessary enmity for the fucking candidates that are leaning on the other side of a 90-10 issue. Since this illegal and unjustifiable war started, we watched 13 brave service members lose their lives. We watched our tax dollars wasted to raise our gas prices. We're paying over $1 a gallon more, making life even more unlivable. Americans are paying with their lives and livelihoods for a war MAGA swore they'd never take us into. The fact that a right-wing news outlet may have illegally and unethically obtained a deliberation about how to talk about this by way of a disgruntled former employee is only a distraction. They're distracting from the fact that Donald Trump, Mike Rogers, the entire MAGA base doesn't want to talk about the pain they're forcing us all into. This is, of course, coming off the heels of this Washington Free Beacon post. Abdul al-Sayed saying he needed to stay silent on Khamenei killing because of Michigan's Muslims. Okay, this is a 35-minute recording where one of his employees, I guess former staffers, literally recorded the entire conversation and then gave it to the Washington Free Beacon as an attack ad. Okay, and of course, all of these people all of these people that are desperate to like terror jacket a Muslim Senate candidate, okay, are leaning into it. They're saying, oh, he loves the Ayatollah. Eliana Johnson, for our editor-in-chief of Free Beacon, reports, exclusive audio, Michigan's left-wing Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed told staffers he wanted to avoid making a public statement about the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei because there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad. Okay, if reporters pressed him to take a position, El-Sayed said he would change the subject to Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just going to go straight to pedophilia, frankly. I'll just be like, pedophile president decides what he doesn't like the front page news, so he decides to take us into another war. Yeah. There's nothing even, austerity is theft says, there's nothing even controversial in what he said. This is the pro-Israel right trying to spin smart, sober, private campaign analysis about a breaking news event about a historically unpopular Trump-Israel war crime in the most racist way imaginable as Muslims in cahoots. People, hold on. Hold on 1 second, Jesus Christ. Hold on. One second. Okay, let's continue. People should actually watch the non-headline leak tape for themselves, and it becomes really clear what the headline is about. McMorrow Stevens, the DSCC, and the Israel lobby waging one of the most racist smear campaigns we've seen in Michigan since Barack Hussein Obama ran in 2008. And they're doing it because Abdul is the only candidate running to represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate and not Israel. Okay? So let's take a look at what the Washington Free Beacon came out with. Okay? What is this? Abdul spotted with country's most popular streamer who represents views of the electorate. We spent months saying we need to win back. Here's why this Dem congressman is mad. It wasn't a transphobic right-wing podcaster instead. Yeah. Hasan isn't even close to the most popular streamer in America. Speed and Kai are leagues more popular than him. Brother, we're talking about political commentators, man. This is very obvious. Jesus Christ. These guys are so stupid. Anyway. Where was I? Let's look at the Free Beacon article real quick, and then we'll look at the rest of it. We'll look at the actual original. We'll look at the original piece, but this is the 17 seconds that they clipped for the article.
This is going to destabilize the region. I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
Yeah. Like, it's very obvious that he's not even talking about just Khamenei. Okay? He's saying that there are a lot of people in Dearborn that are sad, as in not just because of Khamenei, but because America fucking blew up a school. Okay? Lighting the entire region on fire. That's it. And he's right. You look at the fucking polls on the first day, and it was overwhelmingly unpopular. Overwhelmingly unpopular. El-Sayed did not say that they're sad about Khamenei, but about the U.S. starting a war. That's the smear right there. Exactly. This smear isn't a scandal. I was sad that the U.S. attacked Iran. It's mass murder. That's a sad thing. This candidate isn't a psychopath who cheers death. Gotcha. It's crazy. The scandal is they're trying to terror jacket. They're trying to say that these scary Muslims amongst us are actually they're actually not afraid of what like another fucking endless war in the Middle East is going to spell for their futures in America, especially in Dearborn, right? But they're just all like super pro Ali Khamenei, super pro Iran. They're just scared that America is going to militarily dominate Iran. It's the most cynical way to behave like this, behave in this incredibly Islamophobic, incredibly racist way. Same centrist Dems were cheering on this war at the start. No, even the centrist Dems have been like at least trying to create acceptable criticism while they were quietly cheering it on. Even the centrist Dems were like, oh, this is Israel's war. What are you talking about? Even the centrist Dems, one, openly recognized that this was Israel's war, and two, said Donald Trump is not following the process. Donald Trump is not following the process. That was their way of trying to be like, we kind of like this, but also we also recognize that, you know, we can't be fully in support of it. If reporters pressed him to take a position, he said he would change the subject of Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just going to go straight to pedophilia, frankly, El Sayed said. I'll just be like, pedophile president decides what he doesn't like on the front page news, so he decides to take us into another war. Great retort, by the way. Did you say terror jacket? Terror jacket, like a jacket that you wear. Like claiming someone is, smearing someone by falsely claiming that they're a terrorist. Something that I receive all the fucking time. His remarks came during a conference call with communications team on March 1st, during which the candidate and his communications team discussed his messaging on Operation Epic Fury. Look, this was his take.
Right. And the line to me is, whatever you think of the Ayatollah, whatever you think of the Iranian regime, none of that justifies American military unilaterally partnering with a foreign government to assassinate him without an imminent threat.
Illegal.
You think that's a bad line? That's a bar. That is literally the majority position. That is the overwhelming majority position. It's not only the moral position, it's not only the correct position, but it happens to be the most popular position. How many times are we going to have to fucking deal with this shit where they clip chimp a Muslim Senate candidate who is correct, who is literally reflective of the moral center of American politics right now? We listened to a lot of the call with Sean, and all it did was prove that this guy's principled. Of course.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the question is, well, I don't want to say legally, because then you look mealy-mouthed about like, oh, you should have got a war powers resolution. Fuck that. Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like,
See, even here, he's saying, like, I don't even want to talk about the process, right? I don't even want to bring up the fact that this is, like, not according to process. He's just straight up saying this is immoral, this is unjustifiable, this is ridiculous. That is the moral center. Okay? That's straight up him addressing exactly how many Americans feel. This is responsive politics. Okay? This is responsive politics. It's disgusting, but like I said, it's coming so clearly from a right-wing op that is pro-Trump and pro-Israel that this will harden Abdullah al-Sayed's support. Okay? And you're going to see a lot more shit like this. Is anyone surprised that a Democrat Senate candidate named Abdurrahman Mohammed al-Sayed sides with the Ayatollah over America? These guys are unironically engaging in rank Islamophobia without recognizing that what Abdullah al-Sayed is saying, Muslim style, is what many Americans feel. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's precisely what's going on here. That this Israel-backed is deeply unpopular with Americans, no matter how hard is criticizing this Islamic style. The problem is no one will play the audio. They'll just read the headline. No, it doesn't matter because it's coming from a right-wing op. It's objectively a pro-Trump. Washington Free Beacon is pro-Trump. So yes, while most people don't see beyond the headlines, what they do see is, oh, this is Fox News. This is right-wing. This is bullshit. Okay? This is a Democratic primary that we're talking about. It's a Democratic primary in the state of Michigan where a lot of the Democratic Party voters expressed their resentment towards the administration behaving in an Islamophobic manner. Okay? You have to remember that. Michigan was lost specifically because of Kamala Harris's appeals to the center. That was a big part of the reason why Michigan was lost. So for them to like rerun that so close to 2024 when that wound has not healed yet, it's a spectacular failure. Most people are absolutely tuned into this shit. Most Michiganders that don't want Republicans to win are going to see this stuff, are going to see these attacks, and they're going to be reminded of why they lost Michigan. Most Democrats in Michigan, okay? They're not going to want to repeat that mistake again. Michiganders are not running around going, oh, we just didn't pivot to the center hard enough. We didn't go pro-Israel hard enough. They're aware of what the fuck's up. They're aware of why they lost. They don't want to repeat it again, okay? They don't want another Kamala Harris mistake. Anyway. I kind of disagree. I think the majority of America's position is we shouldn't be in this war because it doesn't help America directly, not because it was wrong for us to kill him or really anything to do with him. No, this has nothing to do with Khamenei. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're purposely getting duped by the right-wing framing if you think that this is about Khamenei. Okay? Do you understand? His position here is not about, oh, I'm so sad that Khamenei was assassinated. And my argument is not even about what Abdul el-Sayed's position is anyway. My argument is about the fact that Michiganders recognize that this is a fucked up war that we're waging at the behest of Israel so close after the 2024 defeat. Michigan Democrats are anti-Israel. Speed is a bigger political commentator than you. Unlike you, he actually visited Africa and talked about neocolonialism. True. All right. Let's get to situation monitoring now that we have addressed this heinous smear. It's incredibly stupid. It's unbelievably stupid. And we're now getting back to situation monitoring. Day 30 of the Epstein's Fury operation. Last night's events, as the situation monitors obviously on Sunday night pay close attention to what Trump is saying in order to manipulate the markets was exceptional. It was hilarious. Donald Trump did the exact same thing that he has done, where on the one hand, he was like, Hormuz is open, a lie. Took ownership over Pakistan's fleet pushing through and their tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, right? He said, they're doing this for us. Traders are gloating that Iran's current speaker called Trump's market pumping to a T. It fucking worked. Yeah. Galibaf said, heads up, pre-market so-called news or truth is often just a setup for profit taking. Basically, it's a reverse indicator. Do the opposite. If they pump it, short it. If they dump it, go long. See something tomorrow, you know the drill. Right after the Quantola Okay? Right after the Quanatola came out with this take, even though he's not an Ayatollah, okay? That's precisely what took place. Okay? Traders are now gloating that Iran's current speaker called Trump's market pumping to a T. Fucking amazing. Yeah, markets, if they pump it, short it. Iranian parliament speaker calls the move as markets drop after open. Iran's parliamentary speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf wrote hours before the open that pre-market news or truth, a reference to Trump's Truth Social post, is often just a setup for profit-taking, basically a reverse indicator, adding, they pump it, short it. Markets initially rose after Trump's early post, threatening Iran's energy sector, but the S&P 500 slid more than 70 points from its opening highs by midday, aligning with Ghalibaf's call. Trump later told the New York Post the U.S. will soon know whether Ghalibaf is someone Washington can work with. We're going to find out. I'll let you know about that in a week. It's so funny. Yeah, Trump's jawbone is broken, says Rory Johnston. Trump literally claimed 20 large oil tankers to transit Strait of Hormuz under U.S. escorts starting tomorrow morning. Yeah, the 20 tankers were Pakistani tankers, not American flag tankers. Okay? Iran keeps cutting deals with other countries, non-aligned countries, countries that are, they're doing bilateral commitments with countries in the region. And Donald Trump keeps fucking leading into it like Iran is doing it for him and him personally. It is hilarious. They're not, but it's obvious why Trump would say this. Iran already approved this deal with Pakistan yesterday as a part of their move towards working with non-hostile countries in Hormuz. They're still going to have to take the Iraq route like everyone else. There won't be any American ships there. Trump literally claimed that it was American naval assets that would be passing these ships, that would be accompanying the ships. It's bullshit. They are not U.S. escorts at all. They are Iranian escorts. Then Trump threatened to blow up all of Iran's power plants, oil wells, Karg Island, and desalination plants if the Strait of Hormuz isn't opened immediately. It's fucking unbelievable. But it seems, finally, traders are saying, okay, well, we know you're lying. Update. Iran's reverse indicator trading advice continues to play out in real time. At 4:12 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, Iran Speaker of the Parliament said pre-market news is a reverse indicator. By 10 p.m. Eastern last night, S&P 500 futures had fallen nearly 1% on mounting war concerns. By 12 a.m. Eastern, 2 hours later, S&P 500 futures had reversed all losses and turned green. Then at 7:25 a.m. Eastern today, President Trump posted that great progress being made on peace talks, sending the S&P 500 plus 100 points off its low. Now, 3 p.m. Eastern, just 7 hours later, the S&P 500 has turned red and is down 100 points from its high, once again reversing price action. That's nearly a $2 trillion swing in S&P 500 market cap in less than 24 hours. Never truly a dull moment in this market. Trump shares a 1987 clip in which he discusses the need to take control over Iranian oil.
Because I'm running for the presidency. I'm here because I'm personally tired of seeing this great country of ours being ripped off.
But as far as Trump is concerned, our allies are only part of the problem. The real culprit is Iran.
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in a war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you mean we
in,
take their oil?
You go in. You're
How
gonna have
do
a
we
war,
go
Barbara.
in?
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're going to have a war, and it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations, and I mean grab it and keep it, and get back your losses, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran.
Yeah. Well, there you have it, dude. Rapist president thinks he can rape everybody, you know? Yeah, grab him by the oil, grab him by the pussy, same mentality. And he's molesting the money simultaneously, so I guess that's like another benefit for him. He loves money molestation. Oh my Lord, he loves that shit. Game theory. Yeah, don't siege Leningrad, just take it. Okay, well, what happens when you can't?
All right, so this.
Oh yeah, the stripper has single-handedly caused an OPSEC crisis and panic amongst ex-military careerists. Osen strippers hold the line. Double your army brass seduction efforts. America decides, who do you trust more when it comes to whether the troops are getting deployed? Osen strippers or manifesto publishing access journos? Strippers are basically like the Pentagon pizza indicator, the Pentagon pizza index for troop deployment. Another index that you can pay attention to is Facebook Marketplace. If you see a bunch of troops all of a sudden on Facebook Marketplace selling all of their fucking, all of their materials, okay, doing a full house sale, just know that they're being deployed, okay? And both of these things are happening. Yeah, they're already getting combat patches. They're selling their trucks. They're selling their tools. They're selling their big fucking TVs and shit all over Facebook Marketplace.
Okay, so I work at a strip club next to like several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just like, it's sad, like they're like kind of depressed, and they're like just coming in like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun, like we're getting, what is it called, deployed, like we're getting deployed next week, or like this is happening. I don't know, I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just like they're.
By the way, strippers are better than the entirety of the Osen community. I'm sorry. I mean, look, even the fact that she's like worried about spreading misinformation, I ain't never seen a fucking Osen account demonstrate that level of restraint ever in my entire damn life.
A lot of them are really kind, and to see these like young guys that look like my pinky toe, like they're like fetuses, coming in and then dancing with them and then being like bye, and then it's actually like making me emotional. Like it's fucked up.
Turns out the stripper does care about you. That's funny. Yeah, true. Anyway, here you have an Osen account. One of the Osen guys, I forget his name, but he's like a big Ukraine guy. Also complaining about military ruining OPSEC. Let's take a look.
So this is going to be more of a public service announcement video than anything else. I want you to take a look at this picture right here above me. So it says, get ready with me as a stripper in Central City, Colorado. So this video was posted on the 12th of October of 2025, which means about 5 months ago. So it's safe to assume she probably still lives in the same location in that city. She posted another video very recently that's been going viral all over the internet. I want you to listen to it.
Okay, so I work at a strip club next to like several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just like, it's sad, like they're like kind of depressed, and they're like just coming in like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun, like we're getting, what is it called, deployed, like we're getting deployed next week, or like this is happening. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just like a lot of them are really kind, and to see these like young guys that look like my pinky toe, like they're like fetuses, coming in and then dancing with them and then being like bye, and then it's actually like making me emotional.
Troops are going to go out to adult entertainment clubs. That's just the facts. You're not going to change that. Pretend like that's not going to happen, but it's going to happen. An adult entertainer is not going to get the same training that you get. She doesn't get operational security briefings. She doesn't do operational security annual training every year. She doesn't know that like she shouldn't post videos about her location, troop movements, and things like that on the internet. She doesn't know that stuff. She's not trained in that, and she shouldn't be expected to know not to do that. You got to remind your folks, like, hey, don't talk to your barber about when you're deploying. Don't talk to your adult entertainer, about deploying, or when you're leaving, or what you're doing, or like dates and times and locations and stuff like that, because a lot of the time they don't know any better, and they're gonna post a TikTok video about it. And it took me all of 5 seconds to look up where she was from, And then it's easy for me to infer what bases she's talking about. And then, you know, if you're a foreign actor and you're interested in finding out troop movements from the United States, you can just dig a little deeper and like use some open source intelligence to find out where these people are coming from, where they're leaving to, and when they're leaving and all that stuff. And that's a problem, right? At the individual level, you can stop this from happening by not communicating to your adult entertainer, you know, very nice, very kind adult entertainer lady, and or your barber or your server at a restaurant. Obviously, you can tell your parents and your family, don't tell anybody about this stuff, because you can talk to them, and you know, I would expect people are going to talk to their family. Just kind of a public service announcement. Thought it was important to mention, because people are going to do what they're going to do. You know, you got to be a realist.
In France, we just use Strava to follow our troops. Yeah. Well, Strava has been, has outed like secret American military installations in the past. So like they added that in the OPSEC because you would have like troops with their Strava armbands, like running around secret bases, like secret military installations. And it actually exposed a bunch of locations. So the American military stopped it. Apparently, the French military, on the other hand, did not get that memo, because we found out that there was a French aircraft carrier, Charles de Gaulle, making its way towards the Iranian coastline, because there's this one French soldier in the middle of the sea just looping around. Like moving and looping around on the fucking Strava armband. Tracking their workouts is pretty hilarious. The news figured out where my unit deployed to because a guy used his credit card at the Jamba Juice on base, and his wife told the news. Yeah. French sailor reveals position of aircraft carrier with his fitness app. Run track app Strava shows Charles de Gaulle as he steams across the Mediterranean. It's fucking hilarious, dude. Bro's getting his steps in. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was that Bellingcat article where U.S. soldiers leaked nuclear site duress words using a note cards app too. That was another famous case. This one I just find very funny because you can see like the little loops. God forbid a guy go for a swim. Yeah, exactly. It's funny. Someone needs to create a People's Bureau of OSINT analysts who track the pizza meter, stripper index, and the gay bar gauge to tabulate the data in real time. Yeah. Why doesn't the Army just directly hire strippers to work on base? Wouldn't be more safe for OPSEC? Are you kidding me? In this country? It's just not open source. Isn't War Thunder part of OSINT because military keeps leaking military capabilities on Discord arguments? Yes. War Thunder is like something that the American military and security clearances has to pay attention to, because so many War Thunder enjoyers have unironically leaked classified information about military capabilities in order to win arguments on like Discord servers. War Thunder Discord servers, or War Thunder forums in general. Yeah, War Thunder and World of Tanks are the two most autistic fucking fandoms. People who literally, it's like the truck driver who is a commercial truck driver who then does the truck driving simulator at night. These guys can't get enough of like playing with these fucking tools, even if they literally work on them in real time, in real life. They basically are like, that's what happens when you have like people who are genuine fans and are genuine real life autists who make it their whole lives and will get into arguments on the internet and will own people by leaking classified information. Yeah, you say one wrong thing about some vehicle and other people reply with classified schematics. Also, last night, Financial Times had an interview with everyone's favorite president, President Donald Trump, where he told the Financial Times a couple incredible quotes. One, he wants to seize Iran's oil. To be honest with you, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran. Specifically considering taking Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. Compares it to Venezuela, saying the U.S. could control oil there indefinitely. Trump claims Iran has no real defense there. I don't think they have any defense. We could take it very easily. Acknowledges it would require occupation. It would also mean we had to be there for a while. Trump claims scale of bombing. We've bombed 13,000 targets. We've got about 3,000 targets left. Claims regime change has effectively already happened. Describes a new leadership as a totally different group of people, very professional. I genuinely think we're not taking Karg Island, by the way. The more he says Karg Island by name, the more I believe that we're not taking Karg Island. Rubio's announcement today was insane.
Okay. And that's what this is about, very specific of this operation.
On Good Morning America, Secretary Rubio says, here are the clear objectives of the operation. You should write them down. Let's take a look.
Okay, and that's what this is. It's about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile launching capability. And number four, the destruction of their factories so they can't make more missiles and more drones to threaten us in the future. All of this so that they can never hide behind it to acquire a nuclear weapon. That was our objective from the beginning. That remains our objective now. We are on pace and, in fact, ahead of schedule on some of those things, and we are going to achieve those things in a number of weeks, not in a number of months.
Great. What happened? I thought we were liberating the Iranian people. Oh, well, I guess we totally dropped that one. Okay. Wait, I thought it was about nuclear capability, the Iranian people rising up and opening the Strait of Hormuz. The more this admin clarifies objectives, the less clear this insane war becomes. It turns out, you know what the real secret is? It's none of those things. Okay? It's none of those things at all. It's just we leaned into Israeli intelligence, Israeli assessments, and they played Donald Trump like a fucking fiddle, where they just straight up were like, you'll go in, we'll do regime change. It'll be just like Venezuela, in and out, 4 days, max. 4 days of bombing, max. Okay? And that's obviously not what's happened because we're 30 days in, right? We're 30 days in with no end in sight, and things are getting worse and worse. They've been able to, like, at least manipulate the markets a little bit, right? To not show exactly how devastating this has been for the energy markets. Israel's goals were always entirely different than the administration's goals. Israel's goals were always about complete destabilization, okay? Complete destabilization, complete destruction of Iran and Iranian existence in its entirety. They don't give a fuck about regime change, obviously. And here we are. And meanwhile, this has been such a devastating sequence of defeats for America and Israel that Iran has a stronger grip over the Strait of Hormuz now than ever before. They not only effectively shut down the Strait of Hormuz, but they also control all the oil tankers that go through, and they are, and they're actually forcing the non-hostile countries to pay a toll in Chinese yuan, right? Iran going in for the long haul and imposing sovereignty in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, they are also passing a bill now. If this becomes law inside of Iran, they will impose a toll system in rials, ban passage of U.S. and Israeli vessels through the strait, assert Iran's sovereignty over the strategic waterway, ban any country that imposes unilateral sanctions against Iran. Oman is slated to help shape the legal framework, Faris said. Okay? And you need to understand something. This is de-dollarization, and it's already happened. It accelerated after Russia invaded Ukraine because America's reaction to Russia invading Ukraine was to basically weaponize the SWIFT system, forcing Russia, a major oil provider, to move away from the petrodollar. Because Russia was like, okay, well, if you're going to sanction every dollar that we make off of our petroleum sales, our oil and gas sales, then we're not going to use that anymore. And ever since then, if you look at the actual data, the trade in general, like global trade, since then has actually fallen off of a fucking cliff. We did that, okay? We did that. We forced the hand of all of our foreign adversaries by, one, sanctioning every fucking country that is in the periphery, and on top of that, offering tight controls over whatever they can trade and can't trade. And the U.S. dollar share of global foreign currency reserves have fallen to its lowest level in this century. In 2000, at its highest peak, was at like around 65%, 60% or so. Now it's at fucking 40%. I have a question, though. Why is the dollar increasing in value during this war? I assume safe havens like gold would do better. See, also, Europe is getting rid of Visa and MasterCard as a result of seeing the U.S. shut off access to other states. Europe is breaking up with Visa and MasterCard, and it's a $24 trillion problem. This is huge as well, because Visa and MasterCard are, at the end of the day, American companies. And because they're American companies, one of the things that Visa and MasterCard has been able to do effectively, and this is an unbelievable thing, okay? Visa and MasterCard, just like PayPal and Venmo, if you recall, I've described this to you before. If you're a European national, if you're like a person in Switzerland and you send a Venmo to your friend in Italy, okay, and you put the word Cuba in it, your account gets shut down. That's insane, right? Neither of these countries have a negative relationship with the state of Cuba at all. And yet, because these are American companies, they can do that, right? This is perhaps best demonstrated with Yanis Varoufakis in techno-feudalism. America basically has exported all of their tech products to the rest of the world and therefore have tremendous control over what people do in their own countries. This is a way to deny them sovereignty, right? Another incredible problem for Europe in its efforts to regain sovereignty, of course, is on Visa and MasterCard. One of the things that Visa and MasterCard did in coordination with the American State Department and in coordination with the American government and the Treasury was that they applied tremendous sanctions to ICC prosecutors and ICC judges, okay? This was unfucking believable. The French International Criminal Court judge, Nicolas Guillot, was sanctioned by President Trump in August because of the court's warrant for Netanyahu, says he has been cut off from basic financial and digital services. I discovered that almost all payment methods in France today are American, Guillot said. The only cards we have in France are Visa and MasterCard. He can no longer use Amazon, Airbnb, Booking, or Expedia, and some UPS deliveries to his home have also been blocked. French officials say efforts to lift the sanctions have seen no U.S. response. If judges are afraid to judge, then we no longer have democracy, Guillot told France televisions. When America targets you because they want to defend Israel, they can literally destroy the International Criminal Court. You can't participate in fucking normal civilized society. It's unfucking believable. This is important. This kind of pressure is very important. Why is it very important? Because if Europe says no more Visa, no more MasterCard, okay, that's a fucking $1 trillion market for Visa and MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard now have two options. Either they abide by the sovereignty of the countries and their markets, okay, that they choose to be in, or they lose $24 trillion in revenue, okay, or $24 trillion worth of revenue that they can get transaction fees off of, okay. There's a German journalist whose bank account and wife has been sanctioned for writing about, yes, Hussein Doğru. He's Turkish German. He runs the website Red, okay? And that's a separate case. That's the European Union behaving in this insane manner. They do that all the same. They do a very similar thing to their own people. This is preposterous, says Yanis Varoufakis. A German journalist citizen has been depersoned by the European Commission for daring to write on the genocide, branding him a Russian asset. Having denied him the means of survival in his own country, they have now done the same to his wife. Putin is laughing his head off as the liberal democratic West is descending fast into the pits of fascistic authoritarianism. Hussein Doğru is a journalist. And he's done, he's conducted award-winning documentaries, produced some. He's the founder of Redstream.net. Okay, Redstream.net and Hussein Doğru has been sanctioned by the European Union Commission. Now he can't leave the country. He's literally banned from leaving Germany. But he is stuck in Germany and he can't use any payment processors. He can't use anything at all. He can't make any money. The state gives him a modest stipend, like marginal, inconsequential, not enough for his children, not enough for his family. And on top of that, they've added these ridiculous sanctions to his wife and his family as well. That's what the European government is doing. That's what the European Union is doing to this guy. Okay? Unbelievable nonsense. Not only that, it's quite literally illegal for any European Union citizen to give him money as well. They want him to fucking die, basically. All in the name of Israel. If you give him money or food, you are violating European Union laws. He describes it as being economically banned from most of the planet, including his own country, France, and where he works, the Netherlands. Le Monde is a long article describing, this is Nicolas Guillot. So America's doing this to Nicolas Guillot at the behest of Israel, and Germany and the European Union is doing it to their own citizens at the behest of the European Union, again, at the behest of Israel. So, directed by the European Union at the behest of Israel. So, like, it's unfucking believable that the EU is doing it to their own citizens, while simultaneously America is doing it to European Union member states and people as high profile as like French nationals who happen to sit as a judge on the International Criminal Court. Guillot's daily existence has been transformed into a Kafka-esque nightmare. He cannot open or maintain accounts with Google, Amazon, Apple, or any U.S. company, make hotel reservations. Expedia canceled his booking in France hours after he made it. Conduct online commerce. He can't know if the packaging is American. Use any major credit card, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, or All American. Access normal banking services, even with non-American banks, as banks worldwide close sanctions accounts. Conduct virtually any financial transaction. This is the French guy again, the French judge on the ICC. For Kaya, get out of there. Go. Sorry, my mom is outside and Kaya wants to go say hello. That's the real shocking aspect of this. Americans are punishing a European citizen for doing his job in Europe, applying laws Europe officially supports at an institution based in Europe that Europe helped create and fund. They're literally slowly killing him. And keep in mind, there's nothing he can do about it. He can't hire a lawyer because there's no money. And even if you could get a lawyer, he's not charged with any crime. So there isn't even anything a lawyer could go to court on. Yeah. And Europe is not only doing essentially nothing to protect them, they're actively enforcing America's sanctions against their own citizen. European banks are closing his accounts. European companies are refusing him service. This is literally the same exact thing that America has done to every single Cuban and just Cuba in general. Okay? That's the level of torturous control that America has around the globe, which is precisely the reason why when people go, oh my God, I can't believe it. This is like how is this? You claim that there's a sanctions process here. Like America doesn't have control over everything. No, it does. This is what it means to be a hegemonic superpower. If you want to defend Israel and you want to go to these depths, these lengths to defend Israel, you can do it. Hopefully, this will cause European leadership to reconsider their unholy allegiance that denies them of their own sovereignty and their own dignity, and actually causes some financial harm to Visa and MasterCard. It's unbelievable. Also, getting back to situation monitoring, Saturday afternoon, Trump urged everyone to watch Mark Levin, okay, who has demanded that I get kicked out of the country, actually, deported. That's what he said. Let's take a look.
Two important questions as we enter another week of this war. One, where is the president getting his information? What are his sources? A recent NBC report indicated that he watches a highlight reel of strikes inside Iran showcasing U.S. military successes. That raises concerns about whether he's being told the full story about the war day by day. So where is he getting his information, and who is he talking to in the press or in the media to get his message out? For example, earlier today, Trump had a phone interview with a reporter from an Israeli TV network who relayed his messaging about the Iranians begging to negotiate. But check this out from yesterday. I thought this was a really interesting, revealing Truth Social post. Trump saying, hey, everybody, tune in to Mark Levin's show on Fox. He's going to have an interview with the, quote, brilliant Mark Thiessen tonight at 8 p.m. So here you have Trump yesterday acting like a Fox News programmer, urging everybody to tune in to Fox, specifically because they'll discuss the importance of hitting Iran hard. Now, that strongly suggests to me that the president had talked to Levin or the guest ahead of time and knew what was coming up. So take.
Yeah. And what did Mark Levin say, by the way? Please, brother, you're right on anything but the European leadership. The neoliberal leadership were holding hands with fascists and magoids. Don't rethink it. They watch the power of treating any political opponent as terrorists who do not deserve life with drooling open mouths and big eyes. No, I know, man. I know. My message is not. I don't have I do have some European politicians who watch me, but I don't have a significant number of like European power players that watch me. Okay. My argument is for the European people. I understand that there is this deep moral rot that exists in Europe as well as the United States of America. But my argument is for the European people who are watching, who can apply pressure to their own politicians, and their politicians have to be at least a little bit more responsive, right? A little bit more responsive than our politicians are, clearly.
Take a look. Here was Mark Levin, who is an Iran war hawk, urging the president to send in some forces.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium.
Yeah. Let's listen to the whole thing. There's a minute. It's a minute and 19 seconds long. After Donald Trump promoted this Fox News special, if you want to understand like where he's going from here on out, Mark Levin is making the case for him.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium. If it cannot be destroyed, if it cannot be altered, we got to get it. For the reason I just said. You can make dirty bombs, and over time you can still make sophisticated missiles. So you need to get to the uranium. That's why I'm reading in the paper, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne, we're talking about these various special forces and the various military services and so forth. He's not talking about sending regular army and infantry in by the hundreds of thousands. The men he's talking about, the units he's talking about, they are specialized. And you know what else? I remember from my days in the Reagan administration. Many of them are trained for a moment like this. to try and secure enriched uranium.
Yeah, they're not. Okay, this is an unbelievably complex, if not outright impossible mission to conduct. Okay, troops flying over contested Iranian airspace to get to Isfahan is already impossible to begin with. But then also on top of that, you're talking about transporting a fuck ton of enriched uranium. Okay, how are you going to do that? How are you going to take packaged 1,000 pounds of uranium, even if it's like not even a certainty that the enriched uranium is in the Isfahan facility, because you don't even have the intelligence. Bomb it? Okay, so bomb it? 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium? This motherfucker's just talking about dirty bombs. So you're saying you're just gonna explode underground 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium and basically deploy multiple nukes worth of radiation? $19 nukes worth of enriched uranium exploding on Iranian soil. Incredible stuff. That is a very sophisticated operation that is virtually impossible to conduct, even if America had a runway, established bases that were free of Iranian rocket fire. Okay? Like a launching pad. To do that with no air superiority whatsoever, as you are signaling that you're going to do that a week ahead of time, it's unbelievably stupid. It's not going to happen. I just don't even think it's going to happen. I don't even think they can find the uranium. I know. How are they going to find the tunnel systems? Like, let's say, what are they going to do? Dig it out from the rubble? Like, there's no guarantee that this facility already still contains the enriched uranium. This is from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. Announces Iran likely transferred highly enriched uranium to Isfahan before the June strikes. Satellite imagery shows that Iran could have transferred to Isfahan up to 540 kilograms, possibly all of its highly enriched uranium inventory before the June strikes last year. "10 days of enriched uranium, enrichment to weapons grade, long enough." There's no guarantee that it's there. And on top of that, it's virtually an impossible mission. And on top of that, once again, highly, highly difficult to, like, you need to, it's not just like fucking Navy SEALs that you can send on this operation. It's a trap. They're going to die there. But also, you have to have like specialists along for the journey, because a bunch of fucking Navy SEALs have no idea how to handle enriched uranium. A former CENTCOM commander talks about this. What boots on the ground in Iran could entail, according to a former CENTCOM commander? None of this makes sense. Yeah, once you're dropped there, you're on a timeline. You're setting yourself up for a fucking ambush. He later brought on Thiessen to paint Iran with the same brush as Al-Qaeda. Oh, Mark Thiessen, in the Mark Levin interview, Trump urged all his followers to watch, makes the case for troops on the ground in Iran. We have to get what Donald Trump correctly calls the nuclear dust.
Of the leadership, including bin Laden's son, escaped from Afghanistan to Iran, were given sanctuary by the Iranian regime, and they've been using it as a hub for terror around the world. And Al-Qaeda and Iran have teamed up for a series of terrorist attacks against us. People don't realize this, but we remember the bombings of the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, which should have been our warning that 9/11 was coming. That was planned, and the terrorists were trained by Iran for doing that because Al-Qaeda didn't know how to bring down buildings, so they turned to Iran in order to get the training to do that. So the idea that Iran, which is Shia, and Al-Qaeda, which is Sunni, would cooperate is not beyond measure. In fact, I mean, the Hamas is Sunni also. Iran.
Bro, comparing Al-Qaeda to Hamas is so funny. I'm sorry. Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and all these other Salafist or Wahhabist groups are antagonistic to Iran. They have, in some ways, been created to fight back against Iranian influence in the fucking region, and they are much more aligned with Western goals by way of Saudi Arabia than with Iranian goals in the region, okay? And no, it's not in Iran, it's Pakistan. That's where they fucking came from. That's precisely where bin Laden was, too, when we popped his ass. Next to, the Annapolis of Pakistan. That's where he was sheltering. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Works with Sunni terrorists around the world. And if we don't get that enriched uranium, and they want to get back at us for what we've done, the easiest way to do it would be to give it to Al-Qaeda and let them use it for a dirty bomb. So we have got to get what Donald Trump correctly calls the nuclear dust before this operation is done.
Abbottabad, right next to the military academy. Yeah. I mean, this is like not even a good argument, I'll be honest. It's just not a very good or a very convincing argument. Like, they're not even doing the don't let the smoking gun turn into a mushroom cloud shit. Clearly, prior admins that were also major war criminals, like specifically I'm thinking of the George W. Bush neocons, were at least more competent than this administration. So this actually does present a unique opportunity for anti-war people like ourselves to make a much more convincing argument that these guys don't know what the fuck's going on, okay? I think it was a lot more difficult back in the day with the competent neocons in charge that were doing full spectrum coverage on why we have to, invade Iraq, why we have to invade Afghanistan. They did a much better job of convincing the population, especially because it was tied off to the 9/11 anxieties and 9/11 fears that had been successfully universalized for Americans that were living in bumfuck towns, The competent neocons? No, I mean, they were. What's really funny about this kind of stuff, I'm seeing this, where they go, oh, dude, let's not do nation building. Let's not do regime change. The idea that the neocons had any sort of real investment in liberalizing Iraq is idiotic. That was marketing, you fucking idiot. That was marketing. They didn't actually care about bringing democracy to Iraq, you fucking moron. That's why it's so funny when they're like, no, we should just do not woke stuff because nation building is woke. Yeah, really. Donald Rumsfeld, Mr. Woke. They're so stupid that they, I guess, genuinely believe that the neocons had any investment whatsoever in nation building and democratizing Iraq. No, they didn't, you fucking idiot. That was just marketing. It turns out the reason for that marketing and why that marketing existed was so that they could sell this idea to dumbfuck liberal Americans who ate that bait completely. Now that Trump is not even doing that, where he's doing away with all that shit because they consider it to be woke, and this is the anti-woke warrior ethos, many Americans are not even being convinced on why this is appropriate and why we should do it. It's fantastic.
And by the day, the Israelis are about to go even further. The country's prime minister says there's more to do by expanding their occupation of southern Lebanon. It's a message of strength that concedes a major weakness. Hezbollah has increased its attacks on the Israeli military.
In Lebanon, I have now instructed to further expand the existing security strip in order to finally thwart the threat of invasion.
But this is not the only place where Benjamin Netanyahu is waging war. Israeli and American planes have subjected the capital of Iran to waves of bombing. 701 strikes were recorded over 24 hours, according to one
Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Human rights group. The majority concentrated in and around Tehran. The Red Crescent Society says residential areas were hit overnight, and we see their personnel and search dogs moving through the rubble, searching for survivors and counting the dead. The Iranian Health Ministry says more than 1,900 people have died. On the target list, a well-known public university in Tehran. These images have been verified by Sky, with pictures of the damage posted by an academic the following day. Only last month, this campus was alive with students, she wrote. In response, Iran has threatened to hit US universities located in the Middle East. And Iran has been firing missiles into Israel at a steady pace. The majority intercepted by Israeli defenses, but not all. This impact in southern Israel filmed from neighboring Jordan. And residents in this community near Jerusalem were fortunate when a long-range missile narrowly missed their homes. 7 suffered light injuries. In Pakistan, talks about peace have begun with representatives of Egypt, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia in attendance. But there's little sign that American and Iranian officials are planning to attend. Instead, the US is bringing in more troops, with the arrival of 2,500 Marines and ships equipped for amphibious assault.
Remember what I told you after day one? Where they blew up a school, blew up a facility where people were children were playing volleyball, which I said was most likely a quote unquote accident that they didn't give a shit enough about. But clearly their targets were primarily Bossage and IRGC shit. When they realized that the Iranian people would not actually rise up, that they would start hitting civilian targets even more aggressively. At this point, they are doing that, right? I mean, Israel very quickly started doing that. They hit the oil refineries near Tehran and engaged in chemical warfare. But when they recognized that the Iranian people were not actually going to fight back against their government in the way that the Israeli government claimed it would happen, even though the American intelligence said that most likely wasn't going to happen if you bombed Iran. Okay. They were going to start punishing every single person that they could, every single member of Iranian civil society, and they're precisely doing that. Yeah. This trajectory is now unmistakable. As Iran maintains its ability to fire back, the U.S.-Israeli target set is widening from military sites to universities, factories, and residential areas. This shift is arguably driven by difficulty of decisively degrading Iran's military capabilities. What prevents Iran from doing the same? Iran will do the same. Iran is doing the same right now. If they have a facility that's hit, they hit back in the same way to Israel as well. And ironically enough, for those of us who have been paying close attention, monitoring the situation, you have noticed probably Israeli reports coming out about how effective Iran is at now consistently penetrating the Israeli security, the Israeli anti-defense systems. They now have a 54% strike rate. It's unbelievable. Yesterday, Iran lobbed 14 missiles at Israel. 7 of them, or I think, more than 7 of them went through. Okay? They hit targets. Danny Citrinowicz, the Atlanticist, who has to eat his words as this is one of those things that guys like Danny were agitating for their entire careers. And now that it's unfolding in spectacular fashion, and blowing up in their faces, he has to offer sober analysis and make it seem like he's not on board with this. Says the escalation is already here. Strikes on steel plants and universities on one side, and Iran's response, including damage to desalination facilities in Kuwait on the other, make clear that the current trajectory is unsustainable. Absent an end to the war, and given Israel's apparent intent to deepen its campaign against Iran, further escalation is only a matter of time. Maintaining the current status quo will be increasingly difficult, especially as the Houthis signaled their willingness to expand the conflict in response to intensified activity against Iran. And this is all before even considering the possibility of U.S. ground involvement. Surely Israel can't tank 50+% hit rates for long? Yeah, of course not. No one can. No country can tank it. No country can tank it, let alone Israel, who has famously been preserved as a consequence of unlimited American support. Israel has been preserved from receiving backlash. Israel has been spared due to billions of dollars of defenses that they get from the United States of America. Now that Israel is no longer spared and civilians are experiencing the tolls, guess what? When Israelis want to wrap up a military campaign, it's almost always theoretical only, at a bit like so-called non-Zionist Jews who continue to enable. No. This is unironically a major difference. It shifted away from. Can you give me the pickles too? Thank you. This is a major pole shift. I don't think we should be undermining this major pole shift. It's huge. It went from 85% who thought we can just bunker up and withstand these strikes with minor casualties to now 29% to 60%. They are now seeing the consequences for the first time ever. Okay? I promise you, they went from 85%, 90% on some polls of Jewish Israelis specifically to now 60% of Jewish Israelis wanting to continue this war. That's a huge, huge, huge difference. And I say Jewish Israelis because it's a demographic designation, a demographic distinction that the fascist Israeli state applies. In Israel, it's Jewish and Arab, right? Even though there are Arab Jews, they are bracketed as Jewish. Arab just means non-Jews, including like Armenians are considered in the Arab category in their demographic polls, even though Armenians are not Arab. This is unique. This is why we have always said that not only is the Iron Dome support fungible, right? But on top of that, Iron Dome affords regular Israelis unlimited protection from the consequences of their violent militarism in the region, and therefore allows the Israeli government to continue agitating, continue destabilizing the entire fucking neighborhood, continue blowing up places, because they know full and well that there is no enemy, up until now, that can seriously punish and seriously penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome, the Arrow systems, significantly deteriorate their defense capabilities, and actually make the regular Israeli society suffer and experience retaliation. That's changing, okay? That's changing. This is a huge change. This is part of the reason why I make no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Now, of course, we didn't stop, offering Israel defense. We greatly increased our defense, but Iran has destroyed their defenses. And here we are.
Join some 50,000 American personnel already in the region. The Pentagon reportedly planning for ground operations, although the decision to use them rests with President Trump. In a fiery verbal barrage, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf, said they are awaiting the arrival of the Americans in order to set them on fire. The message later restated on national television. President Trump is unbalanced and deceitful. One moment he speaks of negotiations. Shortly afterwards, he's managing the war. It's clear that Iran retains the capability to retaliate, despite claims made both by the Israelis and the Americans that they've degraded and largely destroyed the regime's ability to fight.
Yep. What happened?
A large fire is now burning in an industrial zone in central Israel from another missile that has avoided this country's defensive shield. It's a reminder that a peaceful settlement, or even talks about peace, look decidedly elusive. John Sparks, Sky News in Jerusalem.
Now to the war in Iran, as President Trump considers sending ground troops into the country. More than 2,000 U.S. Marines have now arrived in the region. You can see some of them in these images released by the Pentagon. And over the weekend, President Trump told the Financial Times his preference would be to, quote, take the oil from Iran. Weijia Jiang is at the White House to break it down for us. Hey, Weijia.
Matt, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Clearly, President Trump is not ruling this out, even though from the very first strike on Iran, the White House has always said he wants to keep his options open. It was just 2 weeks ago that he said he was not putting troops anywhere. This morning, that's clearly not the case.
With Marines in the Army's 82nd Airborne Division amassing in the Middle East, President Trump on Air Force One wouldn't say if troops will head into Iran.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. Earlier, the president said to the Financial Times he may send troops to seize Iran's oil export hub, Karg Island, to take the oil. But he acknowledged that would also mean we had to be there for a while. And the White House did not deny a Washington Post report that the Department of Defense is preparing for weeks of ground operations, saying it's the job of the Pentagon to make preparations. It does not mean the president has made a decision. Democrats and a growing number of Republicans in Congress are voicing concerns.
We cannot have American troops on the ground in Iran. This is going to be such a risky operation.
We don't want troops on the ground. And I think that's a line for a lot of people.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise wouldn't say whether the president should consult Congress before making a decision.
There are no boots on the ground today, but we're having a lot of conversations about what could happen next.
Trump's top negotiator, Steve Witkoff, says a show of force is necessary to achieve peace.
Without pressure, you never get anybody to the table. And in this case, we're employing a lot of strength. We have a big fleet there, and yet we're prepared to solve it with a diplomatic solution.
Last night, President Trump said the U.S. is doing extremely well with negotiations, but added, you never know with Iran because even when making a deal, quote, we always have to blow them up. Meanwhile, the war continues to take a toll on the U.S. economy. Gas prices remain high, about $1 more than just a month ago. Matt.
Thanks, Weijia. We appreciate it.
Trump, رئیس جمهور آمریکا بارها ایران را به عملیات زمینی و اشغال برخی از جزایر در خلیج فارس تهدید کرده است. ترامپ موضوعی را یک روز صبح به طبل تهدید می‌کوبد و عصر همان روز عقب نشینی می‌کند. زمانی از مذاکره دم می‌زند و ساعاتی پس از آن تصمیم به اداره جنگ می‌گیرد. رئیس جمهور آمریکا ثابت کرده تنها زبانی که می‌شناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نقطه‌ای از سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست اعلام می‌داریم رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست در انتظار چنین اقداماتی به سر میبرند تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و اشغال نتیجه‌ای جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطعه شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان.
I've heard that the IRGC has issued commands to also capture American troops alive, which is when you might see the first ever Hannibal doctrine implemented in the American military.
را در بر نخواهد داشت.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's talk about the president's comments overnight, talking about taking the oil on Karg Island. How would he do this? Why would he do this? Won't it take ground troops?
Well, first of all, it's important to remember the objectives of this operation from the very beginning. We are destroying Iran's Navy. We are destroying their ability to their missile launchers by a significant percentage. We're going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning their ability to make new missiles and new drones in the future, because it poses a great threat to the region. This Iran that you're seeing now, this is Iran at its weakest point. Imagine them 2 years from now if they had thousands of more missiles, thousands of more missile launchers and factories to make even more. That was an unacceptable risk. It needed to be addressed, and President Trump is addressing it. Now, they are making threats about controlling the Hormuz Straits in perpetuity, creating a tolling system and the like. That's not going to be allowed to happen. And the president has a number of options available to him if he so chooses to prevent that from happening. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss what those options are, and we're not going to discuss military tactics. The Department of War would be in charge of those things. I'd refer you to them, but obviously they're not going to discuss it with you either. But there is a way forward here to achieve our objectives. We are going to achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks, not months.
Well, but let's talk about taking the oil, because the president laid out that objective last night. And taking the oil will take ground troops, won't it?
Well, again, the Iranians are threatening that they're going to set up some permanent system in the Straits of Hormuz where they get to decide who goes through international waterways. That will never be allowed to happen. By the way, the rest of the world should take note of that. They have more at stake there than we do. We get very little of our energy in this country coming through the Straits of Hormuz. The rest of the world gets a lot more. That said, the president has several options at his disposal, and the Department of War is preparing optionality.
I think it's really funny that they keep repeatedly saying over and over again, yeah, I know we fucked up the Strait of Hormuz, but like it doesn't even impact us. It's like, yeah, dumbass, everybody else understands that. First of all, it doesn't impact, it still does have an impact because it has an impact on the global oil prices. So it does impact people at the pump, as it has been. But even outside of that, you're basically telling the rest of the world, yeah, we fucked up the Strait of Hormuz and we're not even suffering the consequences. How do you think that's going to read for a global hegemon? It's pure cope to think that like other countries are not aware that American supply is not being disrupted in the same way that like, Thailand is, in the same way that the Philippines are. But what you're failing to consider when you say shit like this is that you're telling all your vassals around China that you have developed through soft power initiatives, a long-standing security cooperation, that you don't give a fuck about them. And sure, most likely the leadership that were in line with these American security cooperative agreements were aware that you don't give a fuck about them, but now you're making it undeniable to the populations. What kind of resentment do you think that will create? This is why I kept repeatedly saying, in the absence of soft power, 800 military bases turn into 800 different military invasions. And no country has the capacity to fight 800 different wars all around the world at the same time. It turns out America doesn't even have the capacity to fight against Iran and protect its regional partners. We've found out the hard way Right? Right? We're learning that lesson. Well, I guess these guys are just denying that lesson even exists, but at least like sober analysis requires you to come to terms with that lesson. Bro, holy shit, bro. L take, please Hasan, bro. Wait, it's the same guy. It's the gangy guy. By the way, it's been 30 fucking days, and this guy comes in every time. He still comes in, and he's still like, nah, dog, the war effort's going so good. Contingency plans, gangy. He's back. I wish I had confidence in anything. Like anything at all. I wish I could believe in anything as much as this guy believes in American military superiority at a time when America is like so clearly showing its fucking limitations. My job as an analyst, as a commentator, is to show you the reality. There is a reason why, every single day that passes by, I have been further vindicated. Do you honestly believe in the U.S. isn't winning militarily in this current conflict right now? Bro, I want to know what kind of crack you're smoking. I need to know what you're... Because this is a new kind of crack cocaine, I think. Okay? This is a totally new type of crack that I don't think other people have ever smoked before. Brother... The Strait of Hormuz is currently controlled by a country that we've been able to economically dominate for the last fucking 50 years. Okay? The country whose capabilities that we supposedly attrited is still taking pot shots, destroying American military hardware to the tune of like $600 million, like the AWACS plane that they just blew up in Saudi Arabia, in a faraway base in Saudi Arabia, mind you. Okay? They're still America's still incurring casualties in places like Kuwait as of yesterday. They're literally having they're having more success in striking Israeli targets. Iran's capabilities have not diminished. That's just what America has lied and that's just a lie that America has told basically the rest of the world, and so is Israel. And you're over here refusing to recognize the reality on the ground. What the fuck? The Strait of Hormuz is closed still. Iran is controlling it. They're applying a toll to any country that passes. And it's such a bad state of affairs that America, the American government, has to literally fucking lie and make it seem like they were the ones who got the assurance from Iran to allow Pakistani oil tankers to cross through. They lie and say American escorts will escort the Pakistani oil tankers. That's not even the case. It's actually the Iranian Navy that's supposed to be destroyed. If we weren't winning, we wouldn't be controlling the skies and bombing Tehran daily. The Iraqi army performed against these motherfuckers in 1991 during the air campaign. Wait, what? If you controlled the skies, they wouldn't be fucking taking out MQ-9 Reaper drones with regular frequency and simultaneously had not been able to down a fucking F-35 and an F-18. By this guy's logic, we won Vietnam. Yeah, this is like the classic. My favorite type of like American war lover who says like, well, technically we actually won Vietnam and Afghanistan. We could have gone way harder if we wanted to. It was just wokeness that stopped us. This man is the perfect guy for Pete Hegseth, like a perfect dumbass. It's just he's leaning into hopes and dreams. I mean, look at this. Look. Iran carried out a deception in the skies over Dubai, costing the United Arab Emirates around $100 million. Iran allegedly launched missiles equipped with flare decoys, prompting air defenses in Dubai to fire hundreds of interceptor missiles unnecessarily. I don't know if this is like Chinese or whatever. I don't know if this is more evidence of Chinese technology at work. I don't know why Ryan is saying that, but Chatter is committed to the Hermann Goering doctrine that you can win wars with air power only. Clearly, it's an effective strategy. Yes. He's making a joke about fireworks. Oh. Philip DeFranco just dropped Hasan Piker versus the Democrats. Yeah, I know. I gave him an 18-minute interview as well. In the middle of it all. 47 minutes, about to be filled the fucking goddamn. 45-minute Philip DeFranco. We're both blessed and cursed. It's been so long. Murat about to skip that video? True, he will. Anyway, we'll watch it in a second. Let's keep monitoring the situation.
For the president for this and various other contingencies that might arise. That's what always needs to happen in situations like this. But what I want the American people and the people watching this broadcast to know is that fundamentally what this is about is the destruction of their Air Force, which has been largely achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has been largely achieved, the destruction of their factories that they make all these weapons with, which is we're well on our way to achieving, and a substantial reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have so that they cannot continue to threaten their neighbors in the future. All of those objectives are being met on or ahead of schedule. And should be able to achieve in a matter of weeks.
As you're speaking, though, the president is expanding the objectives. Just a couple minutes ago, he put out a post on Truth Social saying that we're in discussions now with a new and more reasonable regime in Iran, but he also added that if those discussions don't yield fruit, the United States will blow up and completely obliterate all of their electric generating plants, all their oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposely not yet touched, is what he said. That's a great expansion of the objectives.
Well, I think the first point the president makes is he prefers diplomacy. As I said, those efforts are nascent. There is messages being relayed back and forth, some conversations going on, including through intermediaries, and he always prefers that. Look, if the Iranian regime had come forward at any point in the past and said, we're going to walk away from our nuclear ambitions, we're going to do nuclear energy the way every other country in the world, primarily, almost every other country in the world does it, and that is through a peaceful means. And
they did! Okay, George, come on. Please, bare minimum, basic journalistic function here. Please. Please. You will be a legend. I don't know. I'm not assuming he's not going to do that. But goddamn, if he doesn't do that, he is literally the worst. Oh my God!
Bring in the fuel, and it's supervised and so forth. We're going to stop supporting terrorist groups across the region. Look at this region. Every single terrorist group in this region.
No, you have to stop him. You have to stop him. No, you have to go. They did do that twice, and we engaged in perfidy twice. Okay, please. Actually, as a matter of fact, not only did they do that twice. Technically, you could say that there was success. It was called the JCPOA. Barack Obama advanced it. Iran followed through on it. It was a multilateral commitment, including China and Russia. And Trump ruined it the first time around.
Region has a link to the Iranian regime. Every single one. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias that are attacking everyone out of Iraq. Every single one of these groups and all the destabilization in this region tracks directly back to the Iranian regime. Those things have to be addressed. And if Iran had been willing to address those in the past, we wouldn't be having this interview on this topic right now. Their refusal to do so and their continuing move towards one day acquiring a nuclear capability, these people are lunatics. They are insane. They are religious zealots who can...
Nothing? You're just gonna let him chirp?
Never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon because they have an apocalyptic vision.
Bro, this is not journalism. You're no longer even a stenographer at that point. You're just an organ of propaganda. You're literally just like allowing him with zero pushback whatsoever. You're not even editorializing it in your own way.
The future, and all of their neighbors know that, by the way, which is why all of their neighbors have been supportive of the efforts we're conducting.
You call them lunatics, but the president just had this post where he says we're in discussions with a new and more reasonable regime. Let me try to pin you down on that. Who is this new and more reasonable regime? Is the United States in?
That's your takeaway? You're not even going to address what he said. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, this is the type of... First of all, this is Good Morning America. It's ABC. It's not even fucking CBS. But, like... Dude, this is... I mean, you're doing a disservice to your audience. Like, you are straight up doing a disservice to your audience. You're doing a disservice to the profession in general. You can't let him fucking sling all that shit. Like, you're not gonna actually hold him to account. That would look really good for George, by the way. That's what's so crazy about it, because, like, this is beneficial for George. George cutting Marco Rubio in that moment and saying, hey, I have to stop you there. You said these guys didn't want to deal with the United States of America and denuclearization. This is actually contradicted by the information presented by numerous mediators that were involved in the denuclearization talks last time around, including a British official, including the foreign minister of Oman, who wrote a piece and actually went on NBC's Sunday shows to basically say that Iran was abiding by maximalist denuclearization arguments that America was presenting. Rubio would say they're lying because terrorists lie. Hey, notice how I didn't bring up Iran here? I said British envoys, British mediators, Omani mediators. The reason why I brought that up is because there is a way to counter this narrative. This is another one of the things that's like been endlessly frustrating for me, is like the crowning accomplishment. Obama loves his legacy, right? He loves defending his legacy. That's why he brings up the ACA all the time. Obama's signature accomplishment in terms of foreign policy was both the Cuba deal and Iran, the JCPOA. He accomplished that, and that was actually a spectacular move in the right direction. And if I was in his shoes, I'd be fucking nonstop defending that shit. I'd be like, look how much Donald Trump has fucked things up. It doesn't make any sense.
Direct contact with them.
Well, I'm not going to disclose to you who those people are because it probably would get them in trouble with some other groups of people inside of Iran. Look, there's some fractures going on there internally. And at the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that that would exist over there. It's unfortunate. The people of Iran are incredible people. The people who lead them, this clerical regime, that is the problem. And if there are new people now in charge who have a more reasonable vision of the future, that would be good news for us, for them, for the entire world. But we also have to be prepared for the possibility, maybe even the probability, that that is not the case.
Well, but the president said they are. Is that the case or is it not? I'm just trying to get some clarity on that.
Well, what I mean is, yeah, so you have people over there that are saying some of the right things privately. Obviously, they're not going to put it out in press releases, and what they say to you or put out there for the world doesn't necessarily reflect what they're saying in our conversations. But at the end of the day, we have to see if these people end up being the ones.
Oh, you got secrets. You see, it kind of seems like we're destroying the entire globe's energy production and its entire agricultural output. But a lot of people are secretly super on board. The fuck do you think someone in Thailand has to do with Iran? Why the fuck would anybody in Thailand or anybody in the Philippines be like, oh, thank God, dude. Thank God you literally destroyed our entire energy exports, our entire energy imports by blowing up Iran alongside Israel. We love that. Thank you, sir. Like, American exceptionalism has obviously served the American population for a long time because it was uncontested. Like, American military might was uncontested. Now that it's being contested in spectacular display, these guys still keep running around with the same ass attitude, like the fuck you gonna do about it attitude. They designed a new world order. They said its might is right. And now, thinking that, you know, no one else was going to come across, no one else was going to come in and say, all right, bet. If might is right, if might makes right, we got might too. Right? You were just on CNN. Wait, really? I highly doubt. If anything, Jake Tapper, you're going to have a segment on Jake Tapper this hour? Yeah, he's probably going to cook me. He's probably going to yell at me, which I think is going to backfire on him.
In charge, seeing if they're the ones that have the power to deliver. We're going to test it. We are hopeful that that's the case. There are clearly people there talking to us in ways that previous people in charge in Iran have not spoken to us in the past. Some of the things they're willing to do, some of the things they're saying they're willing to do. Obviously, they have to go do it. We're going to test that proposition very strongly because we always prefer to settle things through negotiation and diplomacy. But we also have to be prepared for the fact that that effort might fail, that we are dealing with a 47-year-old regime that still has a lot of people involved in it who aren't necessarily big fans of diplomacy or peace.
And if it fails, the war expands?
Dude, come on, George, you're literally directly related to a Palestinian. George! The fuck is wrong with you, man? George! There's one party that is not invested in diplomacy. It's the American government. What the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you letting him get away with this lie? Up until this moment, okay, up until these last 30 days, Iran kept leaning into diplomacy over and over and over again. And what did it get in return for that? Bombs. It got bombed. What are we talking about? The idea that Iran was not invested in diplomacy, but America is so fucking stupid. Who's he related to? George Stephanopoulos has like the, what is her name? It's like Sister something. I forget. She's like a very famous Palestinian woman. Tucker Carlson has interviewed her before. Sister Agapia. Yeah. Agapia Stephanopoulos. Doesn't she live in Palestine or something? Or I think it's not even his sister. I think it's his like relative by marriage or something. I don't know. I don't know the full details, but like she lives in the West Bank. She's like a religious figure that lives in the West Bank. And Tucker Carlson has actually interviewed her quite a bit. Mother Agapia Stephanopoulos. Oh no, she's Greek by blood. She lives in the West Bank, or used to live in the West Bank, and now she lives in New York.
What's that? I'm sorry?
If it fails, the war expands?
Well, the war is about this operation, okay, and that's what this is. It's about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile.
Yeah, we watched this part where he just like starts flubbing. Anyway,
Biker situation's gotten crazy as Democrats are divided and don't know what to do about him, and so we asked him. 8 million people marched against him as Trump didn't show up to CPAC and his approval just hit 36%. In every Trump-Iran debate, he belongs in the party. Where you're seeing a divide. There's a big debate happening in the party.
Yeah, I did an 18-minute interview with Philip DeFranco on the Democrats divided shit.
Right now, with some candidates trying to embrace him and his platform to reach younger voters, and others thinking that he's just too toxic to touch. In that debate, it's getting pretty heated as we're in the primary season and with the midterms just around the corner. So one of the things that we've seen is that over in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary race, one candidate, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, announced a college campus tour next week that would include an appearance with Hasan. But then he was quickly condemned by the Michigan ADL, who accused Hasan of amplifying violently anti-Semitic rhetoric. Right now, Sayed's two Democratic opponents, they also slammed him, with Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow saying Hasan says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes. And then you had Representative Haley Stevens also calling him the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Right? If you're new to this space and if you're wondering why Hasan's so controversial to these politicians, there have been a number of controversies, but in general, a lot of it appears to have to do with his very vocal opposition to Israel and comments that he's made about what's been happening with Gaza. Because many of his critics have accused his criticisms of Israel of turning into anti-Semitism. And there you have people pointing to Hasan previously referring to some Orthodox Jewish people in Israel as inbred, many also feeling that he downplayed sexual violence that happened on October 7th.
They serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Hasan also faced heat for saying that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, which he described as a fascist, settler, colonial apartheid state. And one of the things you see continuously pop up is that he previously said that Americans deserve 9/11.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
But with that, he since said that the comment was inappropriate and that he never meant that the victims deserve to die. But these comments, they still come up anytime a prominent Democrat appears alongside Hasan. And so in the last week or so, we've seen Politico running headlines claiming that some Democrats want to shut off Hasan Piker's megaphone. The Wall Street Journal also ran an op-ed claiming that some left-leaning politicians are getting too cozy with Hasan. But then also with this, you had Hasan speaking to a CNN correspondent over the weekend, and he defended himself, saying,
"It's a heinous smear, first of all. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. That I think a lot of people cynically will say prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Are there critics of Israel that are anti-Semitic? Absolutely. I'm not one of them. I oppose and abhor racism, ethno-supremacy, racial supremacy of every sort. I'm against it. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm unapologetic about it. And I'm not going to compromise on that."
But also with this, the Michigan race isn't the only one where Hasan has caused tensions. Right, he just interviewed Effie Phillips-Staley, who's running for a congressional seat in New York, and she then faced a ton of backlash from Democratic groups in New York for appearing alongside him again, arguing that he promotes anti-Semitism and bigotry. But there you had Effie defending her choice to sit down with Hasan, saying, "By narrowing our tent and refusing to engage with platforms that reach young people, we are effectively surrendering a generation of voters to apathy."
Also, if you guys notice something here, all of the candidates that people are yelling at, and myself included, are anti-Zionists. And all of the people that are yelling at us are, at most, lightly defending Israel or directly defending Israel. How interesting.
Or the far right. And adding, while I don't align with every word Hasan Piker has ever said, we must recognize the massive value of a platform that engages millions of young people in the democratic process. And saying, as Democrats, our job is to build bridges, not burn them. And on display, you've had other Democrats seeing the issue similarly. Just over the weekend, you had Bernie Sanders being asked about Democrats swearing Hasan off, to which he said,
well, I've talked to Hasan, and I think he's, doing in many respects a very good job. The bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood. People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
Also, representatives like Ro Khanna, who's been on the show before, he's previously embraced Hasan's platform, with Khanna recently telling Politico that Democrats, they need to build a wider coalition, and quote, that must include engaging with Israel critics like Hasan Piker, as Pod Save hosts have done, and many progressive candidates have done. And adding, of course, I disagree strongly with some of his statements and point that out, but canceling people or shaming people like Hasan Piker, Sean Ryan, or Theo Vaughn is not the answer. Also, with all of this, you have some noting that when it comes to Israel, polling last year found that 77% of Democrats and 51% of independents think that Israel's committing a genocide. And so that's a big chunk of people who see eye to eye with Hasan on certain points. But still, you have many thinking that Democrats should run away. And so with this whole situation and debate just growing by the day, we actually reached out to Hasan Piker himself and some of the politicians who have been speaking out against him. Well, we're still waiting to see if, we can get one of those politicians on the books. And hey, there's nothing shady here. It was short notice. It was this morning. But we did hear back from Hasan Piker today. And like we try to do on the PDS, especially with the time crunch we have, we put
PBS. He has PDS. We got PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Piker Broadcasting is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. That's right, Piker Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, real PBS, at a time when the public needs you the most. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today.
Out questions for him to answer, so they're on the record, and then you can decide how you feel. And we'll get right to that interview after the sponsor. It's deeply offensive. Fresh. I love Dan. To follow, which because on stage, Debbie Berries by are publicly split on Into the News as promised. Here's our interview with Hasan. Hasan, Democrats.
G in solidarity. Thank you for the 50 bones. Russell Butt. Thank you for the 5. Resonosity. Resonosity. Thank you for the 5. Gifted. Holy moly. DC Baller, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs.
Are publicly split on whether you should be involved in campaigns, right? El Sayed wants you on stage. Steven said you're the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Slotkin said you sound deeply anti-Semitic. What is your response to elected Democrats calling you a liability?
I have the same attitude that Bernie Sanders demonstrated after his rally yesterday. It's I think there's a major split within the corporatist side, the corporatist flank in the Democratic Party, the people that are constantly trying to appeal to this like mythical moderate centrist voter, and that's been a demonstrable failure. And I think that the party's base actually understands that it's a demonstrable failure, so they're demanding more. And these guys they're losing their relevance, their institutional relevance, like a lot of these think tanks like Third Way and certainly advocacy groups like AIPAC, ADL. So they're just kind of trying to create pressure wherever they can. And I think they're very boomer minded because they think like when I go, every single comment mentioning your name on the videos, calling you a grifter, tanky, imperialist, some variation of that, definitely organic. No, normies are not going to fucking be swayed by that shit and stand next to a politician that actually benefits me. They don't realize that like politicians are coming to me because I can fundraise for them in a way that you really can't do unless in a way that you really can't do because it's like all individual donors from all around the country, right? This is not like a closed door private dinner, $50,000 a pop. Like this is like real people that appreciate what the candidate has to say and want to give $5 to $100. And then also on top of that, I have a fairly active audience that makes up the door knocker base, as I like to call it, like a lot of activists, advocates, labor union leaders, and lower level local politicians and the like, who when they get excited about a candidate, they want to do phone banking. Like there is the real grassroots momentum when candidates associate with someone like myself, and that's the reason why they do it, because it doesn't give me any like significant legitimacy when I appear next to a candidate, at least it doesn't work that way on the internet. No one really cares, right? And in the same way that like when I get favorable coverage from a legacy publisher, it's good for, you know, the managerial class. They read those papers, but it doesn't actually yield a real massive amount of eyeballs and attention that translates to like viewership and an increase in like people tuning in to my broadcast, as opposed to going on like Theo Vaughn. So they're both the old guard and desperately trying to maintain that old guard mentality by like trying to apply pressure to politicians that very clearly are more malleable, more persuadable. You know, you get a couple lobbyist phone calls or big donors that give a phone call, and then you release a statement like the one that Slotkin did, which was so crazy. Like, she openly admitted that she doesn't know who I am, and then very clearly was like reading a talking point that was given to her, but maybe she didn't even like fully understand the talking point, because she was saying the conflation between Jews and Israel is anti-Semitism, is like very anti-Semitic. And it kind of seems like Hasan does that quite a bit. And it's like, no, actually, I do the exact opposite of that. So that was like a funny angle. It wasn't even like quote mining to be like, well, this quote seems crazy or whatever, because like they all do that usually. There's like a couple of them flying around that the ADL disseminates. But she didn't even do that, where she just like went off on a tangent on something totally irrelevant and unironically antagonistic to my worldview, something that I have for years and years pushed back against.
Well, especially as we get closer to the primaries, though, I mean, we are going to see these things coming out of like just people, you endorsing people or you being with people trying to use things that you've said and done. So we do have to talk about that while I have you on, right? Because you've been accused of calling Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing Zionists to neo-Nazis, dismissing reports of sexual violence on October 7th, saying, I believe the quote, and once again, it could be a clip, so we'll get to that. It doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of me, and posting that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Which of those things would you say you stand by? Which of those things would you say you regret? And which of those things do you think are being misrepresented?
I think the ones that are being misrepresented pretty egregiously are like it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7 or not, because that was actually an argument that I was having fairly early on with a chatter who was denying sexual violence or the likelihood of sexual violence happening. And I was telling him that this actually doesn't change the dynamic of genocide. Like, this doesn't justify genocide at all. But that one has been misrepresented pretty egregiously. As far as the inbred comments goes, there's like a massive compilation of this out there of me like calling any kind of like ethno-religious racial supremacist an inbred, because a lot of these ideologies do revolve around genetic purity. But the idea that it's like directed at Orthodox Jews is ridiculous. It was specifically talking about, like, you know, settlers and settlers destroying aid and things of that nature. But I do understand that it can come across as insensitive. But so I will, as I told Politico, I believe, or the New York Times, you know, I'll try to be a little bit more careful with my language there. As far as the differences between Hamas and Israel, I mean, that I do stand by. I don't have an issue when people point to that to say, how could you say such a thing? Because my counter always is, okay, well, then argue against it. Explain to me why Hamas is a larger danger to the world, or a larger danger to the Palestinians, or a larger danger to Israelis than Israel is. Because Israel has committed a genocide. I think that's it comes across as like a statement that is out there, because it's not one that you hear from any American commentator at all. But it's still a reflection of reality. It's not even a defense of Hamas at that point. It's just it's a way to try to get people to understand like the severity of what Israel has done, and to also try to like make people understand that these are groups. Like, Palestinian resistance is not operating out of a place of like anti-Semitism in the way that it's been presented. It's operating out of a place of having an emancipatory need, right? This is 75 years of apartheid. It's a pretty brutal and pretty ruthless occupation that these people have been subjected to. You know, this is not an alien force that's like outside of the Palestinians. I mean, they do have internal dynamics. They have Palestinians certainly are not all of them are fond of Hamas or anything, but it doesn't matter, right? Because like the much larger problem here right now is the genocide that Israel's conducted and the apartheid that it continues to maintain.
And the last thing I'll get to regarding anything in the past, because there's a lot of stuff happening now I want to touch on, and I know that you're kind of limited on time. it popped up during everything with Mamdani, right? You said in 2019, America deserved 9/11.
This is the largest circle jerk I've ever seen. Oh, no, dude. You're mad that Philip DeFranco didn't consistently go, well, should you have not said that? Should you have not said that instead? Do you think that would have been a more productive conversation?
You later called it inappropriate. Do you still think that the underlying argument was right and that just the phrasing was off? And if so, what is that? Or have you moved off that position entirely?
No, that was me talking about blowback, which is a concept that has academic consensus, right? And even in 2019, it had academic consensus. It's just that the way the language that I use was certainly not the best, especially because it can be misinterpreted and still is being cynically misinterpreted to this day. But I think at the end of the day, it's people leaning into quote mining and to be like, oh, this. I feel like it's just something I say about everyone regarding inbred comment is weak. Just say that it was wrong. Why? It's not. There's a fucking 10-minute compilation of me calling like every white nationalist and white supremacist inbred. If someone is demonstrating ethno-supremacist, religious supremacist values, then calling them inbred is perfectly appropriate because it's like a genetic purity test that they apply to themselves. Like, why do you want me to concede on a position that I don't believe? You just want me to lie at that point, right? You want me to eat the L, lie for the optics argument. You want me to do what Zoran did. Initially, he pushed back against the globalized the intifada statement with the truth. And then he basically caved and said, you know what? Yeah, I don't say it, and I don't think other people should say it, or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just apologize to Nazis for calling him inbred. It's ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. Person is not arguing in good faith. This is like an insincere person. It's a radical person. You said you'd be more careful with your language, but the risk of sounding like my guy. I'll always like how you say it, how it is. Yeah, I mean, it's the shortest possible explanation is that saying inbred had nothing to do with their Judaism in that situation because you use the term against all manner of people who have nothing to do with Judaism. So Jews self-centering and getting offended is entirely baseless. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's much faster. One thing I have noticed is that, as you probably also know, I collaborate with politicians quite frequently. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. I have had Tom Steyer on the stream. Like I collaborate with politicians, especially in the primary season, but also in the off season as well. Greg Kazar, someone who I was a big advocate to win the Congressional Progressive Caucus leadership role, right? Like I understand the internal dynamics of the party. I talk to politicians all the time. I talk to analysts all the time. And yet this issue only gets brought up when I'm campaigning or when I'm when I'm working alongside Muslim candidates. Like the major blow-ups have only happened twice. First with Zoran Mamdani, where Andrew Cuomo was trying to associate me with like Islamic radical terrorism and then tie him back to that as well. And now they're doing the exact same thing to Abdullah Sayed. So I think it's in some ways a not so subtle, but certainly more subtle than like Randy Fine way of terror jacketing a candidate. Like to say like this candidate is platforming a person who black YouTuber is calling you out. What? Let me guess. Reheating my old nachos. Hasan Piker doesn't like black people. Thank you, chatter. Here, take a week off. And also, we will not be watching this video. I love that anytime I'm in the fucking news, every single YouTuber, TikToker goes back into this like long standing drama focused manufactured outrage lines. Everyone has their own lane, you know? Everyone has their own lane, but they all collectively press the fuck Hasan button. Okay? Go ahead, you know? I'm still here. Keep chirping, keep yelling, okay? Keep yelling about how I'm engaging in, I've demonstrated anti-blackness, okay? Keep chirping about how I'm a dangerous misogynist, anti-black, all this. The latest one that I think is really funny is they're saying that I'm like anti-Asian, you know? It's always the same nonsense. It's things that I've addressed a million times over, things that I've even apologized for at some in some instances. Why the fuck do you bring that over here? Seriously. He's just setting you up for a W. We watched it earlier on Sean's stream. The same woman then turned around and scolded a chatter for asking her to talk about Uganda. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. I don't think there's any reason to give it any attention whatsoever. Anyway. These people do not care. They're not being sincere. Okay. How do you handle the pressure? I should put my head down and keep fucking pumping. Okay. Who might be a dangerous radical, right? But it's ridiculous, especially because the issue that they're doing it on is Israel. And this ties back to the boomer mentality that I was mentioning earlier, because Israel's a 90-10 issue, especially in the Democratic Party, Democratic Party's voter base, right? So they are weirdly aligning themselves on the opposite side of an issue that's a 90-10 issue. They're siding with the 10%. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is, like, no matter how much quote mining they can engage in, or no matter how much they try to say, like, oh, I'm a radical person, I think most people, especially after the last 2.5 years, kind of understand that this happens to anyone who puts themselves out there and says, you know, free Palestine, says they're on board with Palestinian emancipation, that Palestinians deserve statehood, dignity, sovereignty. There's always a barrage of hatred, down to the likes of Miss Rachel, who is an immensely kind person, like an impossibly kind person, who just simply says things like, I don't think children deserve to die, right? So it's ironically another thing that I talk about quite a bit as far as like the dilution of the term anti-Semitism, which is a severe crisis regardless. But this kind of dangerous conflation, this false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, paired up with like these barrage of attacks against people who are advocating for Palestinian emancipation and consistently calling them anti-Semites, pairing people like myself up with morally repugnant worldviews like Nick Fuentes. I think that is a spectacular failure in terms of combating anti-Semitism. I think it actually leans into anti-Semitism. It makes people no longer take anti-Semitism allegations seriously. And it also legitimizes the likes of Nick Fuentes rather than delegitimizes someone like myself.
So I was going to ask you, right? Because
embarrassing to say, but for years I heard vague stuff about you being a misogynist, so I kind of avoided, eventually pulled up to the stream because I was bored and curious, and now I watch you relatively frequently. If anything, I think this panic stuff backfires overall. The panic stuff wouldn't actually backfire if there was truth to it. The only reason why it backfires is because for every 10 people that say, ooh, I'm going to avoid this guy, I'm not actually going to listen to him, there's at least like 2 to 3 people that are new that go, you know what, I'm going to check this out for myself. And when they come in here, they realize that that was a lie, right? That's it. You can either try to find the quote that people are presenting and go 10 seconds 10 seconds after the quote or 10 seconds before the quote to figure out what the context actually is. Or if you don't want to do that, you can just like tune into the broadcast and you very quickly realize that I stand for certain values unconditionally in an uncompromising manner. Am I vulgar? Absolutely. Is this not the best presentation that you might be used to? Certainly, right? I do have a bro-y style, and I do engage in vulgarities with regular frequency, right? That's true. I do that. That's me. I'm not going to change that. I can't change that. I think that would be insincere. I don't even know if I have the capacity to change that because I'm live for 8 hours a day. Okay? In my opinion, when you take the this is bullshit angle, it's much stronger than the apologetic explanation angle. Anyway, let's continue.
Larry McMorrow, she compared you to Nick Fuentes in that you are someone who says offensive things to generate clicks and attention. That's a paraphrase of what she said. What's your reaction to being compared to a white nationalist by a Democrat? And do you think that comparison...
I saw someone share a clip on that bullshit anti-black smear that Chatter tried linking earlier, but they did that thing where they accidentally included too much context and it made your point cogent. Yeah.
Is being made in good faith, or what do you make of it?
No, I don't think that comparison is being made in good faith. I will... To be as charitable as possible, I don't think Mallory McMurrow knows who I am. I think she just got talking points and thinks that this is like a viable way to draw a line in the sand between herself and Abdullah Syed, because they're both in like the the anti-Zionist lane. They're competing for votes in the anti-Zionist lane where the votes are, but then all the donations are on the pro-Israel lane, right? And Stevens is actually the pro-Israel candidate. She's the AIPAC candidate in this race. So it's very clear, her position is already established, right? Everybody understands it. But I think this was Mick Morrow looking at the three-way race that's taking place that's within a margin of error and deciding maybe I can be the viable, Israel curious candidate here and try to moderate and maybe get AIPAC off my back. Which, we'll see if it even happens, because these are the types of things we have to pay attention to now. It's really strange. It's not even about policies necessarily. It's more so about like what kind of subsidiary corporations is AIPAC going to set up that will not have the word Israel in it at all, and how they're going to launch unlimited amounts of money. Because sometimes they are going to boost Mick Morrow, and sometimes they might even boost Abdullah El-Sayed. I was in the Tulsi Jimmy Dore Nico House crowd, and the argument was if you were a true leftist, you wouldn't have algorithm traction. The gaslighting worked on me until I started seeing anti-vax stuff and felt off. Years later, Twitch recommended Denims, and she undid their propaganda about true progressivism for me and gave me a positive view of you. Then October 7 happened, and I gave you a shot. That's so funny. I love how, because I have haters in every part of the political spectrum, even those who consider themselves to be the true leftists, even though they keep leaning into MAGA shit over and over again, like the Jimmy Dore crowd. Okay. There is some lane for everyone. If you're looking for outside of the box thinkers or whatever, and you fall down the Jimmy Dore Nico House pipeline and you don't realize that they're just like straight up serving you MAGA propaganda over and over again, you're like, oh yeah, that does make sense. He must be too palatable. Meanwhile, if you look at the real world, if you look at like the actual, politicians and mainstream news, and even on the internet, everyone's calling me a fucking terrorist over and over again. It's so ridiculous. I first heard of you on a gaming website where the author referred to you as her daddy, so I didn't bother watching you. Then through the Palestine conflict, I started seeing clips, and now I tune in regular. I found your takes well thought out. Much respect. Hell yeah. A little bit. If they feel like there's a battle between Mick Morrow and Abdullah El-Sayed where like Stevens can win out at the end. So it's this complex machinery that I think undermines the principle of democracy. But we'll be paying close attention to it.
Do you think that might be connected? I mean, you have AOC, Ro Khanna, other prominent progressives, right, appearing on your show, people like Bernie Sanders, backing candidates on the campaign alongside you. But when many of them are pressed on specific comments, whether it be about Jews and Israel, most of them won't address those comments directly. Like, do you think that the elected officials who associate with you publicly but won't defend specific things you've said, like, does that stand out to you? Do you think that's just playing the game? What's your take there?
I think I should never be the conversation. So I think it's totally appropriate for these politicians to be like, guys, there's going to be things that we disagree with. And there are things that we disagree with, not on the issue of quote unquote Jews, obviously, but like there are going to be differences in opinions. It's healthy, it's normal, it's understandable, right? So I think they're just covering their bases by being like, it doesn't matter if we have disagreements, I'm gonna talk to this person. I think they're just trying to signal it in a way that is like the most appealing to the broadest base. I don't expect politicians to just like run around and defend every clip out of context. They're not my fans, right? These are people that I work with. These are people that I want to fight for an agenda, and they are fighting for an agenda, so I support them. And if they stop fighting for an agenda, I will stop supporting them. But at the end of the day, this is an insincere conversation. So I do appreciate any kind of defense, because I understand, or at least they understand, that this battle is for who gets to retain control over the party, right? And I think they are just using me as an entry point. So when they're yelling at me and they're saying I'm radical, they're actually yelling at the base, because I do have a lot of fans, but I also am a megaphone for a lot of people who don't even know who I am, right? Like, these are people that I meet on the streets when I go to these protests. These are people that are totally outside of my demographics, that are also expressing the same anger and discontent towards the Democratic Party's ineptitude, its feckless nature against the the growth of fascism in this country. So they've arrived at my position without hearing my commentary at all. So I'm not this like singular being that is. People have no basic reasoning skills. It's annoying. I knew Hasan was cool before I started listening to him recently because I already listened to podcasts hated by the same people who hate Hasan, like Chapo. I'd heard. Wait, Chapo doesn't hate me. What are you talking about? Are you saying that me and Chapo share haters? I'd heard him guest on other podcasts, but I only started regularly listening to HasanAbi stream at the beginning of the Epstein Fury. Glad to be here. Hypnotizing the base of support into demanding more radical things. I'm just a megaphone. I'm just one person, right? So for them to highlight me like this, I think boost my profile. It's rather flattering. It's definitely annoying that I have to like deal with all these, clips out of context, or just I hate being misunderstood. I don't think anybody likes being misunderstood professionally. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of politicians also recognize that this is more so an ideological battle that's taking place in the Democratic Party. Are we going to have a left flank Democratic Party that represents the interests of the working class, or are we going to have a Democratic Party that continues along with this aesthetic posture against Trump, if at that places the interests of corporations over the interests of the people? And I think that's the real battle here. It's not me.
Well, on the note of your fans, and this will be the last question for you, there are millions of young people who watch you. They align with your politics. They feel deep, like completely locked out of the Democratic Party. If Democrats decide that you're radioactive, they cut ties, they keep pushing you, what do you think happens to those voters? Where do they go? What do they do?
I think we just go back to square one, right? I mean, that was like how it was in 2016. I don't care if politicians in general are just like, oh, I don't want to be along. I don't want to appear alongside this person. My commentary is not going to change, right? Like, this is not about my own personal feelings. Will it signal to me in some ways that like they are running scared, which I do think is a big problem with even some of our best candidates so far. Sometimes I think they are too conciliatory, too conceding to these groups that apply a tremendous amount of pressure by way of both the media and through direct phone conversations that they have with candidates. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, beyond that, it says nothing to me. I always repeat to my audience as well. I will have disagreements with even someone like Zoran, who I admire, who I love, who, I talk to with regular frequency, but there's going to be disagreements there, right? But at the end of the day, it's just all about putting the policy in the bag, little bro. Just put the policy in the bag. I don't care. We don't have to be friends. It's great. He's a wonderful guy. But we don't have to be friends. As long as you are fighting for the working class, I'll be there. I'll defend you when you are doing defensible things. And if you're doing indefensible things, I'll criticize you.
Hasan, thank you for the time, man.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
And so with all that, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, reactions. What did you agree with? What did you disagree with? Why? And of course, looking forward, if we get a response from any of the politicians that have said things on the record, would love to get their comments and reactions as well. Right, and then from that,
what do we think? Did you guys get filled in? Meyer, who I love. Why are there no comments about it? I wanted to see if there were comments. Having interviews on the PDS is one thing to include clips of people, but giving space to answer questions like this feels the highest form of journalism. Hasan Piker refused to endorse Kamala Harris, saying she would be just as bad for policies as Trump, and told his audience not to vote for her. He's literally toxic to Democrats, and his entire ideology hinges on the downfall of our current electoral system. Sort by controversial. This ain't Reddit, little bro. You can just do newest or top. Hasan has issued his commentary, but ultimately is incredibly self-serving in everything he does. He definitely has a worthwhile platform that could be helpful to Democrats, but he has many other questionable comments and terrorist glazing to answer, or at least acknowledge. Try questioning him on a stream, and you are met with his baby rage and ultimately banned as he refused to answer for his mistakes and terrible takes. It's so funny that these guys literally are still, it's 2026, and they're still doing this shit. Terrorism glazing. Yeah, you got banned. I'm not the one baby raging. You're still baby raging in the fucking comments of a Philip DeFranco video. Ban chatters, but her chatters in the comments. The Hasan derangement syndrome is going to be absurd in the comment section. If you don't like or disagree with him, it's fine, but you can't say his haters don't act like lunatics. I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic. I just think he's deeply unserious. Pretends to want change, but can't compromise on anything at all. And just about purity testing. Like when Moist Critical started speaking up about Israel, instead of being happy, he was just mad. That's not true. Literally, I gave him praise. Yeah, there was one person that I said, it was published 56 minutes ago, and isn't it like 45 minutes long? The comments aren't going to be people who watch for a bit. It's true. Hasan Bud, that comparison is closer than you think. That's why people don't want to associate with you. Maybe not as bad as a neo-Nazi, but for sure far, far left. I'm glad you were around, though. People that are so far one-sided or the other may actually make independent Canada possible one day. Who am I kidding? It won't. I'm so tired of the Hasan dick riding. I agree the left needs a major unifying figure. It is not Hasan by a massive shot. To simply paint Hasan's controversy as being largely because he's anti-Israel just shows you haven't done your homework. Hasan has done multiple controversy. Dude, this is, I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of this is the impact of like 8 years of steadily developing like a fuck Hasan clip complex. There are genuinely people who would just like, if they were to watch, there are legitimately people, if they were to like sincerely watch for a little bit, they'd be like, oh, I was just like, I misunderstood. Right. But they have a barrage of like, AstroTurf talking points that they can just like slam into everything. Yeah. These guys all love Zoran now, by the way. Yeah. And they didn't. Jake Tapper CNN panel about you airs in 5 minutes if you're interested. New Kyle video on Hasan
so I don't know how
derangement.
many of you have been following this man, but the establishment, corporate, diet.
Yeah, it's only a crazy position because you accept the maliciously false idea that Piker is a genocidal anti-Semite. Anyone who's actually listened to the show knows that that is not true. And it's a particularly absurd accusation coming from supporters of Israel's mass slaughter in Gaza. Yeah. No, that's what it is. It's like people that have like deluded themselves. People that have like deluded themselves into believing this nonsense, right? And they just continue along with this nonsense.
The government failed. And there's not a lot
Oh
of
my God, I can't believe Jake Tapper's about to have a fucking panel on my ass, dude.
We're bringing many of those men in. We've already deposed several of them, and I'll name a name right now, Lex Wexner. We deposed him for several hours. That was a bipartisan deposition. The Democrats and Republicans both grilled our staff attorneys who were professional deposers, grilled Mr. Wexner, and we've released those videos. And, you know, he either couldn't.
This guy's so comical. It's weird that these people are acting as they would become staunch Politburo party loyalists on the condition that you aren't the figurehead of it. It's just nonsense, bro. I think many people don't even know why. Many people don't even know why they fucking hate me. And not a lot of them have like sincere ideological disagreements. There are some, like on the issue of Israel is very obvious, right? But for the record, oh, here it is.
Anti-Israel, anti-Semitic. So why are so many Democrats doing campaign events with him? We're going to explore that very question next.
Jake Tapper just straight up unconditionally called me anti-Semitic. You're a fucking piece of shit, Jake Tapper. God damn. Just uncritically. God, what a fucking Hasbro final boss. Yeah. Ugh, so fucking gross. I think that might be legit grounds for a lawsuit. It's just, I'm a public figure. I don't think you guys understand that's like virtually impossible. Like it's not, and they know it too. That's why there's a difference between Jake Tapper saying that versus like saying that I've like shocked my dog or whatever. Okay, because the other one is like far more actionable than something as up to the personal interpretation as like claiming someone is anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? This link has less of a delay. All right, well, let's see. I'm excited to see what they do, though. Yeah, also, you have to show actual malice. Who's going to defend you on that panel? Is a Jake Tapper panel. No one's going to defend me on it. It's going to be like an American Enterprise Institute person. And it's going to be like maybe someone who's like a liberal Zionist. And both of them are going to be like, we really shouldn't have people like Hasan Piker anywhere near the Democratic Party. I mean, this is so... insane. I honestly think Jake's little peepee can't fathom that you're younger, taller. Okay, no, it's just... Let's see. They're trying to keep you out of the mainstream. If you don't fold to their framing, you win and enter, in my honest opinion. Yeah. It's going to be 4 vigorously anti-Hasan people and 1 more tepidly. No, Jake Tapper midday is going to be 2 panelists most likely. And it'll be like the American Enterprise Institute type of thing. It's the same with like when he did the Zoran piece. Remember? When he did the Zoran piece to talk about how fucked up Zoran is?
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
You know, it's Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, "Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs," unquote. Hasan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive 3-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the 3 candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Our Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself.
Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous. And he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question.
He called one Jew a Zionist pig dog is
Dr.
crazy.
Abdul El-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hasan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul El-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for
This is
votes.
one of the panelists.
In a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hasan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way,
they their new meta is to say, oh, he's just not, he has no emotion anyway.
Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side.
He has no motion anyway.
Asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah. There's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't even say that.
The Jews didn't
I don't even say
the war
that.
with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways.
I love that these guys are literally doing the conflation, by the way. He tied Israel to Jews, and then now is just going off.
Anti-Semite. Just, he's got a different name, and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president, or who might run for president, if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hasan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody, and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in LA to have you both in studio. Really amazing.
Thanks, Jay.
The U.S. Army is launching an investigation into this. Apache helicopters.
That's awesome. What a fucking panel, dude. It's hilarious they have to use old photos to make you look like 2016 bro. I mean, I don't think it was that bad. Controversial opinion. I don't think it was that bad. Like, yeah, he farmed a lot of the, he farmed all of the talking points, right? But I'll take it. You know? Especially if they put my actual words against their claims, like their interpretation of my words, all of a sudden, that takes on a very new light. And that's the reason why the best they can do, and that point, that's the reason why the best they can do is say, oh, Hasan is actually anti-Semitic, but he's hiding it, right? Instead of being like, oh, he's a fucking avowed anti-Semite, it's very clear. They have to go, oh, well, he's just like criticizing Israel, but actually he just means all Jews, which is an ineffective line of attack. And the other person has to basically concede on coming onto my podcast, but then say, but it's different when you have him on your campaign rally, right? They're trying to mitigate the harm there because like they've completely given up on saying this is a dangerous radical anti-Semite. They're trying to imply that, but then also simultaneously claim that they're trying to imply that while simultaneously trying to claim that it's, you know, it's okay if you collaborate with him. You just shouldn't have him on your rallies. Does that make sense? So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. It is funny though that the Puck guy's assessment is that I have no motion and people that do know me hate me. He was like, no. We ran a poll actually, and nobody knows him. And the people that do know him, they fucking hate him. Okay, they hate him a lot. Okay, then why are you talking? Then why are you bringing me up on a fucking CNN panel? You know, if this is a no motion type situation, why is it that it's being discussed on CNN on the day that Israel has signed off on a death penalty sentence for Palestinians in captivity in Israeli concentration camps? And Itamar Ben-Gvir is fucking popping champagne, celebrating that those concentration camps are now going to turn into death camps. I just felt like you were safer before this, and we want to keep you from this. Antifa worries? No, this is totally irrelevant. This is not a bad thing. Check my last message. If you were... Regarding the anti-Semitism slander, if you were actually anti-Semitic, they wouldn't have included a clip of you defending your record of combating anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites don't care about combating anti-Semitism. Go ask Nick Fuentes if he thinks he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just, in this day and age especially, anti-Semites don't feel the need to hide. The people who are anti-Semitic don't need to hide their anti-Semitism, right? Candace Owens is not hiding that. I think O'Sullivan interviewed you and Tapper was pissed. It took off because of his station, so he did this table to try to take you down a peg. Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. I think, like I said, I think Americans are much more aware nowadays of like exactly how people try to deploy defenses for Israel by immediately calling any of its prominent critics anti-Semitic. You know? So that's it. But see, you're hiding it by saying you're not an anti-Semite. It's a stupid gotcha either way. Yeah, it's stupid because I'm not anti-Semitic. The most anti-Semitic shit that came out of that panel was Jonah Platt literally fucking saying all Jews have a deep embedded connection to the land of Israel. That is the unironic anti-Semitism. Okay? I do think you need to be careful about death by 1,000 cuts that they got carbon. The media just repeated things so often for so long that the public started to think there must be some truth there. I feel like clip farms are already proving this. No. No. Entirely different set of circumstances. An entirely different person. Corbyn is too kind. I'm not. That's number one. Okay? Corbyn's a politician. I'm not. I speak for 10 hours every day. And last but not least, and perhaps this is the most important difference, it's 2026. When Corbyn was getting cooked, it was an entirely different environment in terms of interpreting Israel. Okay? That's the difference. That's the major difference. Actually, not too bad. These days, Israel's unpopular and people aren't buying the criticism of Israel's anti-Semitism angle anymore. They included your words and people that will hear will understand. They're trying, but nobody's buying their outdated strats in 2026 because Israel is just that unpopular. In the end, it's more exposure and people get to hear your own words. Exactly. If people were doing this shit to Corbyn today and not in like 2017, Jeremy Corbyn's approval would skyrocket. A lot of people that want to defend Israel don't understand that this line which is the most anti-Semitic thing. Hold on. What is this? Oh, this is, hey, Jewish Voice for Peace. This you. Jonah Platt, did you hit your head? Noah Colwyn says. Another sad case of Jewish stupids. Once our heritage was Einstein. Now it's grown adults who think that the NFL lays down / erases a real yellow line on the field for a first down. It's also even funnier. It's also even funnier because like they do this with Zach Polanski. They are doing this with Avi Lewis. Like Zach Polanski and Avi Lewis are both Jewish and anti-Zionist, right? Zach Polanski is the leader of the Greens. Avi Lewis is now the new leader of the NDP in Canada. And a lot of Gentiles, as a matter of fact, non-Jews, are so aggressive in the ways that they are attacking anti-Zionist Jews that you would think that the Gentiles are the Jews themselves, and the Jewish people that they're attacking are fucking white supremacist Christian neo-Nazis. It's unbelievable. So just remember, it's totally ridiculous, and it's just the dying gasp of a movement, right? Dying is like the last gasp. Gentiles. Oh, Noah literally just texted me and said Gentile. That's so funny. He's watching, I guess. And so are you guys. Gentiles. Sorry, Gentiles. Yeah, it's in its death throes, right? Avi Lewis on his Jewish anti-Zionist roots. I come from a long tradition, a multi-generation tradition of Jewish anti-Zionism. As long as there's been formal pro-Israel Zionist organizations, there's been a tradition that has disagreed with that within the Jewish community.
At least one prominent Jewish group.
I think what a lot of Zionist Jews don't understand is that, like, these guys are unironically the last line of defense for non-Jewish people. Like, they don't understand that these guys are literally holding on to the best of their ability to stop this, like, full tilt anti-Semitic approach to Israel. Because the more Zionist Jews and institutions that defend, Jewish institutions that defend Zionism broadly declare that Israel is for all the Jews and all the Jews love Israel, and if you ever criticize Israel or anti-Semitic, every day there's new people that are anti-Israel, right? That means every day there's new people that are anti-Semitic by your assessment. It's fucking ridiculous. Everything that Israel does, it does for the international Jewry. We should purchase media outlets. We should purchase entire social media platforms because people are too anti-Israel, because people are too anti-Jewish, because they're too anti-Israel. What is the argument that you're presenting? What is the argument that you yourself are choosing to present here to the average person who hasn't been indoctrinated with Zionist propaganda since a very early age? You're telling people that all of the nascent anti-Semitic tropes, they have veracity, they have legitimacy. You're legitimizing them, okay? You're fomenting anti-Semitism. It's unfucking believable.
And few others have accused you of harboring anti-Israel sentiments that this group and others believe are harmful to the Jewish community. I know you yourself are Jewish, and you have, of course, supported Palestine over the last few weeks, the last few months, and during this campaign as well. I wonder, what do you have to say about that these Jewish groups are calling you anti-Israel at this point?
Well, I come from a long tradition, a multi-generation tradition of Jewish anti-Zionism. My great-grandfather was a leader in the Jewish labor.
Speaking of Jewish anti-Zionists, Felix Biederman is officially in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Long-awaited, long-time favored guest of the HasanAbi broadcast, Felix motherfucking Biederman, is in the goddamn building. Okay, we're going to get real. We're going to do real talk. One of my favorite guests. Yeah, Felix disavowed this man. Yeah, I brought him in. I brought him in specifically to disavow me. I brought him in to the broadcast to basically say, you know, that Jake Tapper is right. I should have just waited for Felix to come to watch that segment. We might have to rewatch the segment, honestly. Because what is this? Not mincing words. When Israel commits a genocide in Gaza, we call them out. When the U.S. and Israel started a legal and reprehensible war against Iran that sets the world on fire, we say Canada should have absolutely no role in it whatsoever.
We're not shy about saying the loud part out loud. We're not burying our politics in platitudes. We're communicating with straight talk, grounded in moral clarity.
When Israel commits a genocide in Gaza, we call them out.
Start an illegal and reprehensible war against Iran that sets the world on fire, we say Canada should have absolutely no role in it whatsoever. Third, we're not shy.
Yeah, Avi's the
Now,
man.
Hasan Piker
He did an
might not
8-minute
be a
segment,
household
bro.
name.
8-minute motherfucking segment. Unbelievable. Is Felix in the room with us? Yeah, I imagined him. He's not even here. For non-Canadian chatters, they may know him better as the husband of Naomi Klein. True. Not to be confused with Naomi Wolf. Oh, no. He also said you justified October 7. Lol, just straight up lying now, trying to push deserve 9/11 and October 7. Yeah. Like I said, having me on or having my words with through the microphone of Donnie O'Sullivan at the No Kings protest is unironically doing a disservice to his argument, you know? Jake Tapper did a full panel on your boy.
What?
Here, pull the chair. But also watch out for this thing. That thing in the corner that like will move the desk.
Oh.
Yeah, this is tough. This is a tough. You got this. Hell yeah.
So was the Jake Tapper segment like pro or against?
Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
International superstar. #1 anti-Semite in America.
I've never even been put on those.
I
It's
know.
it's crazy. I don't know what I have to do.
It's actually unironically anti-Semitic not to feature you as an
Yeah.
anti-Semite just because you're Jewish.
And there are like they do put Jews on there.
Who'd they put, like Norm Finkelstein?
Macklemore. You know, he had that song where he's like, "When I was in the 3rd grade, I thought that I was Jewish." He said, "I drove a Volvo and I stirred the peanut butter."
Okay, well, here.
It was called Same Love, and it was about his friend who is Jewish.
That he's gay for.
Yeah, and they were going to get married, but they couldn't.
Oh, they had to fly to Cyprus.
Yeah. And that's sort of why, you know, the reason for his activism. It's actually quite selfish.
Yeah.
I'm you know, because of a 360 deal with my management, I do have to write articles for the forward. I know it's bad, but I really want to buy a boat.
Please tell me you saw the Tablet magazine article that literally defended Nazism, like straight up.
Well, oh man, Tablet's one of the. I love all those magazines, but like Tablet's the funniest one because it's for just like insane people. Like they're all kind of insane, but like the forward in those ones, like half the articles are like, you know, the Jewish history of billiards. Why Fats Domino is Jewish,
dude,
and the others are like racial invective.
This one is actually unironically inventing Nazism from first principles by defending Zionism, and it literally ends up saying, like, the Germans had a similar ideology. They called it the Volk, and it doesn't say Nazism at all.
Man, like,
it's
what are we?
Fucking insane.
What's going on here, man? Like, I mean, I guess that is sort of like Tablet shit. Is just to be like,
no, it's like urging other like ethnicities to do the same as Zionism.
That's very like 2016 alt-light stuff. Do you remember that? Do you remember how like
white identitarians?
It was like sort of a civic, like Paul Joseph Watson. Those people would be like, every time that there was something like the referendum in Catalonia, they're like, well, I think anything that makes people think more about their identity is like good.
That's awesome.
What happened to PJ?
I don't know. I think he's trapped in Alex Jones's base. I think they fed him to Matt Schlapp.
yeah. Oh my god.
Prison Planet.
Like talk about a prison planet. He's living the life of the Gimp from Pulp Fiction in Matt Schlapp's rumpus room.
Yeah,
that's tough.
That's the real prison that he's in.
Yeah,
which is Matt Schlapp's rape dungeon that he's stuck in.
Oh my god. I always like felt bad for him. Well, not bad for him, but I could see the pain in his eyes because it was like there were those leaked texts between him and Jones where he's like, yeah, you can't say that like, you know, Ursula von Leyen was on video like slurping baby soup. Like that makes us look stupid. And Jones is like, I hear you. I see you.
That's all right. Well, are you ready for this? I'm gonna issue a trigger warning. You might not have known this, but you're sitting next to a dangerous anti-Semite. Okay.
I'm sort of like trying to passively respawn. If you get me. You know, if this is how it goes.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what Jake Tapper had to say.
They are going nuts with the makeup. It's like, yeah, that's just a regular 71-year-old man.
Yeah, he looks hot. He looks fucking sexy.
I mean, he is a good-looking guy, but it's like it's fine to age.
Yeah, and a fantastic writer, gangbanging in the media land. You already know.
That's my favorite. That kind of got me into media.
Yeah.
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online
It was a fucking Washington, D.C. White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend. I don't know, some shit.
Influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. It. I'm saying it.
Who's that bigoted against?
Dude, holy shit.
Buildings?
Yeah.
Cantor Fitzgerald?
Yeah. The Twin Towers.
Yeah,
dude.
like that.
Architecture.
Cantor Fitzgerald is not like a protected class.
Also, they made out like a bandit, or
Yeah.
at least Howard Lutnick did.
Yeah.
He was the one who really benefited from that.
Howard Lutnick, Larry Silverstein, like all these guys would also go, we deserve 9/11, but like in a good way. Like, oh, I really had I deserve to win.
Yeah, well, also, so did Donald Trump on the morning of 9/11.
Man, that was so
when
good.
He called into a radio show and was like, well, now Trump Tower is the tallest standing building in Wall Street. Like,
that was awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking dope.
I remember when I was at camp, I was like 11 and I was on the riflery range, and it wasn't a counselor, it was just like an older kid. He was like, I mean, I just think it's a crazy coincidence though that like none of the Jews went to work that day. None of the Jews died on 9/11. But he was so stupid, he literally just thought it was a coincidence. He didn't think that like we did it.
Yeah, he was like, how fortunate, how fortuitous.
He's like, man,
he was like, Shirley. You went to camp with Nick Shirley?
Oh yeah, I might have. He would have been a younger kid, you know, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think that's kind of cute that he was like, that's why they're chosen. They're so lucky.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's
like he's saying it's because I said Orthodox Jews are inbred, which, you know, to be fair, out of the million times that I've said, out of the million times I've called, like, you know, every racial supremacist, ethno supremacist group inbred, you know, this is the one time where they could be like, well, we got them.
Yeah.
You know?
And like, look, man, any super insular religious community where it's like, they don't, like ultra-Orthodox, they don't think, if you grew up like Reform or even conservative, they consider that the same as like converting from just being like a Lutheran or nothing. And so it's, you know, you already have a small gene pool with Jewish people. So it's like, yeah. I mean,
no, but I'm not going to defend it. But my point is like,
I am.
You should hear, I mean, you can attest to this as well, but like, you should hear how liberal Zionists talk about the Orthodox community.
Yeah.
If you think this is bad.
My shit's like, remember when I got in trouble for that? It's like, my shit's pretty mild to what they say. I think like whenever I would be stuck in traffic in South Williamsburg, I would get really mad. But I mostly think they're pretty funny to me. Like I think their whole thing is so funny. There used to be this guy that I knew who like his dad was really loaded, but we knew his son. He was into like photography, and he was like a lib, and his main thing was just that like everyone should vote. We would solve all the problems if everyone voted. He wanted mandatory voting. And it's like, okay, whatever, man. And I would watch all the debates during like 2015 and 2016 at his place. And he was so committed to his whole ideal of everyone voting that his friend group was like a Frank Luntz focus group. You would go there and it would be like, you know, a couple guys like, you know, guys in their early mid-20s, white guys in their early mid-20s, like 2 black guys, and then like a 63-year-old Mexican guy in coveralls, a hijabi woman with a glass eye, and then like a random Hasid. And I always loved talking to the Hasid there because he was one of those. There's a lot of Hasids like this where they're like, I can smoke crack, but it just has to be like not in my community. The Hasid would get so fucked up there.
There's also the stripper stuff, right? Like, isn't that like there's entire strip clubs that like specifically operate for like the Hasidic community?
There's an SVU about that, yeah.
There's an SVU.
No, literally, well, not like about the, but it's like that's a plot point that there's a special strip club that the Hasids go to. I mean, they're so funny to me. You know the story about how my great grandfather in the Russian Empire, they made him head of a fucking bar mitzvah, and he was like, that was the stupidest and least fun thing I've ever done. We're never going to be religious. And all the people who didn't think that, like, they haven't changed since that. They haven't changed since like 1870. And it just
when it was invented, by the way, which is again,
it's not that old.
I feel like that's the fakest part about this. Like, I'm not making like a theological argument before you say, oh, you're disparaging the Orthodox Jews, but like judging by all of the like supposedly traditional values, the assumption is like those are the OG Jews.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
No.
Judaism is like way, way older than that. This shit like was invented in Eastern Europe in like 1870, which is also precisely the reason why they wear like, you know, all the fur garb, because like that shit works in fucking, I don't know, some dark Ukrainian town.
In Pale of Settlement.
But like you can't do that in like Boca Raton. You when you wear that at Boca Raton, you're gonna be hot.
I mean, it's nuts. Like their entire idea is like, okay, all progress stopped in 1869. It's like that's the year you pay. It's just such a weird. It's such a weird choice.
I do love the hat.
They look awesome.
It's drippy.
They look awesome.
I like the hat, and I do like the tefillin, which is not just like an Orthodox Jew thing, but I do like the tefillin because it's like very Spartan, and they got a little Kaaba that they put on their forehead.
It is funny they have a cube.
Yeah,
I got I learned the hard way. When I used to live in Bed-Stuy with Mullen and Amber, one of the most fun times in my life. There was so many Chabad around there, right? And I learned the hard way. When someone asks you, "Hey, are you Jewish?" Generally, you should never say yes to that question because
because you're under attack.
Right, you're right. They're gonna be like, I'm gonna kill you.
Not by who you think you're under attack by.
Yeah, I just went.
They want to convert you.
I was like, yeah, and he made me wrap the tefillin and and I was so.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, that's why they ask you so you can do the prayer with them.
You just say no, like after they go, "Are you Jewish?" and then they say, "Can I do a mitzvah?" and you say no.
Well, I'm people might not believe this about me because of the things I say and the way I act and my personality and not being a very good person. But I'm a really big believer in manners.
That's when you're supposed to say the Shahada and be like, oops, sorry, you missed your shot.
I don't know that one either.
It's the reverse. It's the reverse mitzvah. You're like, damn, you just pulled me out of secular Judaism.
Well, no, I mean, that's what I started doing. So after that, because like I wasn't going to say no. There's something about me where when someone's a canvasser of any type, I don't care how, whether it's Planned Parenthood, Chabad, or like, even if you were like, hey, we're with the Montana militia and we want to kill everyone like you. And I'd be like, well, it's hard to talk to people on the street. I'll help you. But after that, I learned to just tell people I'm Turkish.
Yeah.
But oh my God.
That's what Brace was doing in Cuba.
I would not buy him as a Turk. I don't know how anyone was.
Well, there's not a lot of Turks that have made their way to Havana.
That's true. I fucked up though on a plane once. I was flying to our show.
Oh yeah, the guy who gave you the lemon.
Dude, I've never been. So I take. I wouldn't say I have a fear of flying. I have a fear of sitting still for 5 hours. And there's a special medication I take. That's for this type of anxiety. I don't have anxiety, but I do, I want to be relaxed when I'm reading the Wikipedia article for like my wife and kids. That's the type of stuff I do on the plane. Is read sitcom Wikipedias. And because this famous pill, Xanax, it makes you kind of a dum-dum, at least for me. And this guy in the hat, the whole thing came out and was like, "Are you Jewish?" And I did not have the presence of mind to be like, "I'm Turkish. I'm fucking this and that." Dude, it was Purim. It looked like he was taking out a sniper rifle. He opened this huge package and he brings out a tree branch and a lemon and immediately starts telling me how much the fake lemon costs. And I'm like, this isn't real. No, dude, can you stop? Other people can see you. Don't start telling me how much the lemon costs. But he made me do a Hebrew prayer with him and shake.
You did the prayer?
I mean, I'm not.
You mouthed it?
All the Hebrew I know is Baruch atah Adonai melchenu. I'm done. That's it. I'm not very good at it.
Never heard you speak Hebrew before.
I'm not very good at it. We're not a very religious. I mean, the great grandfather renounced religion, and then my dad's like great grandparents were they were illiterate subsistence level drug dealers. They were like, heroin had just been invented, and they were so stupid that they were like, "Oh, this stuff is so hard to sell." Like I come from a very ignominious line of people.
See, those things are actually rare, bro. He showed you a rare lemon.
Oh, was I supposed to? Was this like Dark Souls? I was supposed to kick it. I was supposed to kick him off a ledge so it doesn't affect my character tendency.
Yeah,
but then take the lemon because there's only one per game.
It's an unlockable side quest that you can only find after watching numerous YouTube lore videos.
The lemon and the branch are like northern regalia. You have to combine the lemon because that's like Demon's Bane, and the Soul's brand is the other one.
Wait, is this like a De Beers Diamond style situation? Why don't they just like make more of these? Are they like controlling the supply so that like the price is higher?
I have no idea because I held it and I was like,
some anti-Semitism shit. That's the first thing that I thought of with artificial scarcity.
No, yeah. I mean, in that business, like Amber told me she used to work in like some food factory in Bushwick, and there was a whole cottage industries of guys who come in like rabbis and are like, they have a clipboard and they're like, blah blah blah. Okay, this stuff is kosher.
Yeah,
it's like it is sort of like La Cosa Nostra.
Jake Tapper just announced part 2 of the panel on you. Oh shit, we're cooked.
Who's on your panel? Who's on the panel?
Jonah Platt and Hamby, the Puck News guy.
I was just talking about Peter Hamby.
Yeah,
I was just talking about Peter Hamby on the episode we recorded. He wrote that article about Beto where he insulted the show, and he said they look like roadies from Mumford and Sons. And it's like,
wow, what a great reference.
Yeah, like
what a timely reference.
It was
from him.
Dated in 2018, and I also thought like, I listened to King Von, you asshole. I don't listen to. You know, my family had me listen to the old 97s. I listened to alt country, you fucking asshole. But is Peter Hamby still the Snapchat guy?
I think so, which is strange for someone at that age, right?
Yeah. Do you think other places try to poach you? Do you think like Live Jasmine is like, we want you to head your politics department?
What was it? No. Roblox.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm Peter Hamby, and today we're going to be talking about the Roblox marketplace.
All these places are trying to post. Do you think like Kick is like, we need you?
Yeah, you're the GOAT. Yeah. You are the greatest of all time when it comes to doing these news hits. We need that shit.
My name's Peter Hamby. Today I'm going to be making out with the Island Boys and talking about the moderate lane in 2028.
All right, let's keep going.
All right.
It's Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews.
This part is really funny. Look, he flubs it. He gets so angry he can't even read it out loud.
Inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas.
As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue.
He doesn't even try to like defend the idea of like selling land on the city. It's just like, oh
no,
man.
no, I think he didn't know. He hadn't read the full tweet because it's really funny. He can't even like hit the line once.
Right. Unequivocal. That is an equivocal defense of it. Like that's the joke.
Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker.
He just he got so mad he couldn't even fucking get it out. He's like, the lesser of two. Why can't we kill him?
That was his verse. Like in 8 Mile, where you're Eminem.
Yeah.
That's after you're
well,
like
gangbanging in Media Land.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought of 8 Mile. You're like, but I know something about you. What would be the thing? You wrote an article or two. And he would be like Papa Doc, he would choke.
Yeah.
Sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American.
Yeah, all the goats are here.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, the real movers and shakers in the Democratic Party, the fucking Third Way, writing a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
They had two cones write that. I always feel like very inferior when I speak to a cone, because they were like the best of the 12. They were like the strongest of the 12 tribes of Israel. And you have like the losers in my family.
The Biedermans?
The Biederman isn't even like, my dad's side, they were like stupid Russian Jews who like were like, oh, everyone thinks German Jews are like the fanciest, so we should just go there. But they will go to Germany and we'll make up a German last name, Biederman, which means petite bourgeois. we'll get that name, but we still won't learn how to read. And then we'll fuck that up, and then we'll come to America and make no money selling heroin.
And anti-Semitic, no Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the friends where he belongs.
Feel like these cones are like.
Hasan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive
loser I am.
Three-way Democratic.
From my ancestors playing piano in the Russian military.
I mean, that's
come from a long line of losers.
That's kind of cool. That's not. I think that
might have been cool back then. I don't know. He might have gotten.
Granddad got pussy, dude.
He might have gotten some whiz on his thing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when they're.
It's like really funny that they're giving advice while they're in contest.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm going to take this sincerely, actually. Like, we're running a race against you, and I think you probably shouldn't do this thing. It's going to be really bad for you.
There's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state.
What about on the other side of that, being on the wrong side of an issue that's like 90-10 with Democratic voters?
Yeah.
Does that come up at all?
Yeah, notice how Dr. Abdullah Sayed isn't fucking turning around and be like, hey, guys, don't defend Israel here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to win, actually. So, he's going to be like, oh, nice. I'm glad that you said your piece on the issue of Israel.
I also don't like how in the last slide, they used a really wet photo of him.
Yeah.
I don't like wet journalism like that.
No, this is a terrible photo of me, too. It was like I look chunky as fuck.
Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
Oh, boy.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor.
Get it together,
primary.
Joe.
Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog.
Oh yeah, he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. It's just a thing that didn't happen, by the way. That's just a thing that people claim happened, but it didn't happen, but it doesn't matter.
He's the founding partner of Puck News.
Oh my God,
and Peter,
he looks so evil.
Look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified.
That
is what it is. Like what are you supposed to go? Oh, Hamas, also known as the bad guys. Like, what are you supposed to say? Fucking.
Yeah.
Are they collaborators? No. Like,
I can't believe he called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. I mean, that's what it is. They are that.
October 7th and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think. By the way, Peter Hamby mogs me here. He's so in tune with the Snapchat audience. Watch what he says now.
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hasan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul El-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with America.
This is where he fucking cooks my ass, dude. He's going to be like, he's not even relevant at all.
American Men Project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hasan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favor rating.
Wow, I can't believe only 50% of young people know who I am.
It's not like Peter Hamby.
Yeah. You better respect Peter Hamby. He's been putting the fucking... He has been putting the work on Snapchat, texting every one of his 13-year-old fans and be like, hey, did you get my latest piece on Beto O'Rourke?
If you go to...
did you know Rahm Emanuel is running for president in 2028?
Peter Hamby has his finger on the pulse so much that his big article that I mentioned, where he said we were roadies for Mumford and Sons, was about how Beto is like, he has a chance to just crush everyone. Beto's a juggernaut.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, this is sour grapes. I'm sad because like he owned me so bad. He's owning you.
Yeah,
but like
Peter Hamby famously also said, Beto O'Rourke gives me ankle cramping orgasms.
yeah. He was the guy. He created. Steve Kornacki stole this from him. It was a prostate simulation heat map of Beto O'Rourke's support. That's what Beto O'Rourke is, like a pinky going up and just tickling that thing. Mm-hmm. But if you go anywhere on Earth, go to the nation of Gabon, go to North Sentinel Island. You could be like Muhammad Ali. They'll stare at you blankly. Michael Jackson. Who? Fucking Jack Harlow. What? Peter Hamby. And they're like, Snapchat.
Stop.
Snapchat politics reporter.
Like, stop.
Snapchat politics reporter Peter Hamby.
Yeah, everybody knows him.
Yeah.
But anyway, he doesn't end there. He also says, I'm very unfavorable.
He's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party."
Yeah, this is the thing he's citing. Charlie Kirk is less known, according to that one, than me. But this is before he got,
Who did this?
Oh my God, Dr. Umar.
Ooh.
Top 10 least recognized public figures. No, this is saying Sneeko is more recognized than me, right? Or no, it's saying, wait, no. LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, C.E. Espina? Wait.
Who are those guys?
Wait, what the fuck? Dean Withers, Tony Hinchcliffe? I guess it is more popular. Like, they're saying Dean Withers is more popular, and Tony Hinchcliffe is more popular, and Dr. Umar is more popular, and I am more popular than Sneeko, Charlemagne, and Charlie Kirk.
Dude, who did this fucking poll? Was this Peter Hamby just like texting people?
Who are the young men paying attention to? The Young Men Research Project.
This seems super reputable.
YouGov sample was weighed to match catalyst turnout targets, reflecting a Trump plus 5 electorate. 34% said they voted for Trump, 29% for Harris. Bro, you can't see it's top 10 least recognized public figures.
Oh, least?
Yeah, but like, does that, so these guys are less recognizable than us? Is that what that means?
This is a really bad. Whoever took this, they were not paying attention in their econometrics class.
It was a poll he did with the Snap Story. Okay, stop. That's not how it happened. Charlie is more recognizable than me, and Sneeko is more recognizable than me, and Charlemagne's more recognizable than me. But I Mog, Dr. Umar, Tony Hinchcliffe, Dean Withers, LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, and all the others. I mean, this is bad data visualization. Regardless,
so should Madeline McDougal, whatever the fuck, you know her, the red-haired lady in the Michigan race. She should go.
McMorrow. Mallory
McMorrow. She should go on Kill Tony. Because according to that graph, I'd like to go on there. I wouldn't do any comedy.
To draw a line in the sand, Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan responding.
Wait, didn't we just see this?
Sub the
is. I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan.
The only two Jews thinking about
what the
Palestinians in the
young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank.
Yeah, what doesn't make any sense about the whole like he's irrelevant is, okay, then why are you doing a fucking panel?
Right.
Like that's my argument, because like the other guy who did this was obviously I don't know if you saw this or not, but one of the architects of the Iraq War, David Frum.
Oh yeah.
David Frum asked Claude and found out that Claude thinks that I am irrelevant. He like doesn't understand how anything works. So he was like, well, his live concurrent viewership is 36K on average, which is way less than the 900,000 viewership of MS Now.
What the fuck? David Frum's so fucking dumb. It's also like
makes you really reconsider whether he truly was an architect of the Iraq War. Well, I guess it also shows how far we've fallen off the map, because like those guys are infinitely more competent in comparison to
like Hegseth, and you know one of Hegseth's like undersecretaries, he like follows me and a bunch of people, and apparently he's like notorious for having been like a Chapo listener for the first like 4 years of the show.
Who?
It's some fucking guy. I should like actually know who this is. This is a bad habit of mine. I'll bring up something like this and I'll be like, yeah, there's some fucking guy and his name is Chester Fix. And I'll look it up and that's not his name at all. I got several details wrong. I'm sorry. I'll figure out who this is. I'll figure out who I'm talking about.
And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, we're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan, Piker, To respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic, he quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah. There's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out.
As opposed to what? Just being like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, you got me.
It's also really
got
funny.
me, pal.
It's also funny because it's like, in this day and age, like, I don't think if you're an anti-Semite, you just say you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Like, what do you like? No one is going around. Like, Nick Fuentes does not have clips being like, well, you know, I've spent a lifetime combating against anti-Semitism. I find it to be a dangerous canary in the coal mine of fascism. You know, like, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Ah, yes, the reviewing my media mention segment. What do you want me to do, man? It's been fucking 5 hours. Take a day off.
In places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism.
Many years. It's kind of like a feather.
He's tapped in with my shit though. Like, he's like saying, I can call out right-wing anti-Semitism, but I can't call out the more dangerous anti-Semitism of the left.
These are the
I'm sorry. This is such a bad title for a podcast, Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
Yeah.
Tropes they use, and then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is
if I had a son,
the place
I
where
would
all
punish
Jews
him by
collectively
making him
have a
listen to a
connection
podcast called Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
You notice that he did the thing where he like slammed immediately, like, well, all Jews have a connection to Israel, so he's just like substituting Israel for Jews.
Aren't these the same guys who are like, we should like never talk about trans stuff because it's just like not that many people and like it's tough, but just like the needs of the many versus the needs of the few.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there are more Americans who have had botched liposuction than Americans who have like a personal connection to Israel. Just like pure numbers. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
The homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does.
Okay.
What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Benjamin Netanyahu said it. Donald Trump said it. Marco Rubio said it. Like, all of the fucking Gang of Eight that came out of that meeting looking terrified. We're all like, oh my God, we're going to war for Israel. So it's so fucking stupid that is like his number one counter is like, well, you know.
Yeah. It's also just like, they can't defend the actual idea. Like, anytime you are, you go, okay, well, like, what about the influence of, like, any number of individual, like, high net worth, super pro-Israel donors or lobbying groups? What about them? They'll just go, oh, are we serious here?
Yeah. Oh, this is cool. Anti-Semitism, sweetie.
At the same time going, well, every Jew has a connection with Israel. So they don't like, there's no like way to challenge that idea. So you're just left with the idea of like, implicitly saying, okay, well, Jews did do this, but like, you shouldn't say that. Which is such the other thing that is such a dead end.
No, or the other thing, which is quite literally people going, yeah, okay, well, let them fuck with the Jews. Like, that's what's happening right now. People are just like, you've inundated people over and over and over again with the idea that like Israel is doing this for Jews, and if you criticize this, then you hate Jews. And people are like, okay, well, I've seen too many dead children, so I hate Israel. If you're telling me over and over again as a Jewish person that this is for you, then fuck you is the attitude that a lot of people have. They're like, in this ham-fisted manner, like force-feeding anti-Semitism to people. It's fucking insane.
They don't understand that, like, this isn't like people didn't just like see a tweet and they're like, oh, it's cool to be anti-Semitic now. No, millions of people saw the worst images they have ever seen in their fucking lives. And then this guy comes out there and he's like, if you don't like this, you're anti-Semitic. How does that not result in at least like a few million people going, okay, I guess I am then?
Yeah.
If it's between liking and hating that, then what the fuck?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like, it's so ridiculous. And anyway, it's just like, it's crazy because I still am uncompromising and do actually fight against anti-Semitism, and they still do this shit to me. But I guess that's the reason why they do it. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
Come on, man. You cannot this is a real, I'll give you something to fucking cry about situation.
Yeah, also, the guy,
just wait, buddy. Just fucking wait.
This guy also that's on the panel has done, videos reading every single statement that Miss Rachel has made about Palestine. He's read, the hundreds of different statements that Miss Rachel has made and, gotten angry at it to an audience of 11,000 people. On YouTube, on his YouTube VOD.
What if Miss Rachel is just that's too outrageous, what is acceptable?
Yeah, exactly.
What is okay then?
The left still does not understand how Piker, being an open Hezbollah supporter who calls Jews bloodthirsty pig dog and says it doesn't matter if rapes happen on 10/7 makes him an anti-Jew bigot. They still consider that criticism. And then Ethan Wolf, that's why they're working on helping people understand. Let's be clear. Hasan Piker equals Nick Fuentes. Two sides of the same coin. Don't campaign with either.
What if I campaign with both? What if I was running for a position that had nothing to do with Israel? I was running for
comptroller.
Yeah, water reclamation district in Illinois. And
you brought the Bloods and the Crips together.
Yeah.
I guess that's kind of what James Fishback is trying to do.
Yeah.
He's just picking up every side he possibly can.
It's really weird. It's almost like he is explicitly trying to be into things that someone who goes to high school would like. I don't know why he would do that.
Yeah.
Why James Fishback would do that.
This is
it's really weird.
By the way, insulting Israel is like insulting my wife, U.S. Ambassador to Israel. Well, then fuck you and your wife. It's just wow. Oh no. We can't insult Israel. Oh no. It's just so stupid.
It is also everyone in the belt, everyone in DC and political media, they're always fighting the battle from 5 years ago. I think it'll be another 5 years before these people realize just how quickly, how far public perception of Israel fell. For all I know, these guys might just think this is a temporary thing or just literally not believe it. They might just fucking block it out.
Yeah.
And in 10 years, they'll be okay, we need to allow some criticism of it. But by that point, they will have so many people will have gotten fired and fucking reprimanded and deported for all this shit. There's just no one's going to listen to that. Why would they?
Oh shit. Out of the heat map here, one of my highest familiarity level comes from Trump voters. I wonder why I have such a fucking bad approval rating overall.
Yeah. I think it's because of your bigotry.
Yeah. My anti-Trump bigotry.
No, I think that they're we love two things in this household: President Trump and Jewish self-determination.
Anyway,
this is a real dumb poll.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing.
Yeah, Rahm Emanuel said he'd come on my stream.
All right, man. He's just.
It's so funny because I've asked none of these people to come on the stream.
I think you should have Josh Shapiro on. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, I'm
What's
down.
up, kinfolk? I was just getting right with my preacher man.
Yeah.
I just wanted to correct the record. I've never spun a damn dreidel. I didn't have no damn
this gets to something important with this.
Yeah, he's gonna come up and be like,
and pussy too.
That's what he's gonna say.
We need to tell Donald Trump, get your own damn fries.
Yeah.
This debate in Michigan, it's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hasan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate.
Look, he's totally conceding that, like, I'm not trying to cancel the guy.
Right.
But, like, don't put him on to stump for you, right? Like, what's the distinction then? Like, why do you get to make this decision?
Yeah.
Someone else is going to grab it.
Peter
think
Hamby,
Josh
by the
Shapiro
way,
is smart and they would
he
have
has
a
one of the best, I don't
spirited
know if it's
debate.
still this way, one of the best self-authored Wikipedia articles I've ever read.
Oh, he wrote it himself?
It very much rivals Tyler Fisher.
Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 get the subs.
Damn. He's sort of like a successful Tyler Fisher, if you think about it. God, his eyes are so fucking evil. It scares me.
The difference
This
is
like, you know how in Elden Ring, how
That's my favorite Snapchat commentator, man. Put some respect on it, please.
I know. This is not a commentary on how good he is at being a Snapchat. He's better than anyone I've ever known.
Yeah.
But you know how in Elden Ring, how like every time someone talks to you, they're like, oh, you're tarnished. And it's implied that like anyone who isn't tarnished, they have the gold grace in their eyes.
Yeah.
This is like what tarnished people look like to people given grace by America and the Erd Tree. They have Peter Hamby's scary eyes.
Going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's
Oh my God!
Bro,
Can you
like-
get some guidance of grace,
Also,
pal?
what's really funny about this is like there's no moral equivalence here anyway, but it's like, dude, like Donald Trump had Little Pump and Jake Paul on stage. Like,
Yeah.
Like none of this stuff matters. Like you're trying to make it matter. It doesn't matter to you either, right? Because like, do you think these guys had any takes whatsoever to be like, why are you fucking hanging out with Liz Cheney?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? Like, why are you campaigning with Liz Cheney? No, of course not. They didn't have any issues with that at all. It's just what I represent, they have an issue with. And they're trying to find a way to make it like politically salient to be like, yo, don't do it. Don't link up with him.
You know who has said a crazier thing than you have ever fucking said ever is fucking Charlemagne.
What did he say?
He had some really fucked up segment that, just for fear of me not remembering right, I'm not going to try to totally summarize. And that's not to say like fuck him, because I don't know the entire, like, you know, I don't know if that was like him literally saying something he did. Like, probably not, considering how crazy it was. But if you're just going to do this thing of like tarnishing people by their associations, the point is you can do this with pretty much everyone in the Democratic surrogacy field already.
Yeah.
All of the guys who are already completely accepted, where no one bats an eye if a presidential candidate does it. This is just so fucking selective, and you can no longer keep it cordoned off to one guy or another at this point. It's either no one or it's fucking everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they think this is like, I mean, it's just not like a successful angle of attack. It's just so stupid.
It's so antiquated. It's for such an old theory and style of media. This maybe worked in the world where, like, you know, even people in the Trump administration could be fired because of articles.
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
live
yeah.
in that world anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And also, like, we have the audience, like they don't. The reality of the matter is, like, there's no more gatekeeping of that sort where you don't have the control that you used to have as far as like who's appropriate, who's inappropriate. And that's what the Democrats are like not reckoning with at all.
Yeah.
Republicans have understood that, which is why they also like don't have an issue leaning into their base anyway.
Yeah.
But even then, they're like desperately trying to figure out exactly how they can still court the Nick Fuentes fan base and like the Candace Owens fan base. And they're arguing amongst themselves a little bit because they recognize that like there's no way to like shut off that faucet.
Right.
Whereas Democrats think like, oh, we'll get like favorable coverage from Jake Tapper and we'll attack these like independent content creators and we'll be able to like dominate the airwaves about how fucking bad this guy is. And part of the reason why they're doing it is because I do get favorable press coverage from a lot of mainstream outlets and they read that shit and that pisses them off.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Jewish Insider will do like 11 articles. They've done 8 articles in the last 6 days on me. 8 articles. Like, am I the number one thing that American Jews should be caring about right now? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? And then also,
they're coming
one
out
of the
with new
articles was I'm
Volvos.
irrelevant. The other one was I'm irrelevant and shouldn't be paid attention to.
That's fucking perfect. That's fucking perfect.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like,
by the way, I'm not even thinking about you.
Yeah, like it's awesome. I'm glad that they did that. Yeah, I'm glad that they tied it up. Okay, then shut the fuck up about me. Democratic majority for Israel. Yeah, I mean it's over. It's just like ridiculous. There's no majority at all. It's a 90-10 issue. You've lost.
I think
It's
candidates
also so
should be
weird.
able to
The
go
other
on
thing
to
that's
podcasts.
strange about it is like, okay, well, if we're no longer in this world where a single article can like derail every staffing decision of a campaign or like completely paint, there was a way to sidestep this defining you for a media cycle, then that also seems like it could be advantageous for Democrats. It could be advantageous for any fucking candidate for anything. Obviously, there are massive downsides to it too, right? But like, just if you are this party, right, where you were so stymied by the way that in the view of the Democrats, is that like the media stabbed them in the back, then you should welcome this. Of course, the opposite is true. This entire strategy of like using mainstream media as a cudgel is so weird to me also, because it's like up until the Afghanistan pullout, but even after that too, a lot of mainstream media was sort of like, if not in the tank for Biden, certainly intent on protecting him. How well did that work? How well did that work? I mean, like, I will argue that the liberal media and just the vestigial organ of the liberal administrative state used the last bits of their magic to defend Brandon for another like 2 years.
Yeah. Which
constitutes one of the greatest wastes of resources of all time. But it just like, no, you guys, you can't do this to people anyway. Like you can annoy people and make life irritating for them, but you can't like completely get them out of the fucking paint like you used to.
Yeah. No, it's done. And unironically, we're in a media environment where like, if someone doubles down on that association, like Abdul's doing, they get fucking rewarded too. Like he's now in the top 5 campaign contributions for the week on Act Blue in this last media cycle. So it, in my opinion, it totally fucking backfired on them anyway.
Yeah.
And like Bernie came out and was like, this is ridiculous. Like he does a great job talking about me, like saying, you know, they yelled at me when I went on Joe Rogan. We're not going to agree on everything, but it doesn't matter. You know, this kind of conversation is so stupid.
Yeah.
And because it is, most normal people look at this stuff and they think, yeah, why are we talking about this? Donald Trump is literally fucking like, Donald Trump has made gas $1 more expensive per gallon because he went to war with Iran, a country that wasn't doing anything, by the way, at the behest of Israel. And this is your angle of attack? Like, fuck Israel. You know what I mean?
I just... The thing that I always go back to and the thing that I worry about a lot is that it's encouraging where the Democratic base is with Israel. But I do get worried over the propensity of the Democratic base to fall in line, because we all remember those polls about how much Democratic primary voters love Medicare for all. Yeah. I do sort of think that we are in a brave new world of just how shitty Democratic leadership is. But
I think there's an opportunity there, which is why they're so desperately attacking people like myself, because I recognize the opportunity. I want to seize on it to elect people that normally would be unthinkable to elect into positions within the party. And just like kind of, even if it's not to like change the way that the caucus is shaped, within the party structure, at least like offer a lot more prominence to individuals like that, individuals with like that represent a very different ideology, to get people more on board. You know, instead of having one Zoran or one Bernie Sanders, you have 10 of them, maybe 20 of them, and all of a sudden people are like, well, why can't we have more of this guy?
If there could be something where like you accomplish what a lot of those pro-Palestine protests in 2023 and 2024 did, where it was a much broader swath of people than anyone had anticipated, where the people who listen to, you know, the I've Had It podcast and the people who are over here can understand that at least like with Israel, they can be in the same place. They're seeking to accomplish the same thing. Then I can be pretty optimistic about it. But yeah, no, we'll see. I mean, it's a fucking new look for Democratic voters, right? They it's an easy group of people to scare in line, though. Maybe that will not always be the case.
Yeah, and there's still polls that are like, "What's your number one pick?" And they're like Kamala Harris, and
right. That's what.
Like so blackpilling to hear, but you know,
who
knows?
Yeah, the people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor,
that was a real successful move by him.
Yeah,
like,
is there anyone more transparent than that fucking guy?
Dude, it's so funny because like when you do that, it's doubly worse.
Yeah,
because like now you pissed off people who are pro-Israel, and you pissed off people who are anti-Israel. And more like the number one thing that people hate about Democrats is like they're inconsistent. They're like they're slimy. They don't have like real moral backbone. At least like Republicans are fucking assholes, but they like stand for something.
Yeah.
Democrats are always so afraid of like coming across as believing in things that it's just you end up looking like a flip-flop, just as Kamala Harris did when she turned back and was like, actually, we're going to fund the wall. Trump is not serious about funding his own border wall. Like, you're an idiot when you say stuff like that, because the average voter goes, oh, what the fuck? You said Republicans were racist for years for wanting to build this border wall that's unnecessary. Now you want to build it, so you're conceding on that? Who am I supposed to believe, you know?
The worst thing you can be, the worst thing that someone can realize about you as a politician is that if someone yells at you loud enough, not even like a specific amount of people, not even a critical mass, just if they yell at you at the right volume, you will completely about face. That is the thing that makes me horrified for any further prospects for the AOC project. But it's also possibly like triply true for fucking Gruesome Gavin. He is the worst at that. Like, he is the most transparent fucking person ever in all that shit. I am really interested to see what happens with him, because I get a very liberal DeSantis type vibe from him. But DeSantis stood by the repugnant things that he says he believes.
Yeah.
But I mean a liberal DeSantis in the sense that like that shit is not going to play outside of his home state. People think he just looks the part, and they don't realize that there's more than that.
Yeah.
Here.
And
the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it.
Yeah, on Israel. No, come on my stream and defend Israel for Jonah fucking Platt, dude. Anyone that wants to like become the president on the Democratic side or even on the Republican side in 2028, because I mean, as I say all the time, this is going forward going to be the most popular Israel will ever be. Tomorrow, Israel is going to be less popular than today, and yesterday, Israel was more popular than today. So what do you think is 2028 going to look like? Like, what do you think? You think people are Israel's going to be able to like fucking flip this all around? You know, all up magically, and then everyone's gonna be like, you know what, we were wrong. We love the genocide now.
Wait till gas gets even more expensive.
Yeah.
That's gonna do it. That's gonna fucking do it, man.
Yeah, no, everyone's gonna be like, actually, we love Israel now. Please tell me more about how much, how awesome it is that that you know, my brother came back in a fucking
Yeah.
flag draped casket because he went out there after saying, I'm not dying for Israel and voting for Donald Trump. He actually did literally die for Israel.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, you know, it's a real, you'll have something to fucking cry about type thing. Like, hey, I don't want it to be, but like, well, you know, the Bible, first part of the Bible, is filled with stories like this. It's filled with stories like this where we're the best. No one's gonna fuck with us. Whoops. All our shit got fucked up. Whoops. It's the end of our part of the Bible. We have to invent the afterlife because we fucked up so bad.
Yeah.
Chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being.
Yeah, you better call him out on his anti-Israel statements. By the way, Jonah Platt, like the guy that Jake Tapper had on to discuss this.
He's a lunatic.
Like, normal guy, dude. Who amongst us hasn't done a children's platform, 12 plus billion views, 19.2 million subscribers, more than the entire Jewish population on earth? This isn't fringe. This is how narratives get mainstream.
And her narrative is, it's sad and bad when children are killed by bombs and bullets, and that shouldn't happen. That's her extreme narrative. It's not like, look, God bless her, right? Fucking God bless her. But she is not out there like, let's go IRGC. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like she's not teaching them quotes, Yahya Sinwar quotes.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like, I just, if that's not okay, just fucking wait, man. Just fucking wait.
Yeah, they do not understand what's going on. This person says the overwhelming majority of American public does not know who Hasan Piker is. The people who do are largely young, left-leaning, and disaffected, also known as voters. The Democrats desperately need to turn out for them in the midterms. Yeah. Oh, here it is. I read all 683 of Miss Rachel's posts since October 7th. She has a problem with the Jews.
Dude,
Miss Rachel
I don't
posted on
recommend this
Instagram
to most
that day
people, but
about
Ben
having
Platt,
messy
start playing
mom.
War Thunder. It's a better use of your fucking time, pal.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it's awesome.
How many views does this have?
11,000.
Why is he on CNN?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Because Jake Tapper will have anybody on as long as they're super pro Israel.
They should have a guy. Why? How come they don't have just like an avowed anti-Semite on? You know, I mean, if you're really like gonna debate it, I don't know.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't even have me on. It's not like I'm inaccessible. I'm going to be on CNN later tonight, actually, ironically enough.
Have they ever had Big Kyle on?
Nah.
He's too powerful.
No, he would eat them up. Dude.
Shout
Are you
out
kidding
Kyle.
me? Yeah.
That's my guy. That's
Kyle's
my guy
in the
right
fucking
there.
trenches, dude. He is fighting.
I love him. I fucking love him, man.
What is this?
And you talk about someone who had a great response to their own controversy, where they found all those old tweets, and he's like, "Yeah, I was stupid when I was that age."
Yeah, no, he just kept them up.
Yeah.
He never deleted them.
God bless, man.
Yeah.
God bless.
Yeah. What is this? They can't make up their mind about you. Yeah, this lady has been tweeting about me non-fucking stop. He doesn't have a role in Democratic Party politics. 55% of Democrats have no idea who he is, and 90% have no opinion. How much you want to bet? How many times do you think this lady has tweeted about me in the last week?
I'm gonna go with a gentleman's 85 times.
Yes, literally, obsessively. Then why are you talking about it?
Right.
It's just so stupid. It's like, it's irrelevant then. Then who cares?
This is the thing that, like, obviously the thing that they're doing to you now is to a much greater scale than what happened to us during Trump 1 and the 2020 primary. But it is the exact same line of argument. They're awful. They're racist. They're sexist. They're woke. They are poor. They have trust funds. They work at Starbucks. They're gay. They're homophobic. They have small dicks. They are womanizers. They're virgins. They make women have threesomes. They're irrelevant. Here's our 1,000th article of the fucking week about them.
Yeah.
It just cannot, you cannot put two frames of what they're saying about you together. They're completely self-contradictory.
Yeah, it also, it's just so stupid, but people understand how stupid it is because they're never this agitated against like Trump going to war with Iran. you know?
Yeah.
Like that's never, I haven't seen this level of mobilization from these groups specifically on this issue because they like this issue, right? Like they can't even fucking say shit about it, even though it's like deeply unpopular.
Even if they don't love it themselves, all their like Democratic majority for Israel fucking loves it. Then you're not going to piss them off.
Yeah. Speaking of Democratic majority for Israel, Mallory McMorrow has officially challenged her opponents to 5 debates in the Michigan Senate primary. I feel like this is great for Abdul because his biggest problem is like he doesn't get enough name recognition, especially in comparison to like, or he like I think they don't. The primary voters don't fully understand like what Abdul al-Sayed's like differentiating factor is from McMorrow in particular. So it's not necessarily a bad thing.
I think forcing her and any other candidate to like defend Israel on the record too is a good call.
Yeah.
I think that can only help him.
Yeah, he's just gonna be like, why did you do why did you send a policy paper to AIPAC?
Yeah.
Why did you send a secret policy paper to AIPAC?
I don't know a ton about the guy, but he comes off as like normal in a way that
yeah, no, he is. He's like he's like played lacrosse, he's a fucking doctor, you know what I mean? He's like he's like a nice guy and he really loves America. Like he loves America so much where he glazes America a little too much for my even I'm like, damn, bro, like we get it. Like
all those like Muslim dudes from Michigan are always like, whenever I talk to them, I feel so bad about like what a bad person I am.
Yeah.
You know?
They're like overachievers in every way and they fucking love America.
Yeah.
Like actually. Also, the Nazification of Israel is complete, says Kyle Kalinske. They're about the mass murder of 10,000 Palestinian hostages, many of them children. Greater Israel is the Fourth Reich. Israel's Knesset passed the law to execute Palestinian detainees. Death by hanging, mandatory sentencing, no pardon, 90 days to carry it out. Right?
It's just how there is no argument for like believing that liberal Zionism is a thing, or like B, calling this a democracy in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
They're just
even if it is, that's more of a diss on like the Israeli population. Okay, so they're democratically saying genocide is good.
Yeah.
And they're democratically saying we should assassinate.
Oh, no. I don't mean that like the Israeli public doesn't have I mean that like when that large of a segment of your population does not have civil rights and now is also just under threat of summary execution with no pardons.
Yeah.
That level of like Jim Crow fucking intimidation. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, this is like, I mean, this is basically the offering paperwork for what the fucking Nazis did. Like, it's just, they're doing the gas chamber shit, right? Like, and here's this fucking scumbag. Israeli National Security Minister Ben-Gvir outside the Knesset chamber celebrates the passing of the death penalty law for Palestinian detainees, describing it as historic and saying, soon we will count them one by one.
Yeah. And the rejoinder from like liberal Zionists or whoever is always like, oh, well, I love Israel, but
Jonah Platt actually defended the death penalty.
Oh, okay. All right.
The guy Jake Tapper on, I'm sorry, but bringing back the death penalty and it only applies to Palestinians as Jim Crow justice, however you want to spin it. Like, how in the world can anyone defend this?
It's only for convicted terrorists, and don't worry, there's no
Famously,
as we know, only they are terrorists. Only them.
Yeah. And also, none of the Israeli settlers that kill Palestinians ever even see a trial at all.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's just, you can say what you want, but it is anything but a two-tier justice system, as we can tell by their prosecution of the prison rapes there.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
This is the guy that Jake Tapper had on. That's awesome. Thanks, Jake Tapper, for all of your woke contributions in the liberal media ecosystem. Yeah. Such gaslighting, convicted by whom? By Israeli military courts who famously disregard evidentiary and procedural rules for Palestinians. Courts that have never convicted a Jew of terrorism. Of course, it's textbook apartheid, highlighting that Israel is a genocidaire society. That's precisely what it is. It's unfucking believable.
השר, על מה כל החגיגה?
מוות למחבלים עבר היום, חוק מוות למחבלים, היסטוריה, היסטוריה. בעזרת השם בקרוב, אחד אחד להוציא להורג כל אלה שטבחו ורצחו ושרפו. לחיים, לחיי עם ישראל.
Yeah, they're wearing yellow noose pins, by the way, if you couldn't spot them. These fucking Nazis of the Jewish Power Party. That's the name of the party that he's a part of. Like, you know, white power, Jewish power. It's the same shit. Yeah, Otzma Yehudit, Jewish Power Party. And they got fucking straight up noose pins, like gold noose pins. Ironically, he's saying L'chaim, cheering for life, as he celebrates the concentration camps turning into death camps. Fantastic. Yeah, I've just realized they have mini noose tied to their jacket lapels. A decade from now, the vast majority of people in British media and politics defending Israel will claim they never did any such thing. Yeah, like a noose, literally a noose. Like a noose that you hang someone with. That's their pin on their lapels. Don't call the party by its name. Organizer memes will call you David Duke. Oh my God, I gotta wait for Felix for that segment. Yeah. That's true. I don't want to get yelled at by organizer memes. Is it appropriate for me to call it the Jewish Power Party? Can I say those guys are Jewish supremacists? Is that allowed? What kind of meme is this? What kind of organizing meme is this? Jewish supremacy is the easiest tell of when someone's anti-Zionism is just anti-Semitism. The equivalent to the right using radical Islam a decade ago, not distinguishing between religion and extremist ideology, especially since the vast majority of Zionists are Christian. I disagree. Zionism is a Jewish supremacist ideology, just like Nazism is a white supremacist ideology. It's just a more descriptive term. Sums up my thoughts on this, to be honest. I think it's only problematic if you don't actually understand why the term is used. You and the KKK have something in common then. Okay, the Nazi party and fucking Mario party have something in common then. Like, who gives a fuck? JDL has won so completely that they've somehow made normal Jews disavow even the mentioning of their name as anti-Semitic. Yeah. Bizarre argument. Just about every race and ethnicity in the world is associated with supremacist movements that engage in violence. Some of those groups aren't a significant threat to society, but to argue that they can't exist and that we can't recognize it when they do is just bonkers. It is fair to consider Jewish supremacy an anti-Semitic dog whistle when someone like Dan Bilzerian and Nick Fuentes is tweeting about it, but not when we're talking about the literal fucking JDL. Like, Zionism is a racist ideology, okay? In the same way that, like, there are a lot of Americans that have white supremacist ideology, but don't act on it or they act on it in like invisible ways. Like, there is a spectrum within this ideology. On the one hand, you have like Meir Kahan. On the other hand, you have like liberal Zionists, right? Meir Kahan and Otzma Yehudit, these guys are Jewish supremacists, okay? And to varying degrees, liberal Zionists are also Jewish supremacists, especially ones in Israel, right? The ones that are Jewish supremacists are not supremacists in the same way that Meir Kahan is towards like all non-Jews, for example, but instead they're supremacists towards the Arabs, okay? The non-Jews in Israel, the Palestinians that they dominate. That's how it works. So the idea that this is like, something that we can't talk about is completely ridiculous, okay? Like American exceptionalism, right? People that think America has to, you know, be this like this violent force around the world and kill a bunch of children, but they're doing violence, but they have to do violence for the sake of some overarching good, right? That kind of stuff is still a supremacist ideology. It is. It might be different than like a self-identifying Klansman, right? It certainly is. But ultimately, there's varying degrees of supremacy here. Wait, what supremacist group is exactly related to the noose symbolism? Wait, why a golden noose? What the fuck does it mean? Oh my God. Is Felix still on, or did I miss the OG? No, he is. He's just talking to my mom. Yeah. Israel supporters can simply not win people over on the merits. This is why for years we get pummeled with claims on how words or phrases are allegedly anti-Semitic or with meta-historical nonsense about the West or Judeo-Christian something or the other. Okay, buddy, we get it. You like using KKK words. Did you see this organizer meme? I know this is your favorite account.
Oh, did he finally post one?
He
finally posted organizer meme?
He did. He posted it.
Yes!
He posted.
Wait, come on. You can't trick me like that.
This is an organizer meme. Jewish supremacy is the easiest tell of when someone is anti-Zionism is just anti-Semitism. The equivalent to the right using radical Islam a decade ago, not distinguishing between religion and extremist ideology, especially
What's the Jewish Gitmo?
You know what's funny?
What's the Jewish Gitmo organizer memes?
Yeah. You know what's funny also? A big chunk of the vast majority of Christian Zionists are also low-key kind of Jewish supremacists. Like they're philo-Semitic. Like
read any Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what do you think Mike Huckabee's worldview looks like?
Mike Huckabee posthumously. This is the first time in history this has ever been done. Usually it's the reverse. He posthumously made dead American soldiers Jewish.
Yeah,
like the opposite of what Mormons do.
May your memory be a blessing.
The opposite of what he literally was like, well, I always felt bad about the Anne Frank thing. I think they deserve a few.
Yeah. Yeah, he heard that the Mormons baptized Anne Frank, so he reverse baptized the dead soldiers, the Judaism. Yeah.
He said, may their memory be a blessing. What the hell, man? Back to my favorite account who never...
I'll take a meme about handing out pamphlets at this point.
Dude, he doesn't listen to me at all.
Fucked up. Nothing about organizing, no memes whatsoever.
Well, he despises me because he'll never... It's like I've told him. I've showed him like my self-harm scars. I started smoking again while I'm out here, and it's not because I like it. It's because I'm putting them out on my forearm.
Yeah.
Because he won't post an organizer meme. And this is his organizer meme that there's no Jewish supremacy that just doesn't exist? Or it does exist, but you shouldn't say it?
It doesn't.
I'm so confused.
It doesn't. It exists, but like,
don't
you
say
shouldn't
it.
say it because David Duke said it.
Okay, okay, let's let them.
Like he's
let's
trying
let
to
them
say
control all our language, man.
Yeah, he's trying to say that David Duke invented the concept of Jewish supremacy. Like, Zionist is already a term that exists that far more accurately describes the pro-Israel movement. Christian Zionists hold significantly more power than Jews in our society. Don't think Jews are the top of the species. They want to bring about the end times, and the Jews are a tool.
By the way, that's very telling. Don't think Jews are the top of the species. No one was saying that.
Yeah.
You're saying that, you fucking weirdo. I mean, I've always hated this argument, right? That it's like,
yeah, and it's not like the Nazis have been using the term for years, an anti-Semitic trope like Zog, but these folks don't care about that. Yeah, here's a really good way to disparage Zog by getting David Ellison, the top contributor to the Friends of the IDF, to openly purchase TikTok and CBS while claiming he's doing it for Israel.
Yeah,
like this is definitely going to really do a number on people being like, well, you know, maybe the Jews do control the media.
Yeah.
That's like, of course, normal people are going to look at all this and be like, okay, I guess this was what was going on. And then people are shocked.
Even if they don't, even if they're not there yet, if they then see, don't say this, not because it's untrue, but because it's like bad to say.
Yeah, because David Duke said it.
They're gonna be like, fuck
okay,
you.
They don't realize that like this leads people to David Duke. This doesn't actually have any like it doesn't stop people from going, well, let me not breach this like unspeakable situation. Like, oh, this is bad. I should back away. No, it makes people go, wait a minute. This is a hidden secret that David Duke, I guess,
exactly
unlocked a long time ago. And then they become David Duke fans.
This is what, by the way, every argument I've ever had about Farrakhan, this is at the root of it, right? The reason that Farrakhan was so popular and is so popular and was such a force was because he was the only guy saying certain things. Like he occupies a weird space in American black conservatism, but also just there are things that he said amidst like the crazy or like, you know, contemptible things, the Scientology, the fucking whatever, right? That are true. But when you make those things like no one else can say those things, when you make those things the third rail, you make that as much of a third rail as Farrakhan, all his other weird shit, then yeah, you make that guy more popular.
Yeah.
You make the guys who are outside, who cannot be touched by your condemnatory apparatus, much more popular because they go, okay, this guy isn't fucking compromised. And for whatever other goofy things I think he believes, at least he's the one saying this. I guarantee you, like, millions of people loved Farrakhan. I guarantee you, a non-insignificant amount of them, they probably think like this stuff about like the Nation of Islam diet is probably a little goofy. They maybe, if they attend services a lot, they probably maybe didn't really love the idea of Scientology doing audits there. But there were also things that Farrakhan said where they went, okay, well, he's one of the only guys who's saying that.
Yeah. Also, most, if not all, Israeli human rights organizations use the term Jewish supremacy because the Israeli government, in all of its territory it controls, advances and perpetuates the supremacy of Jews over Palestinians. This is exactly what I was pointing to earlier. Jews are privileged over non-Jews, and Palestinians in particular within Israel through systematic discriminatory laws and practices, and in the territory it occupies, where Palestinians are subjected to a separate legal system. It's not anti-Semitism to describe this reality. Like, there's a difference between that and just like, I mean, I get really fucking annoyed when white people will be like, finally, we're victims of racism.
Yeah.
Like, I get so annoyed. It's like, dude, come on. You live in America. You're a white person in America. Like, fucking get a grip, right? When they're like, well, they're saying goyim.
Right.
Like, they're being racist to me, finally. Like, come on, dude. Like,
I'm gonna host a panel show about the word goy on CNN.
oh,
and I think
like my goat. What's the doctor? The one? No, not the doctor. The rabbi.
Yeah, like Ovadia Youssef. Well, I think I'm like.
Come on, someone has to have the
Ovadia
link.
Youssef.
I want to flex.
No, the other guy.
I want to flex on Felix a little bit. I want to flex on Felix.
The guy who was like leggings, stars and stripes.
Yeah. Goy. I love that guy.
I mean,
who has the link? Oh God,
dude,
see Dr. Jihad. We have an emote for it.
I love him. He's like more fun loving than Ovadia. You know, they're both.
Yeah.
Look, I don't endorse that message.
I do.
I've never called anyone a goy.
I do. I love.
Except for when people really.
I love it
ask me
so
ask
much.
me to do it.
Like when he does the Barney, he's a thief.
That one. Why does he say that? Does anyone know why he said that?
I don't know.
That is like one of the only moments in my life where I was like, damn, I wish I actually knew Hebrew. I wish my family weren't such.
Why is that?
Weren't so ignominious.
Yeah, Rabbi Avraham Baruch.
This guy is like a true performer.
בכל הארץ. בית מלון, שימו לב, בית מלון, ערבים. משטרה, ערבים. מג"ב, ערבים. שב"ס, ערבים. בית מרקחת, ערבים. נהגי מוניות, ערבים. אוטובוסים, ערבים. בית חולים, כל הרופאים, ערבים. דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור מסראווה.
I hate to cancel this guy.
It's the same.
Dr. Jihad, Dr. Jihad, Dr.
Yeah, Dr. Jihad, Dr. Jihad. It's a great honor. It's a great honor.
Can someone put that image into Metal Gear Solid 2 to be one of the codec things?
Yeah, Dr. Jihad. Arabi.
Please replace Colonel Campbell with Dr. Jihad.
Yeah. Yeah, the Barney one.
Wait, can anyone in chat who speaks Hebrew, why does he say you're a thief? Why does he say it? It's so funny.
There's some Israelis in here. There's like, someone needs to know what's going on. What is this guy's beef? What's this guy's beef with Barney?
Israelis, Hebrew speakers, my family were...
You should dress like this for Halloween? Are you fucking... Yeah. Yeah, I'll dress like a rabbi for Halloween,
my
so I
God.
can have 8 Jake Tapper segments.
Oh my God, they would make surviving HasanAbi. I would be be on there.
Would you hide me?
Yeah,
From Hasan.
I would be on there. I would be like, I had to sleep like in his driveway. It was really fucked up. He kept me hostage and said that I had to recite a Purim prayer, even though I didn't know
oh
it.
my God, Rabbi Shmuley, as Israel destroys terrorist Iran, my daughter Hannah expands kosher sex with new shop in Tel Aviv. Make love and war.
This is really one of the most like nihilistic. If you want to.
The worst was when Charlie Kirk got assassinated and Rabbi Shmuley was like, you know who the real victim is? Me. Please give me money. I'm really
GoFundMe. Like, not even like, but if you want to, I have always liked, on our episode about Casino, we talked about the Scorsese idea of hell as a place that just, it's not fire and brimstone, not even necessarily overtly supernatural, but it is a place that exists outside of God. God is not there. Rabbi Shmuley's tweets give me that feeling of being in hell. Like, just God is not there. When you are like, yes, we killed all these little girls and my daughter has a buy one get free for dildos.
Yeah.
God's not
awesome.
there. God is not, he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Rabbi Shmuley got 950,000 views on his post using Charlie Kirk's assassination to raise money for himself, seemingly failed to get even one single donation out of this ploy.
He didn't get one?
His GoFundMe lists $691 raised out of the $500K goal, with the last public donation made 18 days ago.
He didn't get one?
That's unbelievable.
And what did he say? Did he like even try to go, okay, like 500K is how much it cost to pay like 5 bodyguards? Or was it just like, I would feel better if I bought a supercar?
No, he can escape. He can.
Oh, okay.
He can drive fast away from the people that want to assassinate him.
He'll get like James Bond's car.
Also, why would any anti-Zionist want to do any harm to Rabbi Shmuley? He's the #1 anti-Zionist creator of all time.
This is like a real Peter Principle thing.
Yeah,
Every
like you
day-
want him to be on TV all the time. Him and Alan Dershowitz.
Dude, every day Rabbi Shmuley releases a video where he looks insane. He looks the worst anyone has. Have you ever had that shit bearded French toast? It's the French toast where they put cereal on it.
I have not.
It's pretty good, but that's what Rabbi Shmuley looks like, is my point. And he's looking insane. Like his face, his beard is all fucking crunchy. And he's like, an anti-Semite just unplugged my daughter's vibrator.
What is this?
And it's like, can you stop?
He is a Zionist fucking pig. Get this. Here he is, right on camera. Hi, everybody. I have no problem saying it. Rabbi
Say your
Shmuley.
name. Say your name.
I'm Salvo, baby. I have no problem saying
What's your
it.
phone number? Say
Why
that.
would I give a
What is your phone number? What? If you're a coward, if you're not a coward, what's your phone number?
What's your home? Give me your social security number right now. Give me your credit card right now. If you're not afraid, give me your credit card.
If you are the coward,
give me your credit card and donate to my GoFundMe. I'm under attack.
Yeah. If you aren't a coward, take me to your mom's place of work right now.
Yeah.
Like what? That's just he didn't even think. That was like pure instinct.
Yeah.
This is like, you know the way that Manuals stalk their prey, where they get really low.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's like him for getting people fired.
Yeah,
it's a biological reaction.
Yeah, he went. Come on, tell me your place of work right now.
Yeah.
Give me the name and contact information of your manager, immediate supervisor.
That's like a Green Lantern ring. It is a directory for every workplace in America.
Say it all.
Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a
Excuse me.
Why would I give?
Excuse me.
No!
Rabbi Shmuley.
No!
Rabbi Shmuley.
No! No, that's too perfect.
Rabbi Shmuley, you have to
Zionist
stop.
pig, relax. Why would I give a Zionist?
No, keep doing that shit, Rabbi Shmuley. He's an anti-Semite. He hates this shit. On the other hand,
I am. I don't like seeing Jews stand up for themselves like this.
His arms.
Yeah, man.
But wait.
So how does his body move like that?
It's so perfect.
Excuse me. Why would I give?
He's like a jellyfish.
I have it on video.
His fucking
video.
lower half is disconnected from his torso.
Crime. He's threatening me.
I called him a Zionist. I didn't touch him.
He came over to
I didn't
me
break
and I
any
filmed
law.
the whole thing.
I have it on video. I have it on video. I just talked to him. I didn't touch him.
Threatening my life.
No, I didn't.
He has to be arrested, please.
I have it on video.
Please.
No, I didn't.
He has.
Dude, Italian cop being like, shut up.
Yeah.
Not today, Rabbi.
You know what I love about these confrontations where it's like a crazy Jewish guy and an Italian cop is that it's so like Roman.
Yeah.
It was the same
He's
thing with
like,
the tunnels.
Oh, shit, here we fucking go
Dude,
again.
exact same thing with the tunnels where it was like
Okay, yeah, I have to end soon because I have to go on CNN.
Understand.
They know who you are, bro.
Please, sir, he has to be arrested.
They know who you are.
What is he wearing?
Rabbi Shmuley, what happened to dialogue?
Swag, bro. What do you mean?
What the fuck is he
He's
wearing?
fucking swagged out. You're a
I
hater.
am.
You're a hater.
Look, this is all my like self-hatred of my family not knowing anything, being cowards, being stupid, being bad at selling heroin 100 years ago. His family was probably like, they were probably like our bosses in the subsistence heroin selling operation.
Husband, you let him in the street acting such a fool every time, huh?
Bring it here. This is what happened to me at the Fontainebleau Hotel. I won't put up with it.
And he mentions the hotel. Like he is such a perfect scumbag that he's like,
I was at this fancy hotel, Fontainebleau Hotel. This is exactly what happened.
He's such a scumbag that he's like, what can a hotel do about a guy yelling at you like on the street? Nothing. But he's like, ooh, I could get a discount.
I love this.
This is like so bad for.
He's so goated,
dude. You could have a million people chanting death to Jews in another country, and it's not 0.1% as bad as him going, the fucking 7-Eleven saw me get yelled at. They better give me a free drink. It's like, can you fucking stop?
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, we have to cut this short with Felix, unfortunately, because I'm going to go on CNN and talk about Cuba.
Understand.
Apologies, but Felix, thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. I'm glad we could do this.
Yeah. And what do you want to promote before I let you go? We got some stuff coming up.
We have some stuff coming up. That show is sold out, but everyone, please check out our podcast, Chapo Trap House. It is available everywhere where podcasts are published. We recorded a very funny episode today that will be out on the free feed. If you want to subscribe for extra content, patreon.com/Chapo Trap House. I just recorded the first episode of the much anticipated season 2 of Players Club. It will be about FromSoft. I recorded the first episode about Demon Souls, and I was going to record the second episode about Dark Souls while I was here, but I got the stomach flu. I took a lot of poison damage. But that is going to be, by summer at the latest, you people will get that.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Felix Biederman.
Thank you for having me.
I'll see you guys tomorrow as always. And then on Wednesday, I'm going to be heading over to Stanford to deliver a speech for the Students for Justice for Palestine in Stanford. Despite all the scheduling conflicts that the Stanford administration has placed upon the SJP chapter there. No, it's crazy.
No, that hat.
Oh, yeah.
Really funny.
But I will be doing that, and then I'll be talking to USF Law the day after, and regular streams, but from San Francisco instead of my home base here in Los Angeles. So yeah, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Telling Kyle place. Sun and Usman chatter loves, giving Grenin's grace. Zoran winning and was seen, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.